Hey, pre-notification gang. Yeah, I'll probably do some more documentary shit. Chase, big man. Hey, Fluster. Thanks to the Prime Bunbo Bay and Resub Noah. What are we doing today? YouTube night. Ooh. Yeah, I watched the Promised Neverland finale. What a fucking disaster. No. Defunct Landed Action Park. Fascinating Horror was a different channel. Expert Village Pokemon card game etiquette. I'll at least queue it up, sure. What is it? Pokemon card game etiquette? Yeah. Thanks to the 5 gift subs, Mo. And the 2 gift subs, Reaper. Yeah, South Beach Toad just kind of blows, though. It's not even fun. It's so bad it's good. Thanks to Prime Kian. The resub Void. And Young Gunner. Monster Hunter was great, man. I'm looking forward to playing more. I definitely need to watch some guides, though, for some of the combos. Thanks to Tier 1 Proctor PP and resub Statist. Can't watch Street Beefs. Blood. Thanks to the gift sub Butter. Thanks to the Tier 1 Colin. And the resub Xandra. Every episode of Jujutsu Kaisen was a fucking incredible, beautiful piece of art. There was not a single bad episode in the entire season. Thanks to the resub Osgods. And the Tier 1 Torrens Trash. Oh no, I didn't watch the new Suicide trailer, actually. Suicide Squad trailer. James Gunn's doing this one, right? There's no, like, titties or anything in it, right? I know it's like a Red Band trailer, which means they could go full nipple out if they wanted to. Just blood? Cool. Yeah, we'll watch it. Thanks to the 5 gift subs, Tux. And the resub, Fallant, and 5 gift subs, Socks. Hey, Socks, I hope you're feeling better tonight. You're not attending the casino event. I was thinking about it, man. I was watching it, but Ken-sama, Joseph, Dundee. None of the people I usually hang out with are on. The only ones on are Uno and X that I know. Oh, and Seer was on, but I'm sure he's already with his squad. Thanks for the gift sub tray. Shelled reptiles. Thanks for the resub Burt Boy. Hey, year. Is this just a... Why are you recommending this? So this guy just owns turtles or something?
How's it going, everyone?
When I had a lot of wood turtles, you know,
I mean, turtles are cool and everything, but
human in this room, which makes me
I'm not exactly gonna start like fucking pumping my fist and going wild watching this.
running all the time. But that's just how it is, you know. All my turtle guys out there know the room gets a little humid sometimes. Anyway.
Nice. Thanks to the tier 1 Kozels, the tier 1 McSpicy, and the prime Meko, Instigators, Fisher Diaz, and the resub Lugergen, and Burt Boy. Thanks to the bits Rayleigh, Jacob, and Socks. I'm glad to hear you're doing better today than Socks. Yeah, I'll throw up fascinating horror before I forget. Thanks to 5 good subs, Drewski. Thanks to the resub Fart Sniffer and Calvales, and the Prime Doll, and the resub Yodio, and the 5 gift subs Sayaxis. This better not be scary. Don't worry, I have a good feeling it won't be, but we will check it out at some point anyway. Thanks to Prime Tyler and resub Summer. That's pretty cool, Kino. That's an interesting Taco Bell fact. Jesus' final resting place in Japan. Thanks to the tier 1 TBR. Okay, maybe we could do that a bit later tonight, Tox. Can't click links, Death Wish, but gang stalking is actually kind of sad. Thanks to some Cold Crush and Squill. Congrats, Glumsy. Thanks to the bits Butter and Space. And the tier 1 John Grease, tier 1 Schindler's Fist, and tier 1 Slept on John. Thanks to the gifts of Albert and resub Dude and Andy Likes Reptiles. And the resub Scoots. And the 2 gift subs Dr. Squatch. Yeah, we'll start in just a minute. I'm sorry to hear that, BRD. I hope you feel better soon. Thank you for the bits, like and throb. I don't have a VR headset, but Andrew does, and he put it at the warehouse, so I played some VR recently. As a spectator, Rayleigh, maybe. Thanks to the bits Canada, Jiren, Drewski, and Deadman. And the tier 1 Harry Herbis, and the tier 1 Saliva, and the tier 1 Othric. The prime Albert, Philosophy, and resub Unbolted. Do I know who Squill is? What, like Squilliam Fancyson from SpongeBob? Or is that just like a YouTuber? There's the 2 gift subs Steven, and the gift sub Austin, Feats, and Josen, and the prime Connor. Thanks, getting better. Yep, I'm very familiar with JCS Criminal Psychology. Has this channel been getting recommended more recently? Because a lot of people have started recommending him, even though I'm very familiar. Thanks to the resub Creature and gift sub BRD. And the resub Mailman. I know what Letterkenny is. I'm familiar. I'm not going to just watch clips of it, but I do know the show. Thanks to resub Wide Thumbs and Bald Might. JCS killed their Patreon? What do you mean? Thanks to resub Zimdo. Yeah, a lot of Kitchen Nightmares is fake though. Thanks to Tier 1 Artistic Melon and the resub Moss and Genre. The Prime Doppelganger. Look up Japancho. It's a wonky workout channel. Whoops, misclick. Well, that didn't work. Unless it's this. But it doesn't look like a workout channel. Thanks to the bits, Covalence, and Ghost. Yeah, Gamer Gunk's pretty cool. Let's check out the trailer. I like James Gunn's work. I mean, he's done decent stuff, so I mean, maybe this has a chance. It certainly can't be as bad as the first Suicide Squad. Thanks to Tier 1 Iroh. 3 subs airbacks.
No funny business, Arnold. These are dangerous people.
Team 2 is clear to go.
Fire up. 3, 2.
What are you guys doing?
What?
We're here to save you.
You were gonna save me?
It was a really good plan, too.
Well, I can go back inside and you can still do it.
That's patronizing.
I'm so sorry. Harley Quinn.
Bloodsport.
What's his name? Bloodsport? I don't know that character.
You know the deal. Successfully complete the mission, you get 10 years off your sentence. You fail to follow my orders in
Thanks
any
to
way,
resub Spectre.
and I detonate the explosive device in the base of your skull.
So this is the famous Suicide Squad.
Captain Boomerang is in this shit again? Why?
Nom nom.
Any questions?
Thanks to the Tier 2 gift sub, Willie. And the resub Puggo.
And
Yes, that is your hand. Very good.
We're all gonna die.
I hope so.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
here's the deal. We failed the mission.
Well, the good news is it could never be as bad as the first Suicide Squad, so that's good.
Personalized license plates. You dumb.
What? No.
If you cough without covering your mouth.
Harley, although that isn't an open invitation for you to cough without covering your mouth.
Thanks to 5 gift subs, BRD.
How
Thank
am
you,
I
man.
supposed to know?
You're
The resub Kiryu,
supposed to be decisive.
Crow, and
Decided that you
Nameless.
should eat a big bag of dicks.
And the
This
Tier
whole
1
beach was
Tux.
completely covered in dicks, and somebody said I'd eat every dick until the beach was clean for liberty, I would say no problemo.
Why would someone put penises all over the beach?
Who knows why madmen do what they do?
Is Will Smith in this one? I don't know.
This is suicide.
Well, that's kind of our thing.
So who's the shark? The Shark Boy or some shit? Who is that?
Don't worry, I'm gonna get you out.
I recognize 0 of these characters from DC.
Here alive.
Oh my god, we've got a freaking
His name is King Shark.
Uh-huh.
We love the rain. It's like angels are splooching all over us.
Maybe we give some feats in the Prime King. I mean, looks better than the last one, I guess. Thanks to the resub Warlord. Where's Booster Gold? That's what I want to know, man. I cannot believe Booster Gold isn't a household name. He should be up there with Batman and Superman. Hey, thanks to the bits, Mahali. Thanks to Tier 1 Orangefish. Do I prefer psychological horror or jump scare horror? I mean, neither one of them's ever really done well. So I don't really have a preference. Alright, what do we got? The story of Jack the Ripper. That's like a real thing. Oh, these are like real stories. The Disney World monorail accident? Does this like show bodies or something? I don't know what this is, but I'm assuming it derailed and people died or something. Doesn't look like it. Okay, should be good. Thanks to resub Smeg. Don't really like gas station encounters.
On the 5th of July, 2009,
I am excited for it,
at the
Schroeder.
Walt Disney World Resort in Florida, 2 ride trains collided, resulting in the death of one
Thanks,
staff
Prime
member.
Doodoo.
This fatal crash, however, did not take place on a roller coaster or other thrill ride, but instead on the resort's monorail system, designed to transport guests around
These are
and
the bit sucks.
between the
Alright, good.
parks. The monorail system at Walt Disney World was installed in
Thanks to
1971
give subs butter.
and expanded several times during the 1970s and 1980s. By the end of
Yeah, not on purpose,
1988,
baptized.
it consisted of 3 loops with a total of 6 stations along the way, a configuration that has remained unchanged ever since. 2 of these loops are dedicated to the Magic Kingdom section of the resort. One of these
Yeah, I
carries
just didn't
an
feel like
express
going on
service
GTA
that
tonight.
ferries guests
The only one of
between
my friends that
Central
I've actively
Transportation
played with on
Ticket
there
Hub
is Yuno.
and the Magic
Sekuno.
Kingdom itself.
No one
The
else
other
is on.
is a resort line, which stops at several locations around the Magic
Exit
Kingdom.
tier 1 space, Nachito, and the resub
The
kick.
third loop is separate from these 2 lines
And Pumpkin.
serves the Epcot section of the resort. As
Yeah,
it
this is a
happens,
lot
if you
drier
wish to
than
go from
Defunct
the Epcot
Land and-
loop to either of the Magic Kingdom
Well,
loops,
everything else.
you must disboard and change trains through the Transportation and Ticket Center. However, for the purposes of managing the system, it is possible to move trains between the loops. This is done on a routine basis using a switch in the track and a joining spur between the different lines. A number of parties are responsible for managing these track switches. On board each monorail train is a pilot who is, of course, responsible for driving the train.
And one of them was drunk and
A
just
supervisor
crashed into
based
the other
in a
one.
central control room is responsible for providing the pilot with
Thanks
instructions.
to Prime Chomp,
And
the
a panel
resub
operator
Burrito,
in
and
another
Master
control
Dorn.
room is responsible for switching on and off power
We've
in the
actually
track
watched them before,
and
Rogue.
activating the track switches. All parties are in constant radio contact. The incident took place at 2 AM on the 5th of July 2009. While most parts of the park were generally closed by this time of night, the monorails continued to run in order to allow
I
guests
fucking
to
love
get back to
trains
their
so much.
hotels. 3 trains
Nice.
were in operation on the Epcot line at the time: Monorail Pink, Monorail Purple, and Monorail Coral.
Let's just see what
Radio
happened. This
calls
is
the
not
pilot
very
running
good.
along the act. At 2 AM, the trains collided and came to a halt, partially inside the Ticket and Transportation Center. He could not be saved. The victim of this incident was 21-year-old.
So the trains collided at some point. That wasn't very well made, man. It was literally like the same 3 screenshots with some colors drawn on them. Needs to be stimulating, like Lamino or Nexpo, or who was the other one? Who did the Morinaga? Glyco Morinaga? What channel was that? Thanks to the resub Tissue. Fair enough, yeah. Fair enough, Sock. Who the fuck did that? Rainbot. Yeah, Rainbot. Oh, and down the rabbit hole as well. Thanks to the 5 gift subs again, Tux. That's rough then, Azrin. I don't know what that is, Cujo, but maybe.
One of the most important things about playing the Pokemon game isn't the cards, isn't winning, isn't losing. It's the etiquette while playing.
That's like
And
the least
Pokemon
important
is
thing.
very, very adamant about this. They're so adamant that the first rule in playing Pokemon is you look at your opponent and you shake
And you fucking
hands.
slap the shit out of them.
It's also a good idea to say, "My name's Jody. What's your name?"
Mackenzie.
Nice to meet you, Mackenzie. Thank you for playing.
Nobody. No, this isn't real etiquette. This is a lie.
Being polite to your opponent is very important. There are some people out there that will try and cheat while playing because
What?
they think winning is everything. I
Ooh.
think having fun is everything. If your opponent wants to look at your deck, shuffle your deck, or even split the deck like we did before, definitely let them. It's polite, and it shows to your opponent that you trust them and that they trust you, so that you guys can have fun and not worry about anybody cheating while you're playing.
Well, that
Once you
makes
guys
sense.
have ended your game, it's really
When
nice
do
to look
I
at your opponent, shake
flip the
hands,
table?
and wish them a good game.
Good game.
Good game. Sometimes when you're playing Pokemon,
It's like a
some people aren't so
brainwashing
nice with
experiment.
words that they use. They might call you stupid, or they might do something that's called trash talking.
They
If you
wouldn't.
don't like the person doing that, ask them to stop. And if you're thinking of doing it, don't. Pokemon is a game where politeness and good etiquette rules.
She's never played Pokemon. Well, then again, nobody's played the Pokemon card game, to be fair. Thanks to the gift sub, Sarah, and the resub, Zach, and the Prime Turtle, and Shadow Dragon, and resub, Gouda. Yeah, you can send an email, Polartude. Oh, thanks to resub, King of Bunnies, Mike and Melissa. What's that? Jesus. Oh, it's this. I'll pass, but I do know about this. I'm familiar. We've tried watching it before. Thanks to the bits, Clara. Thanks to the good sub Polartude and resub Magino. Yeah, buttholes are pretty cool, I suppose. Have you seen the YouTuber Scare Theater? No. I don't think so. Woo! Shit's so fucking scary. Got my goddamn sinuses sneezing. Real life SCP. Jerusalem Syndrome. Thanks to the 5
Imagine
socks
traveling
again.
to a foreign country, and shortly after arrival, you begin to feel off. You're feeling anxious and have the need to isolate yourself. You develop unusual obsessions
Thanks to the tier 1
and begin shouting Bible
Milty
verses
Man,
and singing
resub
loudly.
Roxy and Coop.
You are suddenly convinced that you have an obligation to fulfill a religious mission, and then, after leaving the country, you're suddenly normal again and confused about what just occurred. This is Jerusalem Syndrome.
Interesting.
Jerusalem Syndrome is a mysterious disorder that was first described in the 1930s by a Jerusalem psychiatrist named Heinz Hermann, although it never officially made its way into the DSM. People who experience Jerusalem Syndrome phenomenon will start to undergo a psychotic, religious-themed delusion shortly after visiting Jerusalem.
The Lord is
Because he told
speaking.
me I must
I
come on a
see.
donkey this time. So I became the king, and I came on a donkey, and the next day I was the king.
In extreme cases, some people will believe that they are Jesus or another figure from the Bible.
So they start LARPing.
The condition does not seem to discriminate against religion.
What do you mean?
As it has affected Jews, Christians, and Muslims alike. In many cases, the people who fall victim to this were perfectly healthy and never experienced any mental health issues beforehand. In most cases, the delusions suddenly disappear after a few weeks or immediately after leaving Jerusalem. Of all the documented cases of Jerusalem Syndrome,
I feel like this
it
guy
is
just
split
made
into
this
3
up.
categories.
I've never heard of this and it makes no fucking sense.
Category 1 consists of people who are already diagnosed with a psychotic illness before going to Jerusalem. These people tend to go to Jerusalem because their delusions have led them to believe they have a mission to accomplish.
Right,
It
thanks,
is
Molly.
also this group of people that is most likely to have more extreme delusions, such as believing
Thanks
they
to
are
tier
a
1
figure from the
stuff.
Bible. These cases are the most easily explainable, therefore not all that interesting.
Resub Ochi. Speedrun category 1.
consists
Nice.
of people who did not necessarily have a mental illness, but they did have an excessive interest in Jerusalem. This interest could be personal, but oftentimes it's associated with a religious group they are a part of. Although interesting, because they already had an abnormal interest in Jerusalem beforehand, their delusions aren't all that strange or noteworthy.
Okay.
Category 3 is the smallest and most puzzling group of subjects. These are the people who had no signs of mental illness before arriving in Jerusalem, nor did they have any unusual obsession with Jerusalem. Their delusions weren't quite as extreme as the people from the first two categories. They usually don't believe they're someone else, and can still properly identify themselves when asked. But there are 7 distinct stages that everyone from this category goes through. The first stage they will go through is anxiety, agitation, and tension.
This just
the
seems
next stage is a desire to split
fake.
away from the group they are traveling with, and toward Jerusalem alone.
It's like when people go to Disney World and then all of a sudden they start buying Disney products to things or to properties they don't care about,
to prevent the
just because they get wrapped up in the hype.
The third stage is having an unusual obsession with bathing and compulsive fingernail and toe cutting. Next, people will take their white bed sheets and wear them like a toga. The fifth stage is the need to shout Bible verses and sing hymns loudly. This is the biggest sign for hotel personnel and tour guides to try and get the effective individual help before the final stage develops. The final stage people experience is that they will march to one of Jerusalem's holy places, where they will deliver a sermon. The sermon is typically disjointed and not very well prepared. In some cases, people will develop a paranoid belief that a secret agency is causing their symptoms of psychosis through drugs. Between 1980 and 1993, only 42 people were reported to be in Category 3 of Jerusalem Syndrome. An example of one of these patients was a Swiss lawyer who went on a group tour of the Middle East. They planned to spend a week in Greece, a week in Israel, and a week in Egypt. The lawyer was perfectly healthy beforehand, and their first week in Greece went totally fine. Once he went to Jerusalem, however, his symptoms began on the first night. He went through all the stages, and then made a full recovery in a week.
Oh, good.
He then continued the tour in Egypt, and went home in perfect condition.
I mean, I don't doubt there's a Wikipedia article on it. There's a fucking Wikipedia article on genuinely everything you could imagine. It doesn't mean that it makes it any more credible that this is a real thing. Oh, Jesus Christ, whoops, misspelled it. It's people, if I had to take a guess, it's people getting wrapped up in the hype of being in Jerusalem. Oh, here it is. Well, not a whole lot on this. Referred to as Jerusalem squabble poison. Wow. Oh, gee, okay. Thanks to Tier 1 YouTube dropout. Have you seen the news artichoke dip gone wrong? I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, let's check it out. I'll finish this, but this doesn't seem super wild. I don't know what I'm looking for, but we'll find it. Thanks to some Fish Slayer. Of course, I've seen that, John.
It's difficult to get much data on
made a video on that.
Because Category 3 subjects usually feel ashamed and don't want to talk about their experience after they have recovered.
Probably can't watch that
the
thing,
few that do say they felt a sense of something opening up inside of them, making them feel like they had an obligation to carry out. One thing that is important to note about this is that of the 42 subjects in Category 3, 40 of them were Protestants, 1 was Catholic, and 1 was Jewish. All 40 of the Protestants came from ultra-religious families, where the Bible was read together at least once a week. Many critics believe their strong religious backgrounds could have led to a temporary delusion like this. You could even argue that they could just be grouped as an extension of Category 2. It's also interesting how only Christians and Jews were in Category 3, never any other religions or atheists. So, I think I would agree with this conclusion. I know of some people in the US who are perfectly healthy, yet have had some strange temporary religious delusions before. So, I can see how if someone were strongly religious and then experienced the culture shock of visiting Jerusalem, it could definitely be a very emotional experience for them.
What a boring fucking story. They go to Jerusalem and then just start being really obsessive about religion. Not the channel's fault. I'm just saying, that is just so underwhelming. With a name like Real Life SCP, I would have expected something like almost interesting. Not to give credit to SCPs, because that shit is dog shit, but something more than that. Spirit Science? What is that, a channel? Alright, so what am I looking for artichoke dip gone wrong? This?
Throughout the week, we've been sharing our holiday treats. Leslie on tap this morning.
Yeah, it's not supposed to look like that.
There's a whole story here. So what is this?
Okay, so this, it's like I didn't want to bake it. I've been busy, so I didn't want to make anything. But
it doesn't look
I was all
bad.
freaking out. Okay, this is what I wanted to do. This was plan A.
Looks like a pasta
this is my
dish.
favorite Christmas thing.
Well, then,
Oh, here's the Safeway wrapper.
Oh, thank you.
It's Christmas cake.
Fruitcake, yeah.
Sure,
From
probably
Safeway.
Gecko.
I love that.
So this is
so
bought.
Serious. Well, I made it and then Safeway packaged it for me.
Okay.
So that's really my favorite.
Okay, so that's what you want to do.
But
Let's
my
talk about what
family's
happened.
all
What is that?
freaked
What did you
out.
recommend this for? Jesus Christ.
Everybody's
What the fuck is
making
happening? It's just
So they
the
all
most
got
boring
together and
people
they
ever
sent me this recipe,
about to
and
eat.
I'm gonna make you guys try it. So this is artichoke dip. Okay, so you think that that's okay, right? Is that too much for you, Jord?
That's a lot. Why me? I can't do this.
How does it smell, Scott?
It's like vinegar or something.
Thanks for 10 gift subs.
Like a barn. Oh, why am I
Hexanine?
being rude? We have
No,
right to
no,
be
it didn't
nervous.
work out.
Thank
I'm
you,
telling
Hexanine.
Right now, this did not work out.
Appreciate it.
So it's artichoke
Too
dip.
much, too much. Is it edible? At first, I'm like, well, it's not that bad, but
This was so. Oh my fucking god, that was so boring. Why did you recommend that? Christ, that's like something that your grandmother would say, like, hey, come in the room and watch this. Something crazy just happened. The artichoke dip didn't taste good. Can you believe it? Thanks for the 10 gift subs again, Socks. Goddamn, man. Thanks for the generosity. And thanks for the tier 1 Tiger Wolf. And the tier 1 Waylon Sucks. And the resub Buttercups. Yeah, I said Plan B. We've checked in on that channel a few times. Yep, watched Failure of Rainforest. At least I think I have, right? Let me check. I'm pretty sure I have. Yeah, from Internet Historian, I thought so. How to find inner peace in a world of chaos. What is this channel? How symbols rule our minds. The Tree of Death. Warning. Cursed video. I'm coming in.
Warning. This video might mess you up. I'm serious. Really. We're about to explain the nature of the demonic hellscape that is the Tree of Death, counter to the Tree of Life. However, the process of making this video was a nightmare. So many things went wrong. Just as often people feel that horror movie sets are cursed, we experienced it personally. Even our most skeptical team members noticed that things got weird around this video. And so we're extending the warning to you. If you watch this video, weird things might happen in your life. And we recommend that you burn some sage, call in your protective angels, and activate your Merkaba before watching. And then do it again.
Jesus fucking Christ!
You can pause the video now if you need to.
Oh god.
Okay, all ready? Here we go. You've been warned.
Alright, let's go!
It's been a while since we've jumped into Kabbalah. Let's jump in again, shall we? When exploring this ancient
Holy
philosophy
shit.
and map of the layers of existence,
Oh,
there's one
wait!
major thing.
Wait! This is the channel that said Atlantis was real. Wait, isn't it? Hold on.
Warning.
I immediately recognize this shit. Wait. This is the Atlantis channel, isn't it? Yeah, I fucking thought so. Oh, goddamn. Maybe the fat 50 gift subs, Jeebus Christmas. And the resub Smosh. Fuck, man, appreciate that. Thank you for the generosity. Holy fuck, from out of nowhere. God damn. Thanks to the resub Lagar Bear. Thank you, Jeebus. Alright, let's check out the tree death.
We need to cover.
I'm not gonna watch this whole thing. I'm
Really
just
important.
curious at what the fuck this is even
Previously,
about.
we explored the 10 Sephirot, the emanations of the Tree of Life, which describe the divinity in every level of creation. However, In the
Prime
spirit of
radiation,
completeness and
resub
understanding,
Kelthrox.
we must cover the reversal of such a system, the Qliphote, otherwise known as the Tree of Death. For the majority of traditional Kabbalistic history, many of the mystical Jewish sects prohibited the Qliphote study as it was set in opposition to the natural practical Kabbalah that allowed the practice of white magic, while the danger in interacting with the dark tree and mixing impure magic ensured that it remained a minor and restricted practice in Jewish history. In more recent years, however, with the advent of the Hermetic Kabbalah, the Dark Realms, known often as the
Jesus
Sitra
Christ.
Ahra, has begun to be explored and interpreted in context.
Holy shit.
Much like the Sephirot, the Qliphote have numerous interpretations of what they are and how
Thanks to
they
Tier
work.
1 Gubby and the Prime Skater, and Garu, and the resub ball bag.
A simple explanation of the Tree of Death is that it's a dark anti-structure or reflection of the Tree of Life.
So do people believe this is real science? Christ, it is baffling.
Where the 10 Sephirot
They think we're under
embody
attack by the
divine light
Keylethov
and unity.
and the
10
Sitra
Qliphote embrace all of the conceptions, energies, and forces that were left out of divine order. The word Qlifa translates as shell, husk, or peel usually, describing that these may be the forces that
Is it Tier
block
1 Juice
access
Kiwi?
to the higher worlds unless we attain personal mastery and ascend through them.
Oh,
In the
let's fucking
Hermetic
ascend.
traditions, the
Teach
Tree of
me,
Death is
Christ.
often drawn as a reversed Tree of Life underneath the primary tree, like so.
You mean its
Loads
roots?
of ways of interpreting it, though.
What do you
Respect
mean?
So.
It's not an upside down tree of life. What you have here is the tree's roots. So if you really want to get metaphysical, you could say that the tree of death is a part of life. From death comes life. Like, what are you talking about? This is fucking horrible.
Loads of ways of interpreting it, though, especially its origin. Following people like von Rosenroth and some members of the Golden Dawn, the creation of the Dark Tree was a result of the Sephira Gevura. As we covered last time, Gevura is the 5th Sephirot and is found within the Pillar of Severity.
Okay.
It embodies the strength and judgment of the divine, representing the power and resolve required to carry out cosmic law.
What is the
In
cosmic
some
law?
schools of Qliphotic ideology,
Is it
Gevura
5
is
Gift
seen
Storm
as the
and
most
Tier 1
volatile
Ink
of the
Slicer?
Sephirot. In this interpretation, during the act of creation as divine light came down through the worlds, Gevura began to break away from the Tree of Life and was forced back into balance by the other realms on the tree. In this narrative, shards or fragments of Gevura's volatile nature were lost into the void beyond the tree and never rejoined it.
Man, how fucking crazy would it be if it turned out all of this was true?
And instead created their own realm.
Science is a lie,
You may
Gevura
notice
is real.
similarities in this story to the fall of Lucifer or the Demiurge, bringing us a more intricate narrative to explore this whole duality consciousness thing. Another alternative explanation is proposed in the Lurianic Kabbalah, and is generally the more accepted theory in the mainstream teachings. Luria believed that the
Thanks for 5
Qliphotes
gifts to
are
the Juice Kiwi.
metaphorical shells
Appreciate it.
surrounding the realms on the Tree of Life.
Thank you,
In
Juice.
his views, these shells were the source of evil in our world, but were seen more as obstacles to overcome to experience the beauty of each Sephira truly, as they could only...
Alright, that's probably more than enough of that. This is some baffling stuff. Some absolutely baffling stuff. What do the comments say?
Warning.
I don't claim or invite any bad spirits or other beings into my life by watching this video. I rebuke any and all curses associated with this video. Holy shit. Thanks to the Tier 1 Kimush and the Tier 1 Deepest Purple and resub Speedy Turtle, Ghost Koopa, and the 5 gift subs again, Socks. Thank you, Socks. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, that was a wild experience. Wow. Thanks to the bits Tiger and Scrumps and the big 50 Polartude. Jesus, man, thank you. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you for the generosity. Thanks to resub Waz. No defunct land tonight. I've watched so much Defunct Land. I don't want to watch every single video this quickly. Someone recommended that a while ago, Shell. We watched it. Time Cube. I have not seen this down the rabbit hole yet. Let me get the synopsis and see if we go down it. Also, Frederick will be on the podcast on Sunday. Thanks to the Prime Spartan and the gift sub. Call me HG. Yep. Ghost Adventures with Zach Blafkin or whatever his name is. Alright, let me get the general synopsis and then we'll see. Because it is 45 minutes.
In online circles, the name Time Cube has become synonymous with incomprehensibility, poor web design, and absurd conspiracy theories. Most people discover it after sarcastic remarks in forums and investigating for themselves, though even after seeing it, the subject remains elusive and confusing. The website is mostly one massive page consisting of aggressive prose detailing a theory, claiming that time is cubic, as well as proclaiming the supreme intellect of its creator while insulting everyone else.
This seems like something that we just watched from Spirit Science.
The more befuddled readers often find themselves at a loss. So what is the Time Cube? Where did the theory and website come from? And how did it gain such popularity?
Thanks to Tier 1 Bustillo.
Sometime in
the bits,
1997,
doing
a
alright, hope you're
website
doing
was
well.
launched at the domain timecube.com, espousing the virtues of, quote, nature's harmonic simultaneous 4-day time cube. Though the first iteration of this website is lost, subsequent versions have been cataloged in the Wayback Machine, beginning on the 29th of June, 1998. The material on this first
So is it
recorded
just
page
one
declares
website
in
that's
large
super
red
fucking
lettering,
dumb?
Earth has 4 simultaneous days within one rotation. Losing 3 days in each Earth rotation has retarded your mentality to stupid and an education of evil. You do not have the mind or education to envision nature's time cube.
There's a
The rest of the
million
website is
YouTubers
laid out
that say the
vertically,
same
divided into
thing.
sections that each use unique
With even
formatting.
dumber
The next
theories.
section states in all capital letters that, quote, 3 equator 4 corner Earth time rotates 96 hours as a simultaneous 4-day cube. You were taught that the Earth has only one equator as if the Earth was flat. You were taught ignorance. Creation has 2 sex poles and 4 corner races of humans. God is cornered as a queer. This
What
second
the
section
fuck
signed
is
as
this?
Gene Ray, cubic. Just beneath this, he attempts to explain his theory with more specificity. Quote, if Earth stood still, it would have midday, midnight, sun up, and sun down as 4 corners. Each rotation of Earth has 4 middays, 4 midnights, 4 sun-ups, and 4 sun-downs. The 16 space-times demonstrates cube proof of 4 full days simultaneously on Earth within one rotation.
Oh god, it's too much. The truth is too heavy.
Time is
Fuck.
bastard
What does it
the
mean?
creator and dooms future youth and nature to a hell. Ignorance of 4-day harmonic cubic nature indicts humans as unfit to live on this Earth. Gene Ray, cubic. These descriptions are accompanied by diagrams which attempt to illustrate
This
the
is
theory, but they are similarly
scribblings of a
difficult to
madman.
comprehend, with labels such as human form is a personified pyramid and
What does it say? Cliftons live here? Who are the Cliftons? Einstein lives here. Oh, this is where Einstein used to live? In fucking Antarctica? Interesting, okay. Oh, Clintons live here. Oh, and then Jesus is over here, I guess. And I guess Socrates was also still alive. This is pretty wild. Okay. Thanks to resub Ocean and Smiling Demon. Maybe champion.
16 cube divinity.
Thanks
He
to
also
resub Brian.
had a $1,000 bounty to anyone who could disprove the theory of time
No, I
cube,
haven't seen that,
though
John.
he would be the ultimate judge. This website
And that
acted
channel's
as
pretty
a
good,
hub
Blackbird,
with
but probably not
hyperlinks
gonna
to
watch
other
it tonight.
timecube.com
Maybe the
pages
10
and
though.
another of Ray's websites linked at the bottom. The first apparently relied on a diagram as the crux of its argument, but the image has since been lost with the text archived. The second link, Timecube's simultaneous 4-day creation, hosted a single image, which also has been lost.
It's also
The third
spelled
hyperlink,
wrong.
However, took the user to abovegod.com, a website that was approximately equal in size to the core Timecube website. At the very top were the words
Timecube is
"Christianity
above
poison
God.
forced upon children. Nature's harmonic
Wubba lubba
Timecube
dub
creation
dub.
reigns supreme.
We're in it.
Welcome to the site where Timecube is above God. God is ignorance. It also appears that Ray had attempted to have
Thanks
his
for 5
theories
gift subs,
published
brain
in a
dead.
newspaper, but had his requests rebuffed. He writes on abovegod.com that,
Thank you,
quote,
Hexanine.
St. Petersburg
Someone
Times
recommended that a while ago. I
refuses
don't
to
remember if we
inform
watched
the
it.
public of the Timecube that indicts them evil to children. It seems likely that at this time, the website was being discovered by internet users who would link it in their forums, though records of this activity
Resub, Aaron.
appear to have largely
Fuck
been
yeah.
lost as the forums where they were shared were deleted. Ray began to write additions to Timecube.com in 1999, expounding further upon his theory with more incomprehensible prose, likely in response to increased website traffic. As the months progressed into the 2000s, Ray began to add to the site with increasing frequency, inserting new text.
Truth about Santa Claus debunks Santa God. God evolves from Santa.
Quote, major time points.
This has to be a
also
joke
expanding it
website.
Beyond physics to biology.
It absolutely
He declared
has to be,
that
but it's so
you
old,
are
I
a
don't know.
personified pyramid corner. A human will rotate around 4 corner lifetime stages within a family metamorphosis. Baby, child, parent, and grandparent. Name your 4/16 great-grandparents. Along with these updates, he created many more pages on
Chef
Timecube.com.
Fortavask
Most
is
of
an
them were
innocent
simply
man.
rehashes of what was said on the main site, but one in particular seems to be
Really
answering
do appreciate
a
it,
direct
Hexanine.
question. Are you Jewish? He responded aggressively. I am not Jewish, neither was my mother or father. Anyone saying that Jesus and his Jewish father had something to do with my birth is a damn evil liar.
Oh, good lord. Alright, calm down.
His page's view counter
Jesus,
ticked into the
Gene.
hundreds of thousands, his writing only grew more fervent and enraged. For the next 2 years, Ray continued his attacks against education with vigor, claiming that all educated are stupid from brainwashing and indoctrination, and that educated
Amen,
people
brother.
are stupid cowards.
Yeah.
This sudden surge of hatred
We should
was
all be
apparently
illiterate
due
and
to
bang
the
rocks
refusal of
together again.
universities to hold debates about the Timecube. He declared that, quote, they are actually brainwashed stupid and decline any public debate for fear of public embarrassment. Physicists forbidden to acknowledge Timecube. Stupid educators.
Oh, is he racist? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Never mind, I probably can't watch the rest of this then. Damn. So Gene Ray, does it get into the guy behind this? Hold on, let me see. I'm gonna just skim the video real quick. I want to see if it like ever gets into the guy here. I'll skip the racist shit, if that's at all possible. Oh my god, he used to go to conventions. Is this him? Maybe tier 1 Armando in the resub Seth.
And a small section of video have survived online, and they detail a surreal scene. There were 6 seats at the front of the lecture hall. 1 was for Gene Ray, 4 were for the students who had agreed to
He does literally
One
look
was
like a
left
racist.
vacant at Ray's request, which he labeled as your God. According to the note taker, hundreds of people were in attendance, and this is corroborated by the small shred of video that remains online. Throughout the event, the crowd of college students was rowdy and loud, cheering often in mock support of Ray. Apparently, no faculty were present. The note taker said of Ray's speech patterns, quote, you know the mumbly guy on King of the Hill? Boomhauer? Well, imagine he was reading straight from Timecube.com. That's what it was like listening to Gene Ray talk. It sounded like a train of consciousness.
Yeah,
But he
familiar
kept
with
on
it, Brain
using
Dead. We've
different
watched some.
examples, only repeating the Timecube has 4 corners aspect. After Ray's description of the Timecube, the other people at the table had the opportunity to ask him questions.
I wanna hear him.
During this period, when Ray would give responses, the crowd would shout wildly in support of him. The questions asked by the panel were mostly attempts to divulge Ray's thought processes. The note-taker
He's a
writes,
tier 1 twisted.
Eric Downs asks about people being made of different numbers of parts. Humans are a pyramid with 2 arms and 2 legs, I guess, and each of those has 4 main digits on it for a total of 16. Of course, and this I swear
White
is a direct
equals
quote,
racist. Man,
don't
what is
say
wrong with
16
you? It was a
because that
joke.
would demean the
Look at
value
him.
of 4.
He looks like your quintessential golfing alcoholic old grandfather. So I said he looks like a racist. Kidding around. Christ. People look for any way to find something political to get mad about. Holy shit, you're sad. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my god.
That got another wild
Actual professional Twitter user, for sure.
Rar asks the next question. Gene says that negative
Thanks to
1
5 gift
times
subs, Dizzy, and the
-1
resub
equals
swag, and
positive
tier
1
1
is
shite
stupid and
gamer.
evil, so Victor asks him to explain more. Gene goes off of his previous explanation about the North Pole and the South Pole and various races and explains like this. 1 times 1 equals 1 makes sense because that's like saying that a North American times a North American equals a North American. But saying -1 times -1
Where does he get
equals 1
into the fucking speech? I want to hear him speak. Oh wait, is this like the whole part about him being racist and dropping the N-word or whatever? Oh, here we go.
Cube-shaped paperweight with a globe inside to illustrate his point.
Gene, how do you know this? What's your proof, scientifically speaking?
Well, it's in the cube. You can see it. You can't deny that. I offer any academic institution, any professor, $10,000 to disprove it. They can't disprove it, so they ignore it and run and hide.
He was able to share some of his thoughts about the debate at MIT,
Okay.
and he seemed to believe that he had been lauded rather than mocked.
Gotcha. You know, I can't help notice that you're wearing a hat that says Time Cube from MIT 2002. Are you a professor at MIT? Did you teach this at MIT? What's the story?
No, I lectured up there last year. It was a student thing. They had about 500 students from MIT, Harvard, and many other universities around there. And they treated me like Einstein there, but the school was not sponsored. I had $5 cash offered. Any professor would come down and explain the time cube and disprove it. But they run and hide. Academia cannot allow this to be known because it contradicts everything that they're teaching.
He also gave his thoughts about being so well known on the internet.
Hey, Ray, Gene,
Classic
how do you feel
Gene.
about being an internet celebrity? I mean, you're huge on the web.
Well, it's not a position I wanted. It's something I had to do.
Yeah.
And nobody, like, I'm not a writer or speaker, but no writer or speaker understands the time cube.
All right. Hey, Gene, thanks so much.
Gene just seeing all the strings holding the time spectrum together.
Thank you.
All right, that's Gene Ray.
Over the next few years,
So this guy became a real
attention would
celebrity.
inflate Gene Ray's ego even further. Unable to change the minds of any educators, he awarded himself a doctorate of cubicism
Thanks
in
to two
late
gifts of
2002 or
Manic and the
early
gifts of
2003,
Scrumch,
declaring that
and
nobody
resub
could
Cal,
bestow it
West,
upon
and
him
Swag.
since he was already the wisest human ever. In October of 2003, Ray casually posted a surprising piece of writing revealing a fact about himself that elucidated a key element of how he had come to his conclusions. He stated that, quote, "My wisdom so antiquates known knowledge that a psychiatrist examining my behavior, eccentric by his academic single-corner knowledge, knows no course other than to judge me schizophrenic."
Uh-oh.
This revelation was of little surprise to most onlookers, many of whom
no, I'm
speculated
surprised.
Ray
What do you
suffered
mean?
from some sort of mental illness, but this didn't stop them from egging him on. Bloating his ego further, Gene Ray was invited to perform a lecture on April 14th, 2005, this one at the Georgia
Kinda fucked up they
Institute
just
of
keep inviting him to
Technology
do
in Atlanta.
lectures.
It was advertised on the campus with a flyer which included some of Ray's more outlandish quotes, such as, "Life is based upon a perfect math, or your arm would be too short to wipe your butt." A DVD containing footage of both this event and the debate at MIT was produced.
He's not
but
wrong.
The site selling it has since gone down, and nobody who owned a copy appears to have uploaded its contents online. According to the website where it was being sold, the lecture was attended by 230
Thanks, Yusuf Human and
people,
Prime
so
Shrimp.
the trailer
Gives
for
up
the
Liam.
DVD reveals the tone that it took on.
Time cube is in fact a theory of everything. I believe we've come to that conclusion. I would like to know how to apply it in order to get a date.
What none of these onlookers could have suspected,
Gene?
however, was that soon, Gene Ray would acquire his first truly enthusiastic and earnest adherent.
Oh my god, wait. Oh, he had an apprentice?
On March 7, 2005, only a month before Gene Ray's lecture in Atlanta, an Australian internet user by the pseudonym Cubehead joined the forum Graveyard of the Gods, designed specifically for atheist discussion. He began enthusiastically promoting Gene Ray's time cube, mostly repeating the tenets that Ray was espousing on his website with similar rhetoric, while airing interpretations.
This doesn't seem genuine at all.
Intrigued and entertained by Cubehead's posts, they created a special board specifically for Cubehead and time cube discussion. Unfortunately, almost all of Cubehead's posts have been lost, as has the initial iteration of his personal website dedicated to TimeCube, named Cubic Awareness Online, which he launched in 2004. However, the second version of the site, released on January 20th, 2006, remains, which expands upon Gene Ray's theories. It contains 3 main sections, the first devoted to the core principles of the time cube, the second to evidence of the time cube in nature, and the third about how the time cube impacts humanity.
I'm more interested in Gene now than the time cube.
Also of note was a section attempting to construct an axiomatic proof of the time cube in 64 cases, as well as a link taking readers back to the time cube board on Graveyard of the Gods. Later that year, he began posting YouTube videos under the name Pyramidors, and he would link to these videos on his website as well. His first video was published on September 3rd, 2006, 9 months after the launch of the Cubic Awareness Online website.
You know what? Honestly, I don't feel like finishing it. To me, it's so much to take in, and it's actually sad considering he's just a schizophrenic old man. But I actually think Gene was ahead of his time. If Gene started making like a time cube Tumblr page now, people would believe the fuck out of it. Easily. People would adore this man as like a prophet truth seeker. No fucking doubt. The amount of absolute dog shit things people believe now compared to back then is crazy. He would have his own cult. 100%. He was just too early. Just a little too early. A decade too early. Poor guy. He could have been a cult leader. Dads Against Predators, Jacob. Okay. Have I watched Richard Dawkins reading his favorite hate mail? It does sound familiar, probably. This?
Hey, who you here to meet?
Seen Double King.
You know what it is.
Hey, doubt gon' find you. Doubt gon' get you. Doubt gon' find you. Doubt gon' get you.
Sounds good, but I'm ready to watch him get him. Let me see. I need to make sure they don't show anything. So is this like a good video? Because it looks like just a collage of screenshots. It's like To Catch a Predator, but with none of the fun of catching the predator. It's like if they just put the transcripts on screen. Oh, it's one of these. Oh my god. One of these videos, huh?
That's crazy, bro.
That is crazy, bro.
Jacob! What you doing here? I need you to keep your hands out your pockets.
Hey. Keep your hands out your pockets. What you here doing?
What you here doing?
Chilling.
Who you here to meet?
No one.
Jacob, why do I know your name? Do you know me?
No. Is he just coming from work?
I know your name, Jacob.
I don't know.
And we can have a talk about this casually?
Okay.
Or we can call the police. What would you rather do?
Just talk.
Okay. Where would you like to talk at?
Right here.
Let's come over here.
Thanks to resub a rectangle.
What's up?
Nothing.
What you doing here, man?
Somebody wanted to meet me here.
Somebody wanted to meet you here?
Yeah.
Who wanted to meet you here?
A girl.
How old is that girl?
I don't know.
Jacob.
You guys have a problem up here or something?
No.
Because you guys are all like surrounding him with your phones, videotaping him.
Yes.
Oh, it's getting wild now.
What's he here?
Are you okay?
No.
You can come inside.
He's here to meet a 13-year-old girl. He's not?
She just slaps him. Alright, never mind. Go back to it.
We do this all across the country.
We're not, okay. She kept on hitting me up on Facebook and shit, bro.
Facebook, we have all the messages.
All the screenshots. We're not
Okay, it just looked like from inside when we're looking. I understand now.
That's you?
Oh, this is a child predator? Okay. Yeah, go about it. I'm just gonna go back inside and finish the coffee.
14 laying here. Wish I had friends with benefits.
Oh, yeah.
I want to hang out.
Hey, we got
we're not hurting.
Okay.
We're just recording.
We'll let you guys do your thing.
Thank you.
Hey, you got nobody on your tell the truth. She hit me up because she wanted to be friends.
Who wrote who first?
Unlucky, Jacob.
Who wrote who first?
Thanks to the gift sub Fins and the resub Milkman, the Prime Jacks.
I'm just scared. Okay?
Scared of what?
Everything.
You're scared, but you were going to meet a 13-year-old girl here.
Oh, we love that shit, Ambrodos.
Don't you
Yeah,
think she'd be
covers
scared
are always
of you?
welcomed.
So what are you scared for?
I don't know.
You know why you're scared. Why you're scared?
A lot.
Come on, speak. Speak.
You're a pedophile, right? No, I'm not. I didn't.
You ever did anything like this before with a kid?
Nope.
No?
Nope. Hey, wasn't it just talking nasty and mean to her, too?
So how come you wanted to have a threesome with her and her friend?
Ooh.
Thanks to Prime Dylan.
Come on, Jacob.
How come?
Come on, Jacob Alley. Because I'm stupid.
So you can talk or we can go through the screenshots.
Thanks to 5 gift subs, Jericho.
What do you want to do? That's what you were saying to her. What did you want to do?
Just chill.
Chris Hansen really inspired an entire
You said you wanted to have a
genre
threesome with her and her friend.
of content for the internet.
That doesn't mean that I was.
It doesn't?
No.
I don't know why they don't just call the police now.
With her and her friend.
Like, they could just do that.
I'm not sure.
You're not?
No. I'm just trying to be a good person. Trying to be a...
Oh, then they eventually do.
Does this look like you're trying to be a good guy?
No.
Because it's fake. I don't know why people... I am so shocked when people say, like, when we finished the finishing the Catch a Predator, the amount of people that said it's fake is baffling. Let's think about this for just a minute. Who would agree to be named and shamed on TV or YouTube, for this matter, as a fucking predator, and then actually go to jail for it?
Who first?
Like, just activate your fucking brain for a minute. It's free money. In jail? The predators in the show got arrested. This guy probably doesn't get arrested because it's not an official investigation. Nope, he also still gets arrested. Like, you have to be real fucking dumb to think that. Thanks to the Tier 1 Jacob. Oh, rough time to have the name Jacob after that. Thanks to Tier 1 Jacob and resub Snailsby. Half of the shit that you see is fake on TV and everything, yeah, for sure. But there is real things too, and it doesn't take a lot to know which one's real and which one's fake. Thanks for resub, Kyle. But I really don't like a vigilante predator busters, if I'm being honest. I think that shit's bad. Just when they just go out in public and film them in a Walmart, it's not really good. They don't do a good job. It's not like Chris Hansen is boring to watch. It just leads to just idle chit-chat on the side there. I mean, for content to watch is what I'm talking about. I think it's boring. So, thanks to the Tier 1 Bonjay and the Tier 1 Trey. Thanks for the $1, Charlie's dad. There's not very many of those Wativos, so probably wouldn't tier list that, but thanks for the 5. I've not... Oh, Digital Homicide is the shitty game developer, right? I haven't watched the Down the Rabbit Hole on them. Maybe in a little bit later. I've listened to that on stream multiple times, but not tonight. Thanks for the gift sub, Christy. Great song, though. Shoddy Wanna Fuck is a classic. The man who lived in an airport for 18 years. Holy shit. Wait, that sounds fucking horrible.
From 1980.
Oh, hold on, let me fill up my water real quick because this is a long haul. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Thanks to Tier 1 Yogi, and resub Bacon, and give sub Crumple. No, I'll pass on it, Raidus. Thanks to resub Alpha Pro and Left Toe Nut. Soon-ish Toe Nut.
1988 to 2006,
Thanks to Tier 1
employees
Love
and
to Beat.
patrons of the Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris grew accustomed to an unusual but increasingly familiar sight. Amid the stacks of luggage being wheeled across terminals, travelers spending layovers in restaurants and bars, and gift shops filled with overpriced souvenirs. A lone man hiding in plain sight lived on a red bench in the pre-departures lounge of France's
He kinda looks like
largest
Salvador
international
Dali.
airport for nearly 2 decades. Sir Alfred's life inside the Charles de Gaulle Airport unfolded through a tragic series of misfortunes and self-sabotage.
Thanks to the Prime
His
Crush.
name, like his backstory, was ever evolving, giving those who attempted to liberate
Resub
him
Crow
an
and
impossible
Rogue.
task.
He has been pretending to be British since at least 5 years.
Disowned by both family and country, all proof of identity either lost or
What?
stolen, denied entry into Paris through the airport exit, and unable to fly to a different destination. Sir Alfred was stuck in a perpetual limbo of both coming and going, a place he remained for 18 years. This is the story of Sir Alfred Moran of Terminal 1.
Is this what that Tom Hanks movie is based on? Yeah, this is what it's based on? I didn't know that. Yeah, we did the Suicide Squad trailer at the beginning.
Arrived at the
Wasn't very
Charles de
good.
Gaulle Airport
It looked
on August
fine,
26, 1988.
not like super
he was
excited.
a soft-spoken man in his early 40s, eager to catch a flight to the United Kingdom where he hoped to meet his biological mother for the first time. As he boarded the flight, along with several suitcases filled with his essential possessions, Alfred didn't expect he'd be returning to the pre-departures lounge at Charles de Gaulle mere hours later, or that it would be there he would watch the world transform around him, new technologies arriving and fading away, entire nations collapsing and reforming, experiencing it all through newspaper articles and fleeting fragments of overheard conversations. When he arrived at the Heathrow Airport in London, he failed to produce a passport or any other identifying information to the immigration representative. They'd been stolen, he claimed. Alfred was detained and then put back on a plane to Charles de Gaulle. He was initially arrested by airport authorities for attempted unlawful entry into the country. They ultimately determined his residence inside the airport violated no laws, but they were unable to permit him to enter Paris without proof of who he was or where he was from.
He's a big
His
T2.
flight would remain until Alfred himself was able to provide the necessary documentation.
Everybody is not my problem. When that man will come with official documents, then we will accept him. So it's his problem to
Exit Tier 1 very smexy and prime.
They are playing with him.
Alfred decided, at least momentarily, to settle into Terminal 1, a bustling part of the pre-departures lounge which resembled a shopping center. There was a McDonald's, an electronics store, the entrance to a hotel, and hundreds of people, all too preoccupied with their own travel plans to notice him. Amidst it all,
they could
Alfred
save
found a
him,
red
right? They can't just like
cushioned
take his
bench
hand and
near a
bring him on
window
the
which overlooked
plane.
an outside fountain, a view which would become achingly familiar. As days turned into weeks and weeks into months, Alfred became a part of the Charles de Gaulle landscape. The chime of the intercom which accompanied flight announcements, he heard hundreds of times a day. At night, he curled up on his red bench, his blue jacket serving as a blanket. He'd wake up early before the airport became swarming with passengers to maintain basic hygiene in the terminal bathroom. He made friends with a few airport employees, such as those at McDonald's, which provided nearly all of his meals. Occasionally, people who knew of his situation would supply him with toiletries, clothes, meal tickets, and money.
That's
and
nice.
he would deposit what he didn't immediately need into a savings account which he'd opened with the airport post office. He kept his mind from dwelling
It's like American Horror Story Season 1. He can't leave this area.
Would regularly see Sir
His soul
Alfred's
is trapped.
unmistakable scalp poking above a rectangle of newspaper, surrounded by plumes of pipe smoke. To anyone who would listen, Alfred would explain that his home country of Iran had expelled him. His family had abandoned him. He was all alone, a stateless enigma the world simply wished to forget.
Oh wow, that
By
was
the following
hard.
year, Alfred had saved up enough money to purchase another plane ticket to London. Despite having failed to solve his identification dilemma, Alfred decided once again to test his luck. And once again he was denied by Heathrow Immigration and sent back to Paris where he was detained, arrested, and eventually returned to Charles de Gaulle.
Oh no, at least send him to a different airport,
As
fuck.
there was no birth country on record to which he could be deported. Settling back into his red bench, Sir Alfred resigned to the fact that this would be his home for the indefinite future. It wasn't where he belonged, but it was the only place he was allowed.
And this is loneliness and
Yeah.
not too happy.
I imagine. That's
I
seems
hope
like shit.
the result will be a happy end.
Fuck,
But
this
who
is horrible.
was Sir Alfred? And how far back did the roots of his misfortune stretch? And was he a victim of bureaucratic circumstance or his own mind?
His own mind? What do you... He didn't tell Iran to, like, wipe his birth record. Like, what do you mean?
Born with the name Miran Karimi Nassiri, Sir Alfred enjoyed an affluent upbringing in Iran. His father was a doctor who worked for the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, providing a comfortable life for his wife and 6 children. But all this was upturned, Miran states, after his father's death in 1972. His mother revealed that she was not actually his mother, that Alfred was the product of an affair his father had had with a Scottish nurse.
What?
Miran's illegitimacy was a secret the family had closely guarded, due to adultery being a capital offense in Iran during the 20th century. With no claims to his father's inheritance and his sense of identity shaken, Alfred, a college-educated man in his 20s, sought to leave Iran and the family who had betrayed him.
Thanks to the gift sub, McSpicy.
For a couple years, he lived in Bradford,
Yeah,
England.
he showered in the sinks,
there,
I think.
He enrolled in graduate courses in economics, becoming involved in political demonstrations, while receiving a stipend from the woman he'd previously known as his mother. But after 2 years, the money stopped coming in, leaving Mehran with no choice but to return home. When he arrived in Iran, Mehran alleges he was arrested and imprisoned by the Savak secret police, who interrogated, tortured, and expelled him from the country.
What the
based on
fuck?
evidence that he had participated in protest against the Iranian Shah. Mehran was given refugee status by the United Nations Committee on Human Rights and granted travel documents which would allow him to pass freely between countries which had signed the Geneva Convention. Mehran lived a restless, nomadic life around Europe for several years before eventually setting his sights on Scotland. It was there he hoped to find his biological mother, the only family he believed he had. His first attempt to enter the United Kingdom from Paris was by boat, and it's during this time at a nearby train station Mehran claims his briefcase containing essential documents such as his passport and refugee papers was stolen. After being arrested for
Who cursed this man?
A recurring theme in Mehran's story, he decided to try again, this time by plane via the Charles de Gaulle airport, and it was here his journey came to a halt.
And this is the life for about 8 years, 9 years.
By the early 90s, Mehran attracted the attention of local press, and the man who lived in the Charles de Gaulle airport as journalists would dub him began to regularly receive letters, postcards.
Ask them for money! Say, if you're gonna put me on the news, you're gonna pay me 10 grand.
His mail would be forwarded
you son
to
of a
Dr.
bitch.
Philippe Bargain, the airport
Haggle.
physician whose attention to Mehran's situation placed him into a de facto intermediary role.
His physical health is fine. His psychological state of mind is less good.
Please let Mr. Nasiri know that many people are concerned for his well-being and that we feel bad about his plight.
I know Brandon Rogers
Read one of the
content,
many
not what we're
letters
looking
he
for tonight,
received,
but I am
often
familiar.
with cash included. Dr. Philippe Bargain was joined by human rights lawyer Christian Bourget, who would keep Mehran from facing further arrest due to his misfortune.
When he was arrested in '89 for the third time in France, he asked me to defend him.
Bourget
I hope by the end of his 18 years living here, he bought the airport.
But unbeknownst to Bargain,
he saved up
Bourget,
enough money to buy
Mehran
it.
was undergoing a personal transformation. Based on a letter he received which mistakenly addressed him as Sir Alfred, Mehran had begun a reinvention of himself. Where Mehran Karimi Nasiri had been shunned and rejected, Sir Alfred was a local celebrity whose newspaper articles and letters from supporters sat in large, ever-growing stacks near his red bench. He began introducing himself as Sir Alfred.
At the beginning, I can just
He's a tier 1 booty pub in the gift sub suite.
Alfred Mehran, or Sir Alfred Mehran.
A harmless change if left on its own, but Mehran's transformation wouldn't end there. And as Dr. Bargain and Christian Bourget would soon learn, it was a transformation thorough enough to render their efforts useless and increase Sir Alfred's stay in Charles de Gaulle by nearly 10 years.
What? Because he was cosplaying as a knighted man? He just called himself Sir Alfred. Like, what do you mean? That's fine. You could just say, no, it's still just Alfred. How? How did that one simple title change everything?
By the mid-90s,
I guess we can't help him
Europe
anymore.
had
It's
begun
Sir
to
Alfred
take
now.
notice of the
Now we're
quiet
fucked.
man who had made a life for himself inside Charles de Gaulle.
It's a
His
fucking
situation was
nickname.
novel, tragic, and for writers, artists, and filmmakers looking for inspiration, a potential subject. A
But Alfred isn't part of any of his name? Yeah, but it's a fucking
Flight
nickname.
tells the story of a character named the Refugee, who is stuck at an airport, unable to enter the country or fly
Thanks, Recep
elsewhere
Gallon.
due to his missing passport.
Yeah, after we finish Cinder's mod, I'm gonna do Bloodborne. Thanks to tier 1 Kit Kat.
A French independent comedy titled Lost in Transit, with a protagonist who misplaces his passport becoming stranded in a Paris airport, debuted in 1993 to lukewarm reviews. But Sir Alfred's situation wasn't limited to fictionalizations. In 1999, a husband and wife team of documentarians went to Paris in order to interview Moran for a short documentary titled Sir Alfred of Charles de Gaulle Airport. The documentary showcases a quiet, introverted Moran reading and incessantly writing in his journal, while completely at ease in front of the camera. And through the film's interviews, the extent of MoistCr1tikal Nassiri's transformation into the British-born Sir Alfred is revealed. A reinvention so absolute that he refused to speak his native language of Persian, scolding those who addressed him in anything other than English.
I see.
I said, true, I am not Iranian. And
So when, I see what happened. So when he started calling himself Sir Alfred, the people that were trying to help him legally couldn't anymore because he wouldn't go back to his real name of Moran.
When asked what documentation he had to prove he was born in Europe, he became evasive, stating
I thought it was just a fucking nickname.
What information?
It's just information.
Where did you get that information?
In my paper.
The papers that you write?
Yes.
When asked how he qualified for the title Sir, a knighthood bestowed upon British citizens of high regard, he replied,
by virtue.
But perhaps the most startling demonstration of commitment to his new persona came in July of 1999, after Christian Bourget, who at this point had been handling Alfred's case for nearly a decade, had finally located his missing papers. Despite claims of them being stolen, the lawyer discovered that Sir Alfred had mailed them to Belgian authorities while en route to London during his first attempt to enter the country. Sir Alfred's reasoning for this is unclear. When questioned about it, he dismissed it as a moment of folly. We had a little celebration, airport doctor Philippe Bargain told the Irish Times, but Alfred wasn't happy. He thought the papers were fake. Alfred's insistence that the papers didn't belong to him was based on two irredeemable complaints. His name was listed as Monorail Nassiri, not Sir Alfred.
Oh no.
His birthplace was listed as Iran.
Fuck.
Alfred wanted it noted that he was born in Britain. He would also accept
living at the airport destroyed him.
He told me that he was not even born in Iran. I was born in Sweden. How can you say that?
With the only evidence to support these biographical changes being anecdotal from Sir Alfred himself, he was asking the impossible, and it's likely he knew it. Bargain and Bourget were beside themselves with frustration. They've been working on Sir Alfred's case pro bono for years, and having solved his problems, Sir Alfred needed only to claim the papers in order to resume the life he'd put 11 years earlier. But as far as Sir Alfred was concerned, he was an entirely different person from the man who'd entered Charles de Gaulle in 1988. MoistCr1tikal Nassiri might be free to go, he stated, but Sir Alfred is not. But what about his search for his biological
there is no Moran.
He's talked about it for so many years, Bourget told the Sunday Times. I thought at last he'd be able to go to Scotland and search for her properly. And after 11 years inside Charles de Gaulle, killing time on his red bench, eating fast food fish sandwiches every day for lunch, didn't he want to go home? Sir Alfred's response was startling. I'm already home, he said.
Oh no. Fuck, this is like something right out of a fucking anime. Well, a sad anime. A bad anime, really.
By the early 2000s, Sir Alfred had become something of a minor celebrity, and independent filmmakers and journalists were no longer the only ones interested in his story. The man who had been living in Charles de Gaulle for 15 years had caught the attention of Steven Spielberg. DreamWorks acquired the rights to his life story for a film titled The Terminal. Tom Hanks would play a character loosely based on Sir Alfred.
I had no idea this was based on anything.
Thank you. A stateless refugee stuck in an airport, eating fast food, bathing in the public restroom sink, sleeping on a bench.
But he gets
caught
jobs.
In a bureaucratic glitch that held
he gets jobs at the airport.
An international transit lounge.
I am delayed long time.
But the complexities of Sir Alfred's situation were much more paradoxical. The bizarre nuances of Moran's identity crisis, the fact that he could, in actuality, leave whenever he wanted, didn't make it into the Hollywood rendition, which was flattened into a romantic comedy that occasionally bordered on slapstick. When the film was released in mid-2004, a popular photo opportunity was Sir Alfred posing next to the poster, advertised in his home of 16 years. Some photographers even managed to capture the absurdity that he would likely never have the opportunity to see the movie. Publicity surrounding Sir Alfred during the film's release was at an all-time high, as people wanted to meet the
Bring him a fucking portable DVD player and just
Did you know
play
that
it.
a man has been living at Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris for more than 16 years? He has no possessions, no
Yeah, I
home,
like.
no
Whoa,
ticket,
by this
and
channel,
no money.
Phoenix
And now
Jones. Okay.
Hollywood has used his story as inspiration for a new film.
Alfred's story to the media was the same as it had been since the beginning. He was expelled from Iran, his papers containing his true identity were lost, and now he waited in Terminal 1 of Charles de Gaulle for their return.
He says that he's still, 16 years on, holding out for the return of his papers.
But the people most familiar with this situation knew the truth. The only person keeping him inside Charles de Gaulle was himself. The peculiarities of his situation deepened when it was revealed that DreamWorks had paid Sir Alfred a large sum to acquire the rights to his story. The exact figure differs among sources, but appears to be somewhere between $175,000 to $500,000.
You going to bed?
Sir Alfred simply deposited
Okay,
the
I'll say
money
goodnight
into
in a
his
sec.
airport post office savings account, where it remained out of sight and out of mind. While the terminal bore only a situational resemblance to Moran,
Thanks to Tier 1 Smiles.
those who wished to
Give sub
experience Sir Alfred's story firsthand would only have to wait a few months. In September of that year, Alfred published his autobiography, which he had spent years writing on his red bench, aptly titled Terminal Man. The book was co-authored by graphic novelist Andrew Donkin, published by a British division of Penguin Random House, and would be printed in multiple languages and editions.
Thank you.
Reader reviews were mixed, with reactions ranging from fascination and pity to outrage, both at Sir Alfred for his stubbornness and on his behalf.
For all your general douchiness, you can just rot for all I care. Wow, Jesus. Since you wrote this, probably not the emotion you were going for. It takes a combination of nasty bureaucracy, rank stupidity, pig-headedness, and indifference of others to get stuck in a terminal for that long. Well played, your dick majesty. Well played. Jesus, Tony. That's big talk from a guy who took a picture, what is this, on the toilet? What is going on here? I mean, the book might suck ass, to be fair, but this is scathing. He was stuck in a fucking airport for 9 years. Of course he lost his mind. Anyone would. Oh, right, you can't see his picture there. Yeah, that is wild.
For the bureaucratic potholes which allowed his statelessness in the first place. It was clear readers wanted to empathize with Sir Alfred, but their empathy was cut with frustration at his inaction. Moran would hold author signings from his red bench at Charles de Gaulle, since people who wanted an autograph knew exactly where to find him. Terminal Man has been out of print for some time, with only a few used copies circulating online, often priced to reflect its rarity, making it something of a collector's item. By the mid-2000s, Sir Alfred had enough money to begin a new life, and with the paperwork that he needed only to claim as his own within constant reach, his problems were now internal rather than external. Desperate attempts to persuade him to leave to resume his life only resulted
Ludwig is
in
the next Alfred.
As Dr. Bargain told the Baltimore Sun, he had offered to take Sir Alfred on vacation with his family to Brittany, France, but he refused. Many began to wonder, was his newfound international celebrity so beguiling that he was willing to remain on his red bench indefinitely for fear of losing it?
That is exactly what happened. His mind broke. It's all he knew. And the attention was what he craved the most.
What could? And was his insistence that he was still a hapless prisoner of the airport despite overwhelming contradictory evidence integral to the Sir Alfred persona he'd created for himself? The general assumption was that the trauma Moran had experienced throughout his adulthood had caused him to retreat into a fantasy reality, one in which he was now reluctant to escape. But that very same year, in September of 2004, a filmmaker would publish an investigative piece for The Guardian, which would call into question the few remaining details of Sir Alfred's backstory that had yet to be disproven.
Alfred, would you want to leave the airport or not?
Hitting him with it right point blank.
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing. I don't want to leave. I don't want to leave the airport without you knowing what you're going to do. I can help you. I can. These people at this place in Paris, they said that they can handle it. They're experts in this. You could go there. You could sleep there.
You didn't finish it?
2004 would be one of the most noteworthy years for Sir
fuck?
Alfred. With the release of The Terminal and subsequent publication of his autobiography,
Thanks, Honey Crisp. Hope you're having a good night.
More people began turning their attention to the man who'd lived inside Charles de Gaulle for 16 years. This proved both good and bad for Sir Alfred. He clearly enjoyed the spotlight, but as more attention came to his situation, the less control he had over the narrative. The cracks in his story had been showing for years, but it wasn't until filmmaker Paul Berkseller's investigative profile of Sir Alfred, titled The Man Who Lost His Past, did these cracks widen.
Not a very good clickbait title.
Sir Alfred
How about the man who lost his past and lives in an airport for 16 fucking years?
Spent nearly a year at Charles de Gaulle in order to film what he referred to as a low-budget art house feature, titled Here to Where, detailing the life of Sir Alfred in what IMDb has labeled a mock documentary. Berkseller had hoped that the conclusion of his film would be to convince Sir Alfred to finally leave Charles de Gaulle, with the final cinematic shot being the two of them leaving together through the airport exit. But just as those who had tried before and since, Berkseller found Sir Alfred immovable.
Alfred, I would love to see you. I'd love to see you on the stage, everyone applauding. You know, because you'd left the airport and we'd made this movie together.
Yeah, more successful.
Imagine how great it would be.
He's trying. He's going for the popularity angle. Very good. Very good, Paul.
Overshadowed by other films dedicated to Sir Alfred debuting around the same time, very few people have seen Here to Where. But Berkseller's investigative contribution to the story of Sir Alfred is arguably the most illuminating. With the publication of The Man Who Lost His Past, Berkseller had done what none had done before him. He'd made contact with Moran's family back in Iran, and he asked them the questions many had been wondering for years. If Sir Alfred had come from such a large family, why hadn't any of his 5 siblings attempted to help him? His location, after all, was no mystery.
Holy shit.
It turns out they had. On multiple occasions, family and friends
it just keeps going.
Sir Alfred at Charles de Gaulle. But instead of their brother Moran Karimi Nasiri, they found the British-born Sir Alfred, who simply refused to acknowledge them. He pretended they were complete strangers. The second revelation came when Berkseller had asked after Alfred's expulsion from Iran, his arrest and torture at the hands of Iran's Savak domestic security force for his protest against Mohammad Reza Pahlavi. As Berkseller writes, Alfred participated in a student strike at Tehran University in 1970 to object to a new university regulation. Things started to get out of hand and Savak got involved. They questioned all the students and gathered up the ringleaders, about 20, including Alfred.
So that was a lie!
After a few hours of
what the fuck?
The university classroom,
I don't know what to believe!
Was apparently dropped. This was evidently Alfred's only serious problem with the security services. There was no arrest.
This guy started to live fanfic.
Passport and no deportation.
What?
Berkseller continued. It was not nearly as dramatic of a story as Alfred remembered, but perhaps the most startling of all.
What the fuck? So he had his passport and everything the whole time? What the fuck? Wait, is that what that means then? This guy just said one day, I just want to live in a fucking airport. The twists in this are nuts! Jesus Christ! Oh, right. They found it in Belgium because he shipped it to Belgium. Right, you're right. I forgot. They did find all of his shit because he sent it all to Belgium. Sorry, there's so many moving parts to the Sir Alfred extended universe here. Good God. This is nuts. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna go say goodnight to Tiana real quick. I'll be right back. Thanks for the resub, literally owner of Twitch. He was trying to gain squatters' rights. Yeah, just take over the airport by living there long enough. I'll be right back. I'm back. Thanks to the Prime Colbert. And thanks to the Tier 1 Demon Phoenix. Give me 1 second. I was gonna look something up, but I don't want to spoil it. We still have 10 minutes left of it. I don't want to be spoiled on anything. Okay, never mind. Let's run it.
It was not nearly as dramatic of a story as Alfred remembered. But perhaps the most startling of all was the debunking of Sir Alfred's reason for leaving Iran in the first place, the illegitimacy of his birth. Berkseller couldn't contact Sir Alfred's Iranian mother, the woman who'd reportedly shunned him and sent him on his European journey in search of his birth mother, because she'd passed away years earlier. But according to Sir Alfred's siblings, she was heartbroken at the accusations. Moran, after all, was her biological son, and she never told him otherwise.
What the fuck?
Many had long speculated this aspect of Sir actions.
He made up everything? Every single aspect of his fucking movie protagonist life was fabricated? This is wild. Thanks to the resub Obi-Wan and Crankshaft. No, I haven't heard of that game, Rotalk. Wow. This is like actually the wildest fucking story. This is just so nonsensical. This guy trapped himself in an airport for 18 years and convinced everyone that it wasn't his choice and came up with like the saddest fucking craziest story you could think of with all of the plot twists of like some old fanfic, My Immortal shit. And none of it is real. And this was just to be in like newspapers and movies. Imagine what he would have done to be TikTok famous. Again, ahead of his time. He was a pioneer. The clout-chasing progenitor here.
Moran, after all, was her biological son.
Thanks to Tier 1 Crabs and the Prime Guacamole.
Many had long speculated this aspect of Sir Alfred's story was fabricated. Regardless of how fundamental to his residence at Charles de Gaulle it was, the glaring counter-evidence, his distinctly Middle Eastern appearance, couldn't be hidden.
Il me disait qu'il était résultat des amours illégitimes entre son père, médecin, et une infirmière anglaise. Il a quand même pas une tête d'anglais. Il fait adhérer tout le monde à son délire.
With the foundations of Alfred's origin story disproven, the question arose, what exactly was he doing there in the first place?
Yes.
And why wouldn't he
Why,
leave?
Alfred?
As Philippe Bargain told the Sunday Times, he is completely lucid and functional, but he is pathological. To be honest, he'll probably die here.
Oof. And just one day decided I don't want to be at the airport anymore. And he just left.
By 2006, Sir Alfred had lived in Terminal 1 of Charles de Gaulle for 18 years, nearly a third of his life. He'd watched ever-changing fashion trends, significant scientific leaps forward, and the ushering in of a new millennium, all from his red bench scattered with newspapers and cigarette butts. Many wondered, if Moran still fostered plans of one day leaving, would he be mentally equipped to re-enter a transformed society of which he had only vicarious exposure? As Dr. Bargain told the New York Times, he believed Alfred would need to be weaned from the airport, like an addict. The young man who'd first arrived in 1988 had grown gaunt, sallow, and gray. As a semi-permanent fixture of the Charles de Gaulle pre-departures interior, he reportedly hadn't stepped outside since 1999, where he witnessed a total solar eclipse.
That was the only thing that got him outside to watch the eclipse? That shit is always so boring.
Never leave the airport of his own volition. Terminal 1
That's probably why he didn't go back outside
his
again.
own history, become
Fucking
someone
bored.
else entirely. Leaving would be an admission that he was, and had always been, Mehran Karimi Nassiri from Iran, an identity he no longer wished to carry.
Why don't you speak to me in Persian?
Off. No
What
more.
are you afraid of?
I am not afraid of anything here. I want to help you. I'm sorry.
But in July of 2006,
It's like talking
Sir
to an
Alfred was
Oblivion
taken from Charles de
NPC.
Gaulle by ambulance. A health emergency beyond the resources of the airport medical center required his relocation to a nearby hospital. The exact details of Sir Alfred's condition weren't reported, and therefore left to speculation. Unlike his mental health, the airport doctor had reported over the years that his physical health was normal, despite a diet consisting almost exclusively of McDonald's. But a clue can be found in a book review of The Terminal Man, where a traveler passing through Charles de Gaulle in 2005 spoke with Sir Alfred after purchasing a copy of his book. Sir Alfred had disclosed that he had a brain tumor and was grateful for the sale because he would need it for his medical bills.
What?
Several photos and videos also feature a growth on the top of his head that appeared to grow larger over the years. One can't know for sure the reason for his medical emergency, but once Sir Alfred had been relocated for treatment, his stint inside Charles de Gaulle had finally come to an end. Sir Alfred remained in the hospital for several months, eventually being transferred to a local shelter provided by Paris's Emmaus Solidarity movement in early 2007. His red bench hovel near the window overlooking the fountain was disassembled, the traces of an individual living there for nearly 2 decades erased. The peculiar story of Sir Alfred's life inside Terminal 1, while arguably the most high-profile case, is not the only one of its kind. Across the world, many others have experienced their own lengthy layovers, with several cases still ongoing. But unlike Moran, most are doing so involuntarily. The list of such instances is long.
Yeah, I've definitely heard of it for like a week at most.
American whistleblower Edward Snowden, who spent over a month inside an international airport in Moscow, awaiting asylum after fleeing the United States.
Like the prime condition in Reset Whiskey
Putin this
and
morning
movie music.
also told reporters in Finland that Snowden remains in a transit zone at the international airport in Moscow.
A refugee named Hassan Al-Kantar was stuck in a Malaysian airport for 7 months.
No, I don't
after
have one
being
actually,
exiled
Colt.
from Syria following his
I don't have that
refusal
card.
to join the military. Due to an expired visa, Kantar was stranded in Kuala Lumpur International from March to October of 2018 before being granted asylum in Canada. Kantar made the most of his situation by posting daily pictures and videos on Twitter to his audience of supporters.
Good morning, everyone, from Kuala Lumpur International Airport. Always and forever. It's almost 4:30 a.m. now. I'm trying to sleep. I could not yet, but it's okay. Some nights are harder than others.
The Hassan family, including 4 small children, were stranded for 50 days inside a Moscow airport due to allegations of forged visas. A handwritten sign that stated, "Please don't touch our things because we are living here," was placed at the borders of their makeshift home. Seeking asylum is among the most common reasons individuals have found themselves trapped.
Yeah, so these are like
Rejected from
real,
their country of
unlike
refuge,
Sir
unable
Alfred,
to
who just
return
wanted to
home,
live
and
there
with
for
no
some
other
reason.
options than to remain where they are. A few instances of people living in airports voluntarily have occurred. Denise D'Souza, who reportedly ran away from home as a teenager due to arguments with his stepmother, has remained in GRU International in Brazil for the last 20 years.
What?
Those who visit Terminal 2 of the Sao Paulo airport will likely
What
see
the
an
fuck do you
honest
mean?
McDonald's coffee cup in hand. After being given an ultimatum by his wife and in-laws to either quit smoking and drinking or move out of the house, Wei Zhongwao has lived inside Terminal 2 of Beijing International Airport for the last 10 years. It's a public place, he said of his new home.
What?
Anyone can come.
The fuck?
Sir Alfred's motivation for living in Charles de Gaulle is less clear. Dr. Bargain theorized to the Irish Times that Moran may have originally fled his home country to avoid conscription in the Iran-Iraq War. But his decision to remain, to continuously move the goalpost for leaving,
Thanks to the
acting
gift
as
sub
both
smiles.
captive and captor, is perplexing. As Sir Alfred may have feared, once he was no longer the man inside the airport, the media lost interest. News coverage regarding his current whereabouts is scant. Occasional rumors suggest him to be alive and currently living in Paris, although confirmation from credible sources appears non-existent. But whatever came of Moran Karibi Nassiri, he fought long to win the name Sir Alfred. The identity of a man who could adapt to the white noise of hundreds of
Prime
people
G's
constantly
and Deadbird.
surrounding him, who would sit at his red bench and watch passengers journey back to their homes, letting go of his desire to do the same. We can only wonder if he took that identity with him as he entered the city he'd watched from behind his window for 18 years. Or if MoistCr1tikal left Sir Alfred behind in Charles de Gaulle where he belonged.
He did pretend also that he was American. He did pretend that.
What a fucking story! Holy shit! God damn! So, okay, let's see. Where is he at now? Should I look up Sir Alfred or like his actual? I'll just do Sir Alfred. Oh, it still comes up the same. Yeah, just, wow. There is almost nothing recent about where he is now. Yeah, the second he wasn't in the airport, nobody cared. That's fucking sad. So she casually dropped another one. So there's a guy in Brazil living in the airport for 20 years? Because he got into an argument with his fucking mom? She told him to stop playing video games. He just fucking flipped over his desk and then decided to live at the airport for 20 years? Let's see, who is that guy? It was Denise Luiz de Souza. He's been living in a Brazilian international airport for 19 years. Oh my fucking god. Is there a story on him? Thanks to the tier 1 Squeaky and the Prime Godzilla and the bits needed for. Thanks, pal. Yeah, maybe in a minute. I don't know about that one, Raiden. How did he wank? He probably didn't need to. Sir Alfred didn't need to wank. How are more people not talking about this guy? He is still living in the airport.
You might have heard about people getting stuck in airports due to visa issues or other matters relating to bureaucracy. But what about someone who just lives there, like chooses to live there? The man we're going to talk about today,
No, Hive Mind ended last week. It was the finale.
But that isn't because he can't leave. His name is Dennis Luiz de Souza. He's Brazilian, and his address is somewhere in Terminal 2, Sao Paulo Guarulhos International Airport, Brazil. He moved there in the year 2000, and from what we could see, he's still there now. But how can this happen? How does he get by? How come he's allowed to stay? Let's have a look. Dennis is now in his mid-30s, and from interviews he's given, it seems he arrived at the airport as a young man who was having problems at home. We're assuming he intended...
Yeah, I really don't want to watch it like that. I'd like to actually see and hear from the guy. Real articles and shit about him. Also, Buddyman was just talking about this channel earlier, saying that he fucking hates it, and now the entire chat is saying that they don't like this channel. I don't know anything about this channel, but man, it has a shit reputation, especially for having 10 million subs. I have no idea. I don't know anything about this channel. Thanks, Sir Alfred, for the $1. Cooking with Jesus, Mac and the meat. This? This is your channel, isn't it? Half the info is legit wrong or misappropriated. Thanks to the resub change slash and Beanman. Again, I haven't watched it, so I don't know. Thanks to Prime Fish Zapper and resub Tame. Greatest bank heist in Japanese history. Thanks to Tier 1 and Fred. Oh, it's another Kinto Bento. Have we seen this one? What from Kinto Bento did we watch start to finish? Was it the $1 billion heist or something? Because we finished the escape artist last. Oh yeah, it was this one. We finished the escape artist one.
I'm Kento Bento.
This video is made possible by Dashlane. Download Dashlane for free if you never want to lose another password again at the link in the description. Tokyo, December 10th, 1968. It was pouring rain.
Not really ripping it off, Mickey, I don't think.
Trust
Just
Bank
inspired
was
by.
on edge. Someone had threatened his life and those around him over the past few months. Just 4 days prior, a letter, one of recent many, was sent to his personal residence demanding 300 million yen or his house would be blown up with dynamite.
Holy
shit.
shit.
The letter was made up of characters cut out
Some
and
Looney
pasted
Tunes shit.
from movie magazines. Police were notified, and indeed they kept a close eye on the bank and his home, though this did not ease the mind of the bank manager, who shared his concerns with his branch employees. Now, of course, this is Japan, and work is work. The show must go on. With this in mind, the bank manager went on with his duties, sending 4 of his employees to the nearby Toshiba factory to make a scheduled drop. So off they went, taking the company car. But not long after leaving the bank, the 4 heard police sirens approaching. At that very moment, they happened to be next to a prison of all places. A police officer screeched to a halt in front of the car and frantically got off his motorcycle to warn them. The branch manager's home had just been blown up. People were injured.
Wait,
some
really?
Presumably worse. Despite police monitoring the locations, the perpetrator was still able to carry out.
Wait, so he actually successfully blew this shit up?
Additional threats were made. The bank in
These
particular
bits not
was
bad.
now a target, and branch employees were at risk, especially those who had left the bank earlier to carry out bank duties.
Why do you keep
including
spamming Jim Browning? I'm literally in the middle of watching
Their
something.
car
What the fuck is wrong with you?
searched. The officer got down underneath to check the car, but before he could do a proper search, an employee started noticing smoke and flames emerging from the vehicle. Fearing the car was about to explode, the officer desperately tried to roll out of the way. Everyone ran as fast as they could to safety, retreating behind the prison walls. They waited and waited for the explosion, but there was no explosion. They looked back.
Oh,
and
so they were
realized the company
fooled.
car was gone. The police officer was gone. Had he moved the car to safety? Confused, they called the Nihon
gifts of
Trust Bank
Stardust.
to
Thank you,
find out
Stardust.
what was going on. To their relief, the bank manager answered. He was alive and well. In fact, everything was fine there. The bank manager's home was never blown up. As the adrenaline wore off, it finally dawned on them what had happened. This was the moment the perpetrator had been setting up the past few months. Disguised as a police officer, he had now gotten away with what was to be the bonus payments of 523 Toshiba employees. The stolen amount totaled to 300 million yen or $6 million.
Not
Exactly the amount
bad!
he had asked for. On the ground, they found various items left behind, including a warning flare that the officer must have ignited while under the car to mimic dynamite. A reported 120 pieces of evidence was left behind at the crime scene, which is a lot and would normally be beneficial, but this was purposely done to mislead.
Whoa!
This worked.
What the
Half a
fuck? This is
century later,
nuts!
The case remains unsolved. Some say
Turns
this
out he
was the
trimmed his
greatest
pubic
heist
hair to live
in
DNA,
Japanese
but it
history.
wasn't his
There was
pubic
no
hair.
loss of life, no blood
A red
spilled.
herring.
The plan meticulously carried out by a single person, and in the end, the money taken. But there are many ways a bank heist can be great. There are many ways it can be notable. Take the case on May 15th, 2016. At around 5 a.m. in the early hours,
Oh,
cash
right,
was
Phoenix Jones, I
physically
forgot to do
withdrawn
that.
from an ATM
I like Phoenix
from
Jones.
a Tokyo 7-Eleven. The amount was 100,000 yen, about $880, which was the cash limit. Now, this doesn't seem too bad, but try repeating this 14,000 times across Japan in the span of just 2 hours, because that is exactly what happened. In total, 1.4 billion yen, about $13 million, was taken from ATMs alone. And this wasn't done electronically.
What?
It was done in person. Sure, it had to be some sort of a large, coordinated group, but the staggering number of transactions in a 2-hour frame made even this seem questionable. Compared to other notable cases, the largest known recorded number of participants to have been
How in
involved
the
in a
fuck?
single heist wouldn't have been able to pull this off either, unless they had superpowers. Involving an even larger team would presumably be unwise, as there'd be too many chefs in the kitchen. Now, after police completed their painstaking
Jesus
process
Christ!
of checking security footage of each 7-Eleven store, and yeah, it was only 7-Eleven's hit, they found their answer. In this particular case, the more chefs the better. It wasn't a team of 50 or 100 or even 200. it was 600 people. 600 people pulling off a sophisticated, highly coordinated heist using fake credit cards. Quite the contrast from the single perpetrator
Thanks to
of
Prime,
our first heist.
Toto,
Not
and Rusam
surprisingly,
Kaze.
most people have surmised with this many active participants, there must have been links to a large crime organization. But as of today, despite the numbers, no one of note has been caught. Now, here's a quick one. Kobe, August 7th, 1990.
How in the fuck can you not catch a single person in that if you knew exactly what places they were hitting with security cameras? How does that happen?
The story so unique is
How do you
that
fuck
10
that up?
days after the heist, the bank, still reeling from the events, received a note from the robbers. The note read, "Thank you very much for the bonus. We can now live on this loot for the rest of our lives." It was a sincere message of gratitude. Yeah, we all know the reputation Japanese people have for being polite, but this took it to another level. So the last 3 cases involved plans being executed perfectly
He's the prime
with
writer.
no loss of life. But not the case with the next one. We're going way back. January 26,
Thanks to Risa
1948.
Brendan.
Again in Tokyo, a man in his 40s walked into a branch of the Imperial Bank just before closing time. 16 people were inside, including customers and bank workers. He got everyone's attention and explained he was a government health inspector sent by the US occupation authorities. Remember, this was post-war Tokyo, still under US occupation. The man stated there was a sudden
These are some
outbreak
Frosty
of
Nips.
dysentery in the area, and he was to
Ooh,
carry
Oregon
out
Trail.
inoculations. In post-war Tokyo, the disease was a legitimate threat, so no one really doubted him. Add to the fact that the man was wearing an official government armband. He gave all 16 people a pill and a few drops of liquid, which they quickly drank. Now, it wasn't long until they fell, one by one, in agony.
Oh,
With
fuck.
everyone incapacitated, the so-called health inspector grabbed all the money he could find and calmly left. 12 of the 16 people would later be confirmed dead, including a young child. The solution they drank was a cyanide solution.
Holy
This was a
shit.
ruthless way to go about a heist, but what made this even more strange was that the man left behind a business card. He left it at the scene. The card was marked with the name Shigeru Matsui, apparently from the Department of Disease Prevention, which does make sense since he was pretending to be a health official. But Shigeru Matsui turned out to be a real person who actually worked for the Department of Disease Prevention. Not surprisingly,
He killed him
upon
and took the
investigation,
shit?
Matsui was cleared. He was not the robber. He had several alibis. But he told police he had exchanged business cards with 593 individuals.
How would he know that
Japanese
number?
people have the habit of exchanging business cards with personal details, so this was helpful. as
Oh, I
police
guess you could
now
just
had
look at every business card.
593 suspects. Over time, they were able to whittle down this number to just 8 cards, 8 suspects, one of which was a man named Sadamichi Hirasawa, a Japanese painter. When Hirasawa was questioned and asked to produce the card of Shigeru Matsui's, which he should have had, he could not. He claimed it must have been in his wallet, which was stolen the other day. He was a victim of pickpocketing. Police had a feeling they knew exactly where the card was.
He could have
When
just
asked to
lost the
produce an
card.
alibi,
I don't keep business
he could not.
cards.
When police looked into his history, they found 4 previous cases of bank fraud. When they searched his possession, they found a similar amount of money to that stolen from the bank. Hirasawa suspiciously refused to divulge how he got this money. Finally, when his face was shown to eyewitnesses, they immediately identified him as the poisoner. Upon further interrogation,
Oh, that was easy.
Hirasawa
Good work.
confessed. He was arrested for the robbery and the murders, and in 1950, he was given the death penalty. He was sent to death row to await execution by hanging. Case closed. Or is it? Because after the trial, some had doubts whether Sadamichi
What?
Hirasawa was indeed the perpetrator. Everything mentioned, circumstantial. In fact, it was revealed his confession was viciously beaten out of him.
Thanks to Tier 1
allegedly
Supreme
tortured.
in the Prime
There was
Yodi,
only 2 of the
Risa,
eyewitnesses who
Demon.
identified him as the criminal. Perhaps he was telling the truth. Perhaps he was really a victim of pickpocketing, as he claimed. The unexplained origin of the money in his possession was also thought by some to be from his side business of drawing pornographic pictures. Revealing this truth to police and to the public would have been detrimental to his reputation as an artist. There was also no way
So he was a
Hirasawa could have
hentai artist?
realistically obtained the ingredients for what turned out to be a military-grade cyanide solution used in the robbery. Interestingly, some have claimed that the true culprit was actually a former member of the notorious Unit 731, a covert biological and chemical warfare research and development unit of the Imperial Japanese Army that undertook lethal human experimentation during wartime. If so, this would explain the accessibility to the poison. The Minister of Justice himself doubted Hirasawa's guilt, and so never signed the death warrant. This opinion was shared by successive ministers of justice, so the death sentence was never actually carried out. And so Hirasawa sat in prison on death row for the next 32 years of his life, one of the longest tenures ever on death row. And on May 10th, 1987, he caught pneumonia and died in a prison hospital. Despite the verdict, the case was never truly put to rest, and many people felt that the true culprit, all those years ago, would have been within grasp if only the focus was on the right person. This brutality
it does seem very odd that a painter would come up with that.
A new type of heist. January 25th, 2008.
That seems extremely hardcore.
Cybercrime. The Tokyo-based exchange CoinCheck, one of the most prominent virtual currency exchanges in Asia, was the
prime just Kier
the
and
biggest
some sauce.
cryptocurrency heist in history.
What do you mean water?
At 2:57 a.m., using overseas servers, hackers, disguising themselves as authorized users, were able to enter the system. They remained undetected for the next 8.5 hours, stealing 58 billion yen worth of the cryptocurrency NEM, which is about $530 million. Then they were gone. This incident became an embarrassment to the Japanese government, who had been trying to make Tokyo the global center for cryptocurrency. CoinCheck revealed they failed to implement the required extra layer of security, but even worse, the stolen currency had been kept online in a hot wallet, rather than in a much more secure offline storage facility known as a cold wallet. This is similar to if a convenience store kept significantly large amounts in a cash register, instead of an off-premise bank vault. Now, one of the stranger aspects of the heist is that the stolen virtual funds were able to be traced online, because transactions for Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies are all public. And so the $530 million worth was eventually traced back to 11 specific addresses. But the identities of those sending and receiving the money, unfortunately, remained anonymous. Indeed, no one yet has been caught, but the developers of NEM were able to label the 11 addresses with specific warning tags for all to see. They also set up a tracking tool to automatically reject exchanges involving the stolen funds. Of course, the most frustrating part of this is that it all easily could have been avoided if CoinCheck just added that extra layer of security. And really, it's not just big companies. Most people today are
I imagine they'd already cashed it out like that same day.
Same password for every account
they
have.
couldn't have.
Now, if this is you, congratulations. You have bad habits just like me, but that's okay. I'm segueing here because Dashlane makes keeping track of all your passwords.
I see why you saved that one for last. That first one, though, is fucking wild. That first bank heist where the guy left 120 pieces of evidence to confuse detectives is nuts. I'd like to know a little more about that, but I think that's the only place that we could find that story. Or maybe that's like the whole thing. I don't like BuzzFeed Unsolved. That just sounds sad. Long-winded doesn't sound fun. Yeah, I watched Ethan Becker's video. It was very good. And I don't know how to accept the challenge. But I would win, I think. Thanks to the Tier 1 Camping Cappy. Oh, you seen the SpongeBob Skid Theory? I started it, but I never finished it. He's the prime Daryl. Oh yeah, Phoenix Jones, was that from Rain? Oh, from Atrocity Guide? She did the one we just watched with the man the man who lived in an airport for 18 years. Okay, well, let's see. 51 minutes? We went down the Phoenix Jones rabbit hole already, but I've never seen the whole story.
The streets of their hometowns, seeking out injustices where they might be of service.
Thanks for your
Some
ditto
are
and
looking
never
for
sleep.
crime to document, report, or in rare cases,
Not a bad
intervene.
idea, Moldy.
Others are simply hoping to inspire their community with small acts of heroism, such as handing out food to the hungry or giving a car ride to a would-be drunk driver. As homage to their comic book inspirations, they adopt colorful costumes and pseudonyms, like Red Bud Woman and the Crimson Canuck. Each has a different MO. Polar Man travels the streets of Canada, shoveling snow from driveways.
Aww.
The DC Guardian patrols the United States Capitol, handing out copies
re-estate.
of the Constitution. Most consider their efforts a type of inspirational cosplay, with a bit of live-action roleplay included for theatrical effect. But of those who have truly modeled themselves after their fictional counterparts, who devote their lives to martial arts training,
Phoenix
push
Jones
their
had a
bodies to
cameo
peak
in
fitness,
Infamous.
confront criminals who react violently toward them, and operate alongside a police force who are continuously looking for reasons to get them off the street, there may only be one.
Furthermore, whenever you inject yourself into an issue, there's always the problem that could get worse, and that is people can misconstrue intentions, it can escalate the situation.
Armed with a $10,000 bulletproof suit, a stun gun, 2 million Scoville pepper spray, and a GoPro, Phoenix Jones is perhaps the closest thing to a comic book hero we've ever seen. And during his decade of activity, his fans have watched him transform from hero to anti-hero and finally, to what he'd fought so long to protect Seattle against.
I guess it's true, what they say.
Yeah.
You live long enough as the hero, see yourself become the villain.
Very bad.
I guess.
This is the rise and fall of Phoenix Jones.
I won't spoil the story. I'm very curious to see the whole lore now, but I know how it ends, unfortunately. He was never the hero? What do you mean? He kinda was. I mean, he'd try and break up street fights and then call the cops.
Phoenix Jones, Guardian of Seattle, and his story begins in late 2010 when local news began reporting on a mysterious figure who, nearly every night, disappeared into the hidden room of a comic book shop and emerged in a black and gold costume. In the beginning, the learning curve for what he hoped to accomplish proved steep. Patrolling areas rich with nightlife, Jones would occasionally encounter little more than an obnoxious bar patron who needed calming down. Finding crime was nearly as difficult as fighting it. It was pretty embarrassing, Jones told a reporter of Seattle Met, speaking of his early patrols. I walked around downtown and didn't see any crime. But in January of 2011, Jones began to cut his teeth on the extreme brand of heroics that he would ultimately become known for.
One local man came within seconds of having his car broken into, perhaps stolen, until a superhero came to his rescue.
And you just start sticking it down inside between the window here and the rubber strip.
Dan was calling 911, but help flew in before he finished dialing.
From the right, this guy comes
I know about the killer bean
in,
thing.
just wearing this skin-tight rubber black and golden suit and starts chasing him away.
The attention Jones got from the single incident solidified his niche.
He's the prime small boy.
In order to separate himself from the growing community of other real-life superheroes, Jones believed he would have to put himself in the precarious situations that others wouldn't dream of. As he continued, Jones began breaking up street fights, attempting to intimidate drug dealers, and in doing so, incurred many injuries.
Yeah, he got his ass beat a lot.
Another kicked him and broke his nose. It's under my eye over here on this. I can see
Yeah.
But the injuries didn't deter him. He appeared to romanticize the bellicose portrayals of comic book heroes, and he was on his way to becoming one, despite the attempts of Seattle police to dissuade him.
And now police say enough is enough. Someone's gonna end up dead.
Don't insert yourself into those situations. If you see something, call 911.
He forgot how to learn to
Law
fight.
enforcement weren't the only ones to disapprove. Jones was largely condemned by other costume heroes who considered him delusional and worried his efforts would be harmful to their overall reputation. For the first time, we have someone who agrees with our overall purpose but doesn't agree with our methods.
Night Owl?
Hero Night Owl told the Wall Street Journal.
It's not putting on a super suit and finding bad guys to fight.
Okay, hold on. Sorry to do this to you, but I gotta know.
Night Owl told the Wall Street Journal.
Like, it wouldn't let me pause. Night Owl of Portland, Oregon. What did he do? He's a tier 1 bipolar. Let's see. I want to look up all these heroes. Okay, so Night Owl of Portland, Oregon, part of the Real Life Superhero Project. But what does he do? He was a firefighter with experience in Iraq, but he wasn't a soldier. He received EMT training, became a certified paramedic. So does he just go around, like, helping people that are, like, overdosing or something? I can't find anything on him except the Wikipedia page that he wrote. Like, what does he do? He created a manual for superheroes. Okay, here we go. He patrols and gives handouts. Okay. I mean, good enough. Honestly, if you this'll just be to anyone out there that wants to be like a vigilante helping, just travel with Narcan. That's what it's called, right? Narcan? What is it? What is that shit that literally brings people back to life? I think it's Narcan. That nasal spray? That shit is like an actual miracle for people that are overdosing. Like if you want to be a real hero, just travel around and just have that and save people who have overdosed that night. Like you'd help. I don't know how much traveling around and getting your ass beaten would help somebody, but that would actually fucking help. I had no idea how effective that was until recently. I saw a video on it. Shit is crazy. I wouldn't be surprised if you gave that to a dead body and brought them back to life. It seems so potent. Thanks to the Prime, Ham Sandwich, and Super Sammy.
It's not putting on a super suit.
Oh, also, sorry, I said I was going to do this for all of them. Dark Guardian, what does he do? This is also from the Real Life Superhero Project. It looks like he plays people in basketball. He's an American real-life superhero in New York. He goes out fighting crime, helping those in need. He's been known to take on drug dealers, pimps, and gangs. What? Does your Dark Guardian, like, actually, like, he beats ass? And he opened a superhero school. Alright. I can't find any, like, news articles or videos of these other ones, but Phoenix Jones is well documented.
Real life isn't that way. Real crime
Thanks
fighting
for some
doesn't
PGD and Golem and Succulent.
If you act that way, you're probably gonna make things worse.
Jones was certainly an outlier in
probably
the
not very
real-life
common big
superhero
T's.
community, a community which can be traced back to the 1970s with the charismatic Californian
I'm
known
really
as
sorry to hear that,
Captain
TBR.
Sticky.
It's fucking terrible.
Retiring in his 20s after inventing corrugated fiberglass, Richard Pesta of San Diego devoted his life to becoming America's first Cape Crusader.
Oh.
Like many after him, Captain Sticky's approach was
Not a good name. Not a good name.
His costume and outrageous persona
Captain
served
Sticky.
as bait for the media.
Sounds
who
like
gave
he's
him
like a
platform he
pre-cum
needed to
bender.
speak out against injustices, such as the poor conditions of elderly homes or greedy auto mechanics upcharging their less knowledgeable customers. Of the modern era, many cite Master Legend of Florida as one of the first to seek out crime and physically intervene.
Oh, shit!
Get a taste of that next time you want to hurt a little kid.
Patrolling Winter Park just outside of Orlando, Master Legend comes equipped with his Master Blaster, a homemade cannon that fires plastic Easter eggs filled with cayenne pepper and rock salt.
What? The Master Blast! You've been Master Blasted! Bitch!
Master Legend
Take
and
that!
Captain Sticky were novelties at their time of arrival. In recent decades, an
This is
influx
awesome.
of individuals following in their footsteps
Fuck
began to
yeah.
permeate the streets of metropolitan cities. Mr. Full Moon of Tokyo, Japan. The Black Rat of Sydney, Australia. The more news outlets reported on these individuals, the more they seemed to crop up.
Was he Rowlo? I never heard that.
Names like Asylum, Fool King, and Professor Midnight.
Oh, sweet.
Although
Thank you,
often
Tastic,
accused
for the
of
bits.
being
Kind
naive,
words.
many of these heroes understand the scope of what they can realistically accomplish inside the law. While ideologies vary within these individuals and organizations, common mantras include staying safe, remaining on the good side of law enforcement, and making a difference where one can. But not only did Phoenix Jones stand in stark contrast with his community, he seemed to look down on them. "I don't call them real-life superheroes," he told writer John Ronson, who interviewed Jones in an emergency room as he was being treated for a stab wound. "I call them real-life sandwiches."
Jesus Christ!
But this separation from the community didn't seem to hinder Phoenix. On the contrary, by mid-2011...
There's a lot you can say about Phoenix Jones, but he was kind of a fucking badass. He said this with a stab wound in the emergency room. Like, he's kind of fucking cool. Like I said, when we first went down the Phoenix Jones rabbit hole, I haven't seen this video, but we watched his content that he used to post. I thought he was pretty fucking badass. Like, he earned that cameo in Infamous. Like, goddamn.
Sandwich handlers. But this separation from the community didn't seem to hinder Phoenix. On the contrary, by mid-2011, Phoenix was well on his way to becoming the world's most famous real-life superhero. During his patrols, Jones would be approached for pictures, autographs, even requests for video shoutouts.
This is Phoenix Jones. If you're not listening to bass rock, you're foolish right now. Seriously.
And it wasn't long before Phoenix managed to inspire a small coalition of like-minded individuals who costumed themselves to join him on patrol. El Caballero, whose appearance seemed to pay tribute to luchadors, became one of Jones's closest allies.
And you're not a wimp if you call 911.
Purple Rain, whose focus was domestic assault awareness and prevention, served as strategist and monitored a police radio in order to direct the group to where they might be needed.
So I went to the City of Seattle's website where the police file all their reports, so I look and see what kinds of crimes are happening, if the police respond, and I just factor in all this different data. And I say, you know what, this is where we need to be.
Well, we gotta send Phoenix Jones out there, baby. Get his ass beat.
Phoenix had very specific attributes he wanted in his fellow superheroes. They needed to know how to fight. Military and martial arts background was a strict prerequisite, and the recruits stayed sharp with regular training.
Average police response time in Seattle is 5 minutes. We're gonna try to basically hold off an attacker. Me, Evo being the superhero, we're gonna try to keep it going for about 5 minutes is the goal.
Thanks to resub Potato.
By late 2011, the group had accumulated around 10 members. With names like Buster Doe, Midnight Jack, and Red Dragon, they were a diverse cast of characters. But
Buster Doe. This is like Dwight from The Office here. He just grabbed a hoodie and put underwear on his face. What the fuck is this costume? Come on, man. Phoenix Jones invested $10,000 in a literal bulletproof costume, and you're cruising in his crew looking like a fucking jockstrap? Come on, Buster. What are you doing?
Jack and Red Dragon, they were a diverse cast of characters. But unified under the leadership of Phoenix Jones, they became the Rain City superhero movement.
Thanks to the resub SMD and Untidy and Ogmeyer. Thanks to the resub Gucci.
Pitch Black's gonna go undercover and attempt to make a drug buy. I don't usually look like this. And once he sees the drugs or the thing, we're gonna come in and bust him.
God, like these were really bold things that he was doing. Unironically, like really bold.
Here's what's going on. We got cameras all over, and we saw what was going on.
Thanks to the gift sub Tactical.
Because we saw what's going on. We're not putting up with it anymore. We're tired of it, man. People keep selling drugs in the city, polluting the block, and we're just not putting up with it. Hey, this is a bitch. It's kind of funny, but I'm dead serious.
Phoenix's approach remained polarizing, as he often invited camera crews to follow him on patrol. Some sensed Jones cared more about his own celebrity than improving his community. Have you really made the best uses of media attention to further the causes you claim to serve? Fellow Seattle-based hero Ravenblade asked in an open letter to Jones. Have you really acted like a hero?
Damn, Ravenblade.
The criticism was largely engulfed by outspoken supporters who considered Phoenix Jones the first legitimate real-life superhero, a distinction from the costume street performers many had come to associate with the movement.
Appreciate it, man.
They continued, allegedly chasing down a suspect in a stabbing, even stopping a bus from being hijacked. Phoenix and Purple Rain were married, and the two of them together serving as the dual public face of the group seemed to be good PR. Interviewers and media outlets were divided.
Jesus, kind of like
Some
The
wishing to
Boys.
scold the heroes.
It's about Nightwing and
It's like
Batgirl,
right out of The
That's what it
Boys.
is. It's more about
A
that
superhero
than anything
marriage.
else, is it not?
Some choosing instead to highlight their accomplishments.
Tell us what happened the night Phoenix saved your life.
A man was getting violent with security at a nightclub.
Thanks to
He
Reset
proceeded to
Batavis.
get violent with me and my group of friends. Phoenix ran in and pepper sprayed the guy and diffused the entire situation.
How did you hear about it?
The group was earning a bit of respect, and with Seattle having a crime rate 126% above the national average, receiving an F rank on AreaVibes.com, the Rain City superhero movement had their work cut out for them. But the interventionist approach the heroes employed often skirted the lines of legality.
Put your hands. Stay right here. Stay down.
The process of a citizen's arrest, which the heroes regularly performed, is a complicated and unpredictable one, as it's often easy to mistake the context of a given situation. Jeremy McHenry of MPS Security Services had this to say of the concept of a citizen's arrest. You're going to be sued if you mess up. You can be arrested for making a false arrest. Many understood that Jones's reckless approach would sooner or later catch up with him, so it was no surprise that in late 2011, the inevitable happened.
A so-called superhero in Seattle is under arrest.
Yeah. But look at, he's the first one to charge in, goddammit.
Phoenix
He's on the front line.
and fellow hero Ghost were out on patrol when they witnessed a crowd of people congregating beneath a viaduct. From the distance up the street where the heroes stood, it looked like a street fight. Phoenix ran in, shouting to the group to break it up, instructing Ghost to dial 911 as was their protocol. But rather than thanking Phoenix for his assistance, the group turned on him. Phoenix, unable to verbally control the situation, employed the use of his pepper spray. The police arrived soon after, their patience with Jones already spent, and took statements from both parties.
Exit Prime Electric.
According to Jones, what he thought he was running into was an assault. But according to a police report, the group was, quote, dancing and frolicking around with each other when a masked man came running and
cyber goth
toward them,
rave under the
coating area
bridge.
in pepper spray.
I see.
The last paragraph of the police report
fucked
notes
up.
that this was the second complaint of the night regarding Jones, who had pepper sprayed a group of nightclub patrons some hours earlier. Although Jones was gone by the time the officer arrived at the scene, he described the distinct scent of pepper spray lingering in the air. The Seattle
Phoenix
Police
Jones
Department
calling
decided
card.
to make an example out of Phoenix, and he was arrested for assault.
Thanks for the gift sub, Ash.
After sitting in a jail cell overnight, Jones made his $3,800 bail and emerged to a team of reporters waiting outside the courthouse. Phoenix welcomed them to congregate around him, and in a move that shocked everyone, he unmasked himself and greeted the cameras for the first time as Benjamin Fodor.
I'm Phoenix Jones. I'm also Ben Fodor. I also protect the city. I also am a father. I also am a brother. I'm just like everyone else.
Damn, the big reveal!
Born in Texas in 1988, Benjamin
It's like
Fodor
when Tony
spent
Stark
time
revealed
in
that he was Iron
orphanages
Man.
before finding a family and relocating to the Pacific Northwest. Benjamin and his brother Karos both shared a love of fighting.
Oddly
Each
erotic.
pursued competitive mixed martial arts at a young age. According to Tapology.com, Benjamin, who fought under the name
Holy
Flat Top,
shit.
boasted an impressive amateur record of 11 wins and no losses.
Fuck.
But whereas his brother continued into the professional ranks of organizations such as Strikeforce and UFC, his younger brother Benjamin decided to put his skills to more unconventional uses. But aside from the martial arts background, the conditions which stemmed the most well-known real-life superhero couldn't have been more unassuming. Benjamin was a father of two working at a daycare for children with special needs. His origin story goes like this. One morning, Benjamin found his car broken into, his driver's side window shattered, and a black ski mask laying atop the broken glass on the street. His son, cutting himself in the glass, had to be taken to the emergency room. Phoenix kept the mask, and days later, when a close friend was assaulted outside of a nightclub while a group of spectators watched, too afraid to intervene, Phoenix decided the ski mask would serve as the basis for an alternate identity. A moniker was
That's
chosen.
super, or like,
the word
that's like
Phoenix
super
has roots in
wholesome
Greek
almost.
folklore associated
Like
with
sad, but
rebirth,
That's a really good origin for a real
One of the most common
superhero.
American last names is meant to represent the notion that ordinary citizens can hold others accountable for their actions. His costume was commissioned from Extreme Design FX and then sent to Baker Ballistics in order to be reinforced with bulletproof and stab-resistant plating. In an article from My Northwest, Fodor detailed some of his earliest attempts at vigilantism, well before he'd attracted any media attention. Confused as to how to begin, Benjamin took to simply brooding on rooftops. One night, upon witnessing a mugging, he climbed down the building's fire escape, a task which took minutes, only to find the criminal long gone by the time he reached the street. He'd purchased a net launcher, reminiscent of the old campy back attention. Northwest, upon witnessing a...
So in the early days of Phoenix Jones, the beta testing, he used to just climb on rooftops. And then the one time he saw something, the girl just insulted him. What are you doing? He already left. You look like Count Chocula. Oh no. And that only motivated him further. He then also invested in getting insult-proof suits. So that way he wouldn't feel the pain of insults as well. Holy shit, we're only 16 minutes into this. This is crazy. I feel like we've already learned so much.
Mugging, he climbed down the building's fire escape, a task which took minutes, only to find the criminal long gone by the time he reached the street. He'd purchased a net launcher reminiscent of the old campy Batman comics. Contrary to how he'd imagined the usage of this device playing out, Jones ended up trapping himself in it and was spotted by a passing police officer who took the opportunity to...
What hero didn't have a rocky start? It happened.
Early
Fucking happens, especially with a net launcher.
A grappling hook which seemed to fit with his persona but had no practical value. You think you're going to scale a building? A friend critiqued. What are you going to do when you get up there? Swoop down? Parachute down? You're not going to have enough distance for the parachute to even open. Although fans appreciated this insight into the man behind the mask, this move proved detrimental to Benjamin personally, as he was subsequently fired from his job at the daycare.
Oh, fuck.
And his custom-made suit was confiscated for evidence.
So why did they confiscate your suit?
Here's a suit. So the politically correct answer.
Wait, are you serious though? Like, I'm sorry to keep pausing, but this story is wild. He got fired because he revealed that he was Ben? But how would you not know he's Ben? You would recognize his voice, right? Like, I feel like I recognize people's voices super easily. So if you knew, like if you ever saw Phoenix Jones on the news and you heard him, you would know that that's him. I really feel like that was just some kind of bad publicity stunt from the daycare.
To Benjamin personally, as he was subsequently
parents
fired
complaining,
from his job
probably.
at the daycare,
Yeah, parents complaining.
and his custom-made suit was confiscated for evidence.
So why did they confiscate your suit?
Here's a suit. So the politically correct answer is to do an accurate investigation, we need to have everything that was involved.
Thanks for
The
some
fact that your
scam
identity was
krill in the
concealed by
Prime
a
delivery.
supersuit, therefore makes it evidence that we need to take to prove that you are the man underneath the suit.
Despite the feedback that he should put his persona of Phoenix Jones to rest, Benjamin doubled down. He had a backup suit, and he was confident the assault charges would be dropped once the video evidence came out. The evidence in question was obtained by videographer Ryan McNamee, who had been documenting the Rain City Heroes' nightly exploits. Based on the title Phoenix Jones Stops Assault, Ryan's first-hand interpretations of events differ from the reporting police officers. Many of the video's comments seem to also side with Phoenix. Even Jones's detractors suggested the arrest was an excuse to deter him. Later that month, the charges were dropped.
Nice!
Despite media
Phoenix Jones beats up criminals and beats up charges. Good work, Phoenix.
What an idiot. Okay.
That was awesome. That's the girl he's supposed to be helping. She's like, you fucking pepper sprayed me, you idiot.
Phoenix Jones was on his way to unprecedented stardom.
Oh yeah, he had his own comics for a little while. I remember that. Well, at least he had a comic. He had his own collectible action figure? Holy shit!
Jones was back with renewed enthusiasm, and a steady stream of encouragement from the largest fan base he'd ever had. But on the night of April 22nd, 2012, a tragic and random act of violence would mark a distinct attitude shift in Phoenix and the Rain City superhero movement.
What? What happened? Alright, hold on. Sorry to leave you on a cliffhanger, but I'm gonna fucking pee my pants. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. He's the Prime. Only King and Hamboy and resub Citan? And thanks to the bits, Tibbs. Also, there's one more thing I wanted to look up while I was thinking about it. What is the real-life superhero movement? They've referenced that quite a few times. Okay. Holy shit. Thanks to the resub Granola and Turkbun and Dak and the Prime Caligula. I haven't heard of that one before, Tibbs. Yeah, I can check it out. Yeah. I'm not finding too much about that. Thanks to Prime Green Dragon. Phoenix Jones really was like the only real superhero, it seems.
It was after midnight. 21-year-old Nicole Westbrook and her boyfriend were walking through Pioneer Square after leaving a comedy show, when suddenly shots rang out.
Oh,
gunshot!
this, okay.
Phoenix, along with Purple Rain and Pitch Black, ran toward the sound. Jones caught a glimpse of someone in a gray backpack as the potential shooter and followed him on foot for several blocks until police arrived.
There he is, there's the shooter, backpack running. Backpack running? Backpack running. Backpack running. Backpack.
I remember when we went down the Phoenix
Having
Jones
been
rabbit hole the
shot
first
through the
time we
cheek,
saw
Nicole
that.
suffered a shattered spine. An ambulance rushed her to the hospital where she passed away shortly after. Nicole was not believed to be the intended target. The source of the gunfire was determined to have been a drive-by shooting, leading police to believe the hooded figure the heroes were chasing was the target. The case of Nicole Westbrook remains open to this day, and anyone with potential information is encouraged to contact the Seattle Police Department. Jones would go on to cite the tragedy as his biggest failure.
And she's up the street and the medics are taking her away. The fire engine drives by and just washes the blood off the sidewalk.
What were you gonna do though, Phoenix, to be honest? Like, in a drive-by, you're gonna fucking flip the car over while it's moving?
People start walking by for work and just do their normal everyday life. And my world has completely changed and everyone else is exactly the same.
This event would continue to ripple throughout Jones's crime-fighting career, especially in his later years.
That's kind of
But
fucked up that
directly
he'd make a
following the
comic about
tragedy,
that.
There was scarcely time to process. Just a week later, Seattle was to host the May Day protest.
May Day mayhem in Seattle. Demonstrations turned violent as thousands of people clogged downtown streets.
Originally in response to poor labor conditions, the May Day protests began in Europe during the late 19th century and persist even today all across the world. Always held on May 1st, these events occasionally escalate in violent and unpredictable ways.
Broken glass, buildings and cars covered with spray paint. Tonight, downtown Seattle.
Phoenix Jones, along with Midnight Jack and El Caballero, were patrolling the protest, attempting to deter and control outbursts. When a protester inadvertently revealed a plan to blow up the Seattle courthouse.
The crowd was actually rumoring a bomb blowing up a building?
Tier 1, Ryan.
Yeah, that's what the people with the black masks were rumoring, because they're kind of dumb, and I don't know if they haven't been to Seattle, but they didn't know that I'm not part of their crew. So they just kept telling me stuff.
So you were infiltrating them? They thought because you
were just walking and they were wearing masks and we were.
Right, but because you are dressed up as a superhero, they thought this guy must be into craziness like us.
Exactly.
Perfect.
Phoenix and his colleagues attempted to notify the police, but they didn't seem to take the testimonials seriously.
You hear rumblings of this and you let the Seattle police know. Tell me how that conversation went.
Well, there wasn't really a conversation. I said, "Excuse me, sir, can I talk to you?" And he said, "We're busy." And I said, "I'm well aware, can I talk to you?" He said, "Yeah, give me a few minutes. Here's my card."
Oh.
And then that was it.
Here's my card? Police officer gave you his card?
Fearing an escalation, they followed the crowd of protesters to the courthouse, and it was there they witnessed rocks and something which was believed to be a failed explosive device being thrown through the glass windows and doors. Knowing Phoenix would be apprehensive to use pepper spray following his assault charge, Midnight Jack opted to be the one to incapacitate the group. When the police arrived, they arrested 8 of the protesters for destruction of public property. The group received their share of disapproving
idiots in superhero
reporter Adrian
I can't catch a fucking break.
As a combination of Batman and a mall cop. But one of the more entertaining opposers of the Rain City Heroes was a filmmaker named Ryan Corey, who decided the thing the group was truly missing was a villain.
Yeah, fuck!
My name is Rex Velvet. The people's villain, if you will.
I remember this.
Before you jump to conclusions, let me tell you that I'm a fair negotiator and
he was like the Riddler, but for Phoenix
Jones.
Jones.
Back down from you, Jones, until this city is rid of you.
His attempts to bait Phoenix into a campy online rivalry failed, but Ryan Corey stylizing himself as the villain Rex Velvet continued, calling into radio shows while in character, and managed to turn their fake rivalry into a moderately successful web series.
It was really well made, we watched it.
Your match.
Other supervillains joined in. Parody characters which targeted Jones began cropping up across YouTube and other social media.
Mr. Grimm here.
Yeah, Phoenix, I done created something now, huh? I got a new potion that's gonna turn the whole world against you.
But Ryan Corey and others would have to settle for a one-sided online feud. Jones simply took himself too seriously to engage with them.
I mean, to be fair, Phoenix Jones was literally going to the front lines of like the most dangerous situations he could put himself in. Like he was taking it seriously. He's not gonna get into fucking YouTube skits.
I live, I live in the real world, and I don't promote or even acknowledge people who want to do acts of villainy of any kind, even if it's not real.
Okay. Told you. Look at you, Phoenix Jones.
Priorities shifted for Jones in November of that year, when a video patrol log went viral, propelling his already budding celebrity into then uncharted territories.
On University Way, between 45th and 47th, suspect wearing an orange shirt. De-escalation not working just yet.
While on patrol with 4 other local heroes, Phoenix confronted a man punching the window of a parked car and shouting obscenities at the passengers inside. Police arrived shortly after with the heroes content to let them handle the situation. But after the assailant shouted a racial slur at Phoenix, Jones challenged him to mutual combat.
Yo, Washington's a mutual combat state. If you'd like to agree to fight,
oh my god.
If you would like to.
Mutual
he just dropped the gauntlets on him.
2 consenting parties to engage in a street fight.
I've never even heard of mutual combat states.
Or property damaged. Often cited as a vestige of dueling, mutual combat remains legal in portions of the United States, such as Washington State and Texas.
Oh yeah, Texas makes sense.
offered to engage suspect in orange shirt to mutual combat.
God, I wish they had used a good camera. Holy fuck.
Suspect appears ready to fight.
Sealing the deal with a
motion blur in a
handshake and
video
under the
game.
supervision of police officers, Phoenix Jones proceeded to knock out his opponent.
Fighting the suspect.
Ooh. I mean, Phoenix Jones was an 11-0 MMA fighter. Like, that guy had no chance.
Widespread reaction and commentary.
Oh, that's when you know you made a mistake.
Yep.
That first leg kick, you see the guy moving around.
Phoenix's celebrity and public presence were at an all-time high. Podcasts, talk shows, public service announcements, Jones rarely turned down an opportunity.
From the behalf of the Rain City superhero movement and costume discounters, you guys have a safe and fun Halloween. See you in the streets.
He did a Reddit Ask Me Anything, which was kind of bizarre, but provided insight into the kind of chaotic individual Phoenix was. Leading his fellow heroes into 2013, Jones would experience a brief golden age of heightened popularity, strong relations with police, and a series of disciplined, systematic patrols. But unbeknownst to Phoenix, a hidden fault line was beginning to appear, one which would not only grow to jeopardize the movement, but would foreshadow Phoenix's
Velvet?
ultimate and unexpected fall from grace.
Rex, that son of a bitch.
Awesome. Well, hello, everybody. Welcome to our patrol tonight.
Yes, hello, all four of you.
All right, I am pulling up the crime trends in Seattle lately here so we can see exactly what's going on.
Would you like us to come over there and take a look, babe?
Yeah.
All right, let's go take a look here.
With more fame than any real-life superhero had ever experienced,
God, I wish he had a
Jones
good
began to assume
camera.
a leadership role in not only the local superhero scene, but the national one. In February of 2013, he posted a video to his YouTube channel directly addressing other heroes, setting a strict standard of behavior he expected from them.
This is what's up. There's a lot of superheroes out here who are doing really stupid crap, and eventually we're all going to get shut down. You guys don't realize it, but there's a war going on out there you don't know about. And that war starts with the government not liking unregulated anything in mass numbers. There's 250 of us to 300 of us walking around with absolutely no accountability. It's going to stop pretty much now.
According to Jones, heroes had been patrolling with illegal weapons, regularly
what
breaking
the
laws under
fuck
a
was
misguided
that?
notion of vigilante weapons.
Is that a functional weapon?
Had been patrolling with illegal weapons.
She put a fucking ray gun on the top of her car? Jesus, what is it, fucking Tesla coil or something? It's like a backside of a clarinet with rings around it. I mean, there's no way that does anything, right? Besides just like light up, maybe?
Weapons, regularly breaking laws under a misguided notion of vigilantism. Phoenix was worried such missteps would cause a nationwide crackdown, potentially running the movement for everyone.
Oh man,
We really have to come together.
what a fighting
get this whole
discipline.
thing together, get a regimented
Clawing
plan
at
to
it.
this Before we get shut down.
Jones
Thanks, Reset
considered
2
his
trash.
brand of heroics to be one of the few sustainable out there. But his crew was small, and out of 300 heroes operating across the United States, the Rain City branch only accounted for 15. Phoenix unveiled an umbrella organization he referred to as the Alliance, which acted as a registry for heroes where they agreed to several of
Imagine if this
rules,
actually took
including
off.
wearing a bulletproof vest.
And then 10 years later, we have superheroes like Phoenix Jones doing a really good job.
Every criminal in the world who is aware of superheroes, when they look at you, they think that you fight crime. That's what they think you do. So whether you want to go out there and hand out a sandwich or not, you're still in danger of being injured. Don't be stupid, be prepared.
The selection for new recruits in Phoenix's hometown became increasingly rigorous.
True,
and
Wyatt.
in an interview with KIRO Radio, Jones admitted to rejecting 100% of the incoming applications.
The Rain City superhero movement is hiring, and applications are available right now.
So far, I've rejected 6 of the 6 applications I've got. Where they're like, I'm 7 feet tall and super buff right now. I don't know if there's a mask that'll fit over my giant meathead, but it's cool. I just want to walk around and punch people. Let's go. And I'm like, no.
At this point, Phoenix
That sounds like someone you'd want on your team, just
nightly for nearly
guide
3
them better.
years. In the beginning, he was critical of inaction, or what he called sandwich handling, but his new focus seemed to be on personal restraint. Although martial arts or military experience remained a prerequisite for joining, Phoenix began to reject people if they showed any inkling of violent tendencies.
I think there are some people in this city who are up to no good and need to be taught a lesson. On the other hand, there are lots of good people in this city who get taken advantage of on a regular basis, and that needs to stop.
Second part of the answer, awesome. First part of the answer worries me. Anytime anyone says needs to be taught a lesson, I get uncomfortable. Your demeanor doesn't strike me as generally violent type. You know, it could be the Clark Kent glasses throwing me off. We don't get to teach lessons. We get to stop people perpetrating crimes, and we get to give them to the authorities that are supposed to uphold the values that we all
That sounds pretty fucking noble. Like, that sounds pretty good.
A weekly schedule was posted with each patrol group consisting of a team leader, a medic, and a radio operator. Phoenix claimed the movement now included a legal team, although to what capacity I'm not sure. Aspiring heroes would be
super lawyer, fuck yeah.
Period, and they would be unable to even
he
choose
follows
a name
Phoenix around and lets him know what he's allowed to do.
Joined in 15 patrols, stopped a violent crime, assisted in a medical situation, ran the GoPro, ran the live stream, and written several patrol logs. At this point, the team would take a vote to determine whether the applicant became a full member.
With this application, you're extremely underqualified. But the part of it that I do like is it was really well thought out. As far as joining the main group of the RCSM, I think you would probably...
Thanks to the resub, Andrew. Good to see you, man.
The majority of video logs on Jones's YouTube channel were uploaded during this
I don't know what my
period.
superhero name would be.
On the surface, their operation seemed to be running more smoothly than ever. A lawful, by-the-book protocol enforced by Jones, diligent documentation, regular check-ins with the radio operator and other heroes.
Thanks to the prime floor.
I'm close enough to red to make contact. Should I do that? Over?
And thanks to the generosity of their fans, they were able to record evidence of most encounters, which seemed to result in a much healthier relationship with the Seattle police.
Officer Floyd. Hey, we have a video of the beginning of those guys over here pretending to flash or even maybe flashing the real gun. And there was a little altercation. I also confiscated some black tar heroin off and threw it down a drain. I got all that on video if you need it. Yeah, I got it on video if you need that.
Damn,
Recovering
Phoenix.
Stolen bikes,
well-oiled machine now.
Others simply ignored, exposing individuals soliciting sex acts
tier
from
1,
the
Crunchy.
homeless.
The crazy thing is, I got a masked man calling me.
Yeah. The crazier thing was when you paid a homeless crack addict to suck your dick. That's crazy.
I didn't.
It's on tape.
What?
On slow crime nights,
They got
handed
him.
out sandwiches, in contrast
People
to
actually
Jones's
do
previous
that?
disparaging remarks.
They pay
However,
homeless
things
people
were
to
not
suck their
quite
dick?
as harmonious as they seemed. An argument over a
a
helmet,
real
which
fucking
El
thing?
Caballero accused Phoenix of stealing, caused his longtime sidekick to abruptly leave the group. But most shocking of all was the sudden departure of Purple Rain. In November, Purple Rain made a social media post stating that she and Jones were separating and would not be working together on any future projects. Purple Rain opted to keep the details of their separation private, a difficult boundary between public and personal life when the two have so much overlap. But her fans seemed to respect her decision. With the loss of his two closest allies, Jones found himself unable to stop a growing mutiny of disgruntled heroes, ready to expose the flaws of their leader and ultimately bring about the end of the Rain City superhero movement for good.
Legion, I just want to beat the fuck out of this guy.
He's not worth it.
God, I'm having one of these moments right now. Come on.
And he could do it too. Like, there's plenty of things you can say about Phoenix Jones, but if he didn't have to work within the bounds of the law and worry about assault, he would have been able to probably beat the ass of anyone he thought was a criminal easily. Like, this guy, he seemed pretty fucking strong. That's a great mixed martial arts record. In that one recorded fight via mutual combat, he looked clean. Like, he probably would have had, like, a really good track record of beating ass.
Although Phoenix's celebrity continued to increase, even landing a cameo in the PlayStation 4 title Infamous Second Son, those who remained close to Jones knew the movement was coming to an end. The domino effect of Purple Rain and El Caballero leaving inspired others to do the same, taking to social media to air grievances about their leader on the way out. In a post that began, "Phoenix Jones is a con artist thief," Shockwave leveled some startling accusations against Phoenix. As per Jones's instruction, each hero was required to purchase a bulletproof vest, a payment which they handed directly to Jones, who claimed to have cut a deal with the manufacturer. However, as months went by, no one received their vest. Jones had also been requiring the Rain City heroes to pay a monthly dues for a health insurance plan in case they were hurt on patrol. But many began to suspect there was no such insurance, as Jones failed to produce any sort of documentation. Perhaps the most damning of all were the attacks against Jones's integrity as a crime fighter. Phoenix Jones preys on people exiting bars drunken, unable to function normally, Shockwave claimed, citing the Mutual Combat video for evidence. Would MMA allow one fighter to be drunk while the other is sober?
Oh,
Accusations
I didn't know that.
His heroics and
That's
spinning
big.
the narrative in his favor were nothing new for Phoenix, although until this point they'd come from heroes and spectators outside the Rain City movement. But this was coming from someone who patrolled with Phoenix, who knew what he was like when the livestream was turned off. El Caballero, Shockwave, and Dragon founded a new organization called Echo. They continued to patrol Seattle, regularly making appearances at the recurring May Day protest, but their audience failed to grow to Phoenix-like proportions. In May of 2014, Phoenix Jones announced that the Rain City superhero movement was officially over. Jones's statement didn't address any of the aforementioned accusations, but instead cited other reasons for the disbandment. Certain members cannot run 2.5 miles in 30 minutes, Jones stated, or do 5 pull-ups or 25 sit-ups and believe it's okay to carry illegal weapons. Rex Velvet made a Facebook post celebrating the end of the movement, asking former members to air their dirty laundry about
classic Rex Velvet. That son of a bitch.
Whether any of the former members took Velvet up on his offer, but checking Ryan Corey's YouTube page, it appears no such video has yet been made. Jones, now primarily a solo hero, continued fighting crime in Seattle. His enthusiasm seemed undiminished, as the patrol logs on his YouTube channel were uploaded at more or less the same consistency.
Hey, this is Phoenix Jones. Found a guy who was over here at the store, stole some detergent, took off running, clearly homeless. This is the worst part of my job. Stealing is stealing. I'm not gonna let you get away with that, especially detergent. This new way to get high with detergent, I found out.
Get high with detergent? What the fuck?
Sorry about that. I hate that kind of stuff, but what can you do, right?
How do you...
Wow, you guys are like superheroes?
How do you get high with detergent?
Like kind of like a neighborhood patrol. But,
oh, okay.
Yeah, so be safe, man. Really sorry that happened to you.
He returned to competitive mixed martial arts, fighting under his alias, and often accepting match decisions while in costume.
Vigilante Phoenix Jones!
He really is like a pretty fucking good fighter, though, it seems.
His older brother Karos, which has reportedly existed since childhood, made for good promotion for upcoming fights, and the advertisements leaned heavily on the superhero motif Phoenix had cultivated. The majority of his fan base stayed by his side, offering support on social media and YouTube as he continued to break up street
Well, how did the fight go? Who won?
And even created
Don't blue ball me. Who won that fight?
Vehicles in the Seattle area. But the twilight years of the Phoenix Jones character weren't free from controversy.
His brother won?
Particularly in 2015 when Jones had a comic book series commissioned about himself. The events depicted were based on Jones's patrol logs and personal journal entries. Many classic Jones tales were included, but depictions of the Nicole Westbrook murder seemed in poor taste. As Jones told Seattle radio host Jason Rance, he'd submitted the comic book to the Jet City Comic Con, where it was originally accepted, but once it was known the events depicted were real, Jones was asked to withdraw it.
No, there were no real major complaints. A couple people came up and just said that, they didn't like it and thought it was too real. And I said, well, if you want to read a fake comic book, get a Batman comic book. If you want to read about my life and you want to help someone and maybe get the case back out in the news and maybe get somebody to know what happened, then read my comic book.
And yet at the same time,
it is fucked up to make a comic book about that shit.
Opens you up to the criticism that you might be profiting off of the death of someone. How do you respond to that?
I don't know. I mean, I guess I'm just telling my story, and this happens to be a part of my story. And this incident it's just so important to the person that I became and the choices that I made.
Nicole Westbrook's sister spoke out in support of the comic, citing that it could raise awareness of the still unsolved case. Phoenix's behavior over the years became stranger and more erratic, such as this incident in 2016 where he claimed to have knocked someone unconscious and left them on the street, opting to tweet at the police rather than call 911. Jones specified that he, quote, left the guy my card so that when he wakes up he can call me if he has a problem. When asked what he wrote on his card, Jones explained it was a print of "this glamour shot," along with the phone number of his attorney. More shocking still was this post to the r/bodycam subreddit, which shows police responding to a former friend of Jones's who'd reported the hero came to his apartment, his knuckles wrapped for a fight, threatening his life.
I guess last night I hit on one of his girlfriends that he didn't like, and he started slandering me all over Facebook, and then he came here.
He's a tier 1 kitten.
He said he was going to beat me and piss on my face, and then when she went downstairs to tell him to leave, he said if I didn't come out, he was going to kick the door in. He also said he was going to kill me, that I need to be dead. I have all these screenshots on.
Yeah, he texted him.
Holy shit, Phoenix! What happened?
Something was clearly happening to Phoenix Jones.
20 minutes ago, I was full on Phoenix Jones team. Now, what the fuck is this?
By February of 2019, Phoenix hadn't uploaded a patrol log to his YouTube channel in 3.5 years. So it wasn't a surprise when he formally announced his intention to take a break from crime fighting. But what was surprising were Jones's cynical reasons for the hiatus. I don't think people are mostly good, Phoenix wrote. I don't think I've met enough people I would get shot to save. I don't think people would get shot to save me. I was wrong.
Yeah, Mickey.
Maybe everything I've ever believed in was wrong. When asked to reflect on his career, interviewers were met with a Phoenix who was oddly defensive of his legacy, and adamant about his distinction from other so-called real-life superheroes.
So how many crimes have any other superheroes other than me stopped in Washington State?
Well, you're the only one I think anybody's aware of, so yeah.
Okay, so then you're asking me a question about superheroes.
Right.
These guys are going to a neighborhood they don't know, dressed in outfits that are not the same, that are not uniform, with skills that are not good. I mean, handing out food to homeless people. I mean, you are a LARPer. You are a LARPer with a bag of food. I am a superhero.
Although Phoenix had always displayed a certain
goddamn
bravado, his
another superhero should have challenged him and fought.
Replaced with resentment and misanthropy.
I put people away. I'm a superhero. I'm the only real one. It's not a joke. It's not a game. We're not talking about the kind of superhero. I'm a real fucking superhero.
Phoenix Jones was retiring with a questionable reputation, but his fans seemed content to remember him for the self-sacrifice of his early years, reassuring him that when he's ready to return, they'll be there to support him. But in January of 2020, shocking news broke that would forever change the public's perception of Phoenix Jones.
Phoenix Jones, you're a fucking asshole is what you are. You're not a fucking hero, you're a fucking fraud.
From Bloodfinger? What the fuck? But yeah, I know the conclusion. I think I remember what happens.
Okay, then maybe you should. Are you going to behave yourself? Tell me you're going to behave yourself. Say, I'm going to behave myself. Are you going to behave yourself?
That's what I do.
Good. So are you going to behave yourself?
Yes, I will.
Say you're going to behave yourself.
I'll behave myself.
Thank you. Have a good day.
During the months following Phoenix's retirement, his social media remained active and would even occasionally feature something resembling a video log. Jones seemed reluctant to give up the superhero persona despite no longer donning the costume for regular patrols. But toward the end of the year came a sudden absence. The videos, the tweets, it all abruptly stopped. Not known for shunning the limelight, Phoenix's drop in activity was unusual. But fans wouldn't know why until 2 months later, when news broke of Phoenix Jones's latest and most unexpected arrest. As articles from the Seattle Times, Newsweek, and many other sources report, in November of 2019, 2 confidential witnesses approached the Seattle Police Narcotics Division. Phoenix Jones, they claimed, was a drug dealer and had been for some time. Following the tip, a narcotics detective operating under the alias Mike began texting Phoenix with the intent of purchasing $500 worth of MDMA from the former hero. Jones requested $300 be transferred up front to his Venmo account. Days later, Phoenix arrived at the 3rd Avenue Starbucks to meet Mike. The whole interaction took less than a minute as Phoenix exchanged a brown paper bag for the remaining $200 in cash.
What's in there? Is there a cigarette in there? Is that what's buffing it?
Lab testing confirmed the substance in the bag to be what was advertised. The officer arranged a second meeting with Jones but had trouble following through. Jones would postpone or fail to appear at meeting locations even after accepting an additional $500 via Venmo transfer. A second persona was created, this time a female. Laura was more conversational and appeared impressed when Jones asked her to Google him, revealing that the individual she had agreed to purchase cocaine from was in fact a real-life superhero. After a few days of building rapport, a second meeting was scheduled.
Alright,
at 11 p.m. on January 9th in the Silver Cloud Hotel, Phoenix Jones was arrested for possession of 4 grams of cocaine packaged with the intent to sell, along with various paraphernalia.
Hey, wait, what are y'all doing? No, I'm trying to catch him.
Yeah, it's wild whiskey.
Shit. What did I do?
Posters on the r/Seattle subreddit claim to have known about Jones's involvement in such activities for years. Anyone who knew Ben knew about his side hustle, one poster wrote. He's been dealing for years and everyone knew it, wrote another. Many scoffed at the relatively small amounts of narcotics Jones was arrested for dealing. Some pointed out that there were more harmful drugs than MDMA being sold on the streets of Seattle. One poster claimed Jones carried other illicit substances, writing, he once accidentally gave roofies to a friend telling her it was Molly, which means he keeps it in his inventory. In a podcast titled Super Yourself, Dart Guardian host and longtime critic of Jones interviewed former Rain City superhero Midnight Jack, who appeared saddened yet unsurprised by
Abominable
the
and whiskey.
I've known Ben for years. Like, we're talking almost 10 years. You know what I mean? Like, I've been shot at with Ben. I've been in shit. I've been in street fights. I've watched people die next to Ben. Like, I've seen a lot of stuff go down with him. So the fact that this is who he is now is extremely discouraging to me. And if you're a superhero in the Seattle area, it's over for you now. It's done.
As Jones's video logs and interviews attest, exposing drug
and it was. That was the end.
Part of his crime-fighting efforts. Where had the impulse to enforce these ideals been coming from? Midnight
There's a big tier 2, Lukey.
How do you think he ended up this way? I think that he thought that this was going to work out. He was going to get really famous over this superhero thing. I think that was always the plan. And don't get me wrong, I don't think that he ever intended to not do his job, because I remember him being dead focused on his job, dead serious on it. After the Nicole Westbrook shooting, he started to get more distant and darker. Like, maybe that set off something in him.
Midnight Jack corroborated the claims that such activities had been going on for years, with the hero so unabashed he'd been seen dealing while wearing a Phoenix Jones t-shirt. Some found the irony humorous, but many of Jones's fans expressed anger and disappointment at the hypocrisy.
This is a hard one to
he wasn't getting paid to be a hero, though. I mean, you gotta put some food on the table somehow.
It's real sad. Real sad to see someone who kind of like stood up for justice and was a symbol. I mean, I feel like I'm talking about Batman right now, but he was.
Even Jones's arch-enemies seemed conflicted in their victory. Phoenix's booking records were posted to Reddit. Jones had been charged with violating the Uniform Controlled Substance Act, denied bail but given a conditional release. His initial hearing was scheduled for February 3rd. According to the King County records, Jones was found in contempt, spent 11 hours in jail, and released on a $1,000 bail. As of now, information...
Did he represent himself in court? Don't fucking tell me that.
Ends here, but the blow to Phoenix's reputation appears critical, as it's uncertain whether any future heroics would be taken seriously by his remaining audience. It seems, at least for now, that the story of Phoenix Jones has come to its unexpected conclusion.
Phoenix Jones was big, Jake. Also, you know, maybe he was selling drugs, so he would be the only drug dealer in Seattle, and people that wanted drugs could trust him instead of a shady drug dealer. He could have a monopoly on it with a good drug dealer.
I've never arrested the wrong person because I see the crime take place. I watch you hurt somebody. I watch you steal this. I watch you do these things. So it's not, to me, it's more exact to justice.
Phoenix Jones has always been a divisive figure.
But he roofied his customer.
Bravery, his
he was still learning.
Recklessness.
Right? So
what
it's
many saw as a desire
working out the
to
kinks.
Inspire, others saw as a need for attention. And while his methods and motives are dubious, the influence of Phoenix Jones on the superhero community, despite his repeated attempts to distance himself from it, is difficult to overstate. With more costume heroes on the street now more than ever, many cite Jones as their direct inspiration. The practice has become so widespread that a training camp named the Superhero Foundry has opened in Las Vegas. Although according to their training footage, they seem to overemphasize the practicality of knife and tomahawk throwing during patrols.
Of course.
Some have claimed that with the fall of Phoenix Jones, the Seattle branch of the superhero movement is over. According to Midnight Jack, while he and the remaining members still perform acts of community service, their nights of wearing masks and bulletproof costumes are finished.
It's over. It's done. If you still want to go out and help your community, you can still do that, but you're not going to be able to do it in a costume. Walk around, oh, what am I? I'm a superhero. Oh, you like Phoenix Jones? You here to sell drugs?
If this is the case, they will be missed. but with a nightly presence on the streets of Seattle spanning a decade and actions reportedly leading to over 100 arrests.
That's arrest 187, provable 187 for me.
The Rain City superheroes have shown us what an approximation of comic book vigilantes look like, however skewed they may appear in the real world.
Did you hit her in the face, bro? No, I didn't do nothing, bro.
And it's unlikely the citizens, police, newscasters, and criminals of Washington state will soon forget the sight of black and gold rubber, the hiss of walkie-talkies, and the smell of pepper spray.
Hard to believe that this wasn't that long ago.
Examples
when I hear about the Phoenix Jones thing, I usually think like early 2000s.
I got a legal team, studied the law for 6 months. I treated this like I was going to war.
And forever solidifies the decade Seattle was patrolled by Phoenix Jones and the Rain City superheroes.
If someone swings, everyone's getting pepper sprayed. Think about it before you do it. If y'all swing, someone's getting sprayed. It's better to just walk it off. You got a call on me, right? We don't really need this. This is dumb.
That's what every city needs. Someone just
2010 is the new early 2000s? I guess kinda. But this went from 2010 to like 2016.
Who has begun providing original music for the channel. I couldn't be more grateful to Ryan for lending his skills to Atrocity.
It was good music, Ryan. What a story. Man, I knew quite a bit about Phoenix Jones from when we went down the rabbit hole last year, but holy shit, that was deep. Fuck, man. What a story. Thanks to Resub Big Bean in Jersey. And the Prime Tsunami. God damn. I like to imagine a world where Phoenix Jones was perfect and his ideas worked. What would that look like? Fucking vigilantes being like accepted in society? Damn, that could have been wacky. Thanks to the Prime, Monchi. How did you not find that video last rabbit hole? I actually think it's because this was after we went down the Phoenix Jones rabbit hole. I'm pretty sure we did Phoenix Jones like early 2020 of last year because his drug charges were fresh. So I just think this came after our rabbit hole adventure with Phoenix Jones. You about to end stream? Nope. Just unwinding after a fucking full-length movie there. Are you familiar with Generator Rex? Was that another superhero or some shit? Check out Dollar Tree breakfast sausage. Egg muffin. This.
Well, howdy ho, my
thanks to give sub Deasley, resub Elise.
Dollar Tree. Well, this isn't a dinner. This is, well, I suppose it could be, but this is actually a Dollar Tree breakfast. Picked up 6 of the English muffins there. They had Farmer John.
So why did you recommend this? This doesn't look like shitty cooking. She's making prepackaged meals.
There's a little bit of Thousand Island dressing back there that I'm going to use on them. I've got 6 eggs and some seasoning. So,
oh, I guess it's not
first
prepackaged.
Up, we are going to fry up them sausages. I've got my sausages in the fry pan. Now I'm going to do something that I always do when I cook sausage.
Oh, I forgot about that, pal. Maybe.
Ground meat. I'm adding water.
Ah.
I do that because I like to steam. I like sort of steam sausage and ground beef and whatever. It seems to cook faster.
What do you mean? That's what the fuck do you mean?
So we're going to cover this up and let her go.
That's it's not really how steaming works, but I mean it's a tried and true method, I suppose, in the kitchen.
And put in my seasoning.
It's boiling, but it's fine.
Salt and pepper, and I'm adding a little garlic because I'm just garlicky that way. All right, I've got my eggs cracked and I'm whipping them a little bit. I'm going to add my seasoning.
Looks good.
And I'm also going to add just a bit of half and half. And I'm guessing
Wang did an interview with the My Little Pony cum jar guy. Yeah, I still haven't watched it yet. I need to.
1 to 2 tablespoons is all you need. And this whole smaller sections. And
boiled sausage, yum yum yum.
that's just one more step I don't have to do when they're done. It's easier to cut stuff up when it's cooking, I've always thought. So yeah, boy, I'm glad to be back doing some Dollar Tree food. It's been a long time.
Thanks, resub
Those of you
orphan.
guys who follow me know that I've been spending all my time trying to get my store ready to open and sort of waiting for
What do you mean?
COVID
It just now
to
came
give
up.
me the sign that I feel safe to open my bricks and mortar store. I have stuff on Etsy and blah blah. I think I don't walk in, create that upright.
Is
so
boiled sausage a real thing? I've never
put a
seen
little
that.
bit savory.
Do we have any boiled sausage
The
fans?
Sweeter breakfast flavor. So there we go. Okay, so before putting my egg
I'm seeing a lot of yeses and nos. Pretty
I went ahead
surprising.
and I drained the grease
It's called
off
hot
the
dogs?
sausage, and I gave the pan a medium level.
Is hot dog boiled sausage?
Yeah. That'll keep those
I've not had a
eggs
hot
from
dog in so
sticking
fucking
too
long.
badly. Okay, 6 eggs and 2 packages of Farmer John sausage. But
I don't know why you recommended this. The only thing weird was the sausage thing. It wasn't even like bad. Thanks to resub H dog. Oh. Yeah, we celebrate the dog's birthdays. Thanks to resub Kizzy. What sweet, glad to hear you've had a great day, Free Prime. The man that Putin fears the most. Sounds like one of those Star Wars thing. Who was Darth Vader's most fearsome opponent? No, it's good. Well, I'll look it up. Yeah, but this isn't like fun. I thought this was maybe like a joke thing, but this doesn't sound fun. It's just like an actual political thing. Yeah, I'm gonna have to pass on that. Actually, tier 1 pain. You should check out Bondi Beach Rescue. Yeah, familiar. We're familiar. Ripping some ass. Oh, there we go. Stone Cold E.T. You just recommended a fucking prank? You got some nerve, man. Joe Shizzle's Hyper Masao. I am not a hero. Is this just a WWE, or Jesus, not WWE, what was the Japanese wrestling circuit, the big one? TJPW? I don't know that one. It's not the one I was thinking of. But this is just a wrestler history, right? Thanks to tier 1 Vicento. Yeah, I've seen that, Gerant. Well, I've seen the show feedback, so I know what it is. Backyard wrestling. We've done so much backyard wrestling, though. Swifty 5. Why are you guys recommending this shit? Why is this happening? We just went from Jesus, from some actual bangers to now Swifty 5. Thanks to the resub Malik. New Zealand decking advert. This.
If
Thanks
you
to
like
tier
me,
1
you
nipples.
find it very hard to keep your dick dry. I left my dick unprotected, and it was warped out of shape in no time.
Oh, I
I could barely
see.
recognise my own dick. Imagine that. Then I discovered Schaefer's New Zealand-style dick sealant. The best way to take care of your dick in 3 easy steps.
Pretty good.
First, wash your dick with soap and water. Then, wait for your dick to dry. Once your dick is clean and dry, paint your dick with Schaefer's dick sealant.
That was solid. Yes, there has been a few new slap videos. I actually haven't watched them yet, though. I'm going to do that tomorrow. Well, at least not the big tournament. I watched a couple yesterday, but I haven't caught up on the big tournament. I know how it ends, though. Thanks to Tier 1 Kai, because I follow Vasily on Instagram. Seen that one, Mickey? Yeah, I'm very familiar with Jim Browning. Boss Rutan's bar fighting tips? Of course I've seen that. I'll let it ride for a minute, but I think we've all seen
Let me
this.
tell you first that I've been around. I've been a bouncer for many, many years. Bang, bang, bang. It's a street fight. Never look
Yep,
away
I already
from your
watch all
opponent.
the Internet
Look,
Historian.
sir, I really don't want anything of this, and I go whoop, like this, and I slit your throat, and it's over and out.
So who was Bass Rutan?
Everybody
Is Bass Rutan?
underestimates
Is he
the kick
like
in
an
the
MMA
groin.
fighter?
Boom, that's the first thing to do. I follow up, bang, bang, bang.
Yeah, okay.
Right away after that, dang. See what I'm doing? Boom, that's the left elbow right there. I can also deliver, bang, headbutt out of nothing. Boom, the right elbow, bring right straight. Maybe now the headbutt comes. Knee to the face, and look what we got here. Smack his face, create distance, and grab a chair. You can
I think all of
slam
this
it
would
in
work
his
well.
face. You can stab with it, and while I throw it at him, I would kick him in the groin, boom, right straight. Gonna bounce his head on the table 10 times or something. Don't you ever do this. Right away.
Definitely wouldn't want to get in a bar fight with that guy. Fucking bong my shit real hard. So what was it? Polyphonic? And so what is it? This just seems like history lessons on like actual history subjects. And music lessons. Thanks to Tier 1 Emily. Every sub Frosty. Yeah, I know who Orange Cassidy is. He's good. Yeah, I've seen that, Mo. Never heard of that before, Cody, but that's pretty cool. No, I probably wouldn't do that, Chance. Thanks for the bits, Tony. I actually don't think I could play that game anymore anyway, Tony. I don't think it's up. But even if it was, I couldn't stream it. Check out Gobble Sticks commercial. Why, do you work for that company? What am I looking for? This? I think I'll pass. Man, we just went to 3 very good rabbit holes, and now we're at Gobble Sticks. No, I'm saving Defunct Land. We're almost done with like the main catalog, unfortunately. No, fuck All Gas, No Brakes. This was my favorite channel. One of my favorite channels. Andrew no longer owns this. It's been taken over by a greedy corporation that has kicked him out and kicked him out of his own Patreon. So, this can suck my dick. Doing Things Media. He's the resub wizard. You seen Cartnarks? I watched Cartnarks a long time ago. I stopped watching him after he just started insulting homeless people and calling them lazy. I think he's a giant douchebag. But I do respect that he hasn't taken the video down.
You won't have to deal with this scene in
He lets it ride.
Cart Narcs out. What's that? Oh, I'm with the Cart Narcs.
Did you see the LA Times?
At least we said beef.
Like 2 days ago?
I don't think so.
That homelessness in LA County is about 3 people a day are dying.
That's no good. No, I'm not.
New York City is about.
I said the 1,000 bits again, Tony.
About the same amount of homeless people, roughly, and they don't have, you know.
Yeah, it's very.
Yeah, we watched Spirit Science earlier. It is impossible to sit through it. It's the goofiest shit of all time.
I'm just here with the Cart Narcs. Our concern is more with like shopping carts and such like that.
He's the prime retired frog.
Keep an eye on this whole death thing too.
The Cart Narcs?
Yeah, what we do is we narc out people who don't see their carts. They leave them out there at the trees and stuff. So they're taking them back where they belong. And I was just talking about how a lot of people have asked us about people who take carts full time, like you
I
fine
like that show,
gentlemen.
Blake.
And I was telling them that like that's not something I can really deal with. I'm just here for like local lazy bones, not permanent lazy bones.
What's crazy is though, there's some carts we have that like the store doesn't exist anymore.
Wow, vintage.
You know, and it's like you still get a ticket.
I've already seen the Cicada 3301 shit.
There's nowhere to even
Really good. I was huge into that for a minute.
You're violating the law because you're removing it
from
the parking lot, but how can you even return it?
I would sell those for
if
good
the store
money.
doesn't
He's the prime
exist?
Rafa.
Yeah, I know these things run like $600-700 bucks. I'm sure the store's paying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, well, we'll carry on.
Well, this guy's just a massive douchebag, so I don't watch his shit anymore. He's just a piece of shit. Thanks the prime, chill out. The resub Nolan. Oh yeah, let me see. What Lumino haven't we watched? Lumino sounds nice right now. The Universal S. I remember that shit. Alright, man, I'll do the Nintendo shit cube. I can tell you right now, I probably won't like it, though. It sounds like a skit. But I'll run it real quick. It's a YouTube poop, oh boy. Oh boy. Alright.
Xbox 360, and this right here is
Thank
my
you, some Terminator
PlayStation 3,
years
and
and
this is what I like to call the Nintendo Shit Cube. And the reason I call it the Nintendo Shit Cube, because it's a piece of fucking shit! The fucking shit!
That's probably enough. That's very, very loud. Good lord. He wanted to be the next angry video game nerd, I think. Thanks, Deasley. Yeah, we can do Consumed by the Apocalypse. I haven't seen this one yet, I don't think.
Of all the species to have ever lived, all but a tiny fraction have gone extinct. At some point in the future, the
Yeah,
same
it's just
fate
wild wassy.
will befall humanity. It may take centuries, it might take eons, but extinction is unavoidable.
Not true!
The future is
With
fraught with
CRISPR.
uncertainty, and the apocalypse never seems too far away.
I think it's a tier 1 remix. Oh, is this gonna be like Nibiru?
Nearly
Nibiru?
800,000 years ago, an approximately 1 kilometer wide asteroid collided with Earth. The crater has yet to be located, but fragments from the impact
Yeah, I've seen that
have been
feedback.
found scattered across the eastern hemisphere, an expansive strewn field
I'm
that
familiar with
covers
that
up
as
to
well, Sweaty.
30% of the planet's surface. Our distant ancestors were not only alive to witness this event, but managed to adapt and survive. Impacts of this magnitude occur roughly once every 500,000 to 2 million years. More devastating impacts, like the one that nearly wiped out the dinosaurs, are far less frequent.
Wow.
Possibly striking once every 100 million years.
So has that been completely confirmed that it was an
Whether a
asteroid that
collision
killed
of
the
this
dinosaurs?
magnitude is
I don't
survivable
keep up with dinosaur
is a
news.
matter of debate.
Yeah? Okay, cool.
The kinetic energy released upon impact would be equivalent to the simultaneous detonation of billions of atomic bombs.
No, I'm gonna say it's
Those
confirmed
who survived the
because
initial blast
it's said in
would
this
be
video.
subjected to unrelenting earthquakes, firestorms, and tsunamis. A thick layer of smoke and dust would quickly envelop the globe and blot out the sun. An impact winter that could last for months or even years.
Yeah, and the dinosaurs were too
Darkness,
fucking stupid
freezing
to have
cold,
electricity.
and global famine
So they couldn't have
would
heaters.
throw the world into chaos. In spite of this, long-term survival is not inconceivable. Small pockets of humanity may take refuge underground and would at least be given a chance to rebuild civilization. But make no mistake, it would be a close call.
Maybe, but what if we made a giant protective layer around Earth?
The
Made out of
survivability
metal
of an impact
to bounce
also
it back.
depends on how much time we have to prepare. More than 90% of nearby asteroids and comets larger than 1 kilometer have already been detected. If one of them were on a collision course with Earth,
I think so, Shock.
we'd know for decades or even centuries in advance.
All good, pal.
But this was not always the case.
Thanks for some weed.
In 1983, a 9-kilometer wide comet was only spotted 2 weeks prior to its closest approach.
Oof.
That's 2 weeks of preparation had it been aiming for Earth. While things have significantly improved since 1983, space is impossibly vast. In 2019, an asteroid capable of leveling a city was detected a day before it flew 5 times closer to the Earth than the Moon.
Whoa! I never heard about that.
While the odds of an extinction
I wonder
level
what
collision
city that would have
are
hit.
remote, it's not impossible. There is a class of objects known as Damocloids. Damocloids are typified by their highly eccentric orbits and low reflectivity, meaning they periodically pay us a visit and are extremely difficult to detect. We're currently tracking about 200, but there could
So
be
is this
hundreds
whole
more
video about how
tumbling
Earth
through
could
the solar
end?
system.
The multiple ways, so this one's
Damocloids
focusing
are,
on the
average,
asteroid.
16
Next one
kilometers
will probably be heat death.
If one of them were on a collision course with Earth, there might not be any warning.
I know, guns. I'm just pretty tired of RuneScape, man. I just don't have any goals.
When massive stars die, they explode. If a star went supernova within 30 light-years of Earth, it would be cause for concern.
We should really just put jets on this fucking planet so we can move it around.
Fortunately, more than
just in case.
90% of the stars within this bubble have already been discovered, none of which are at risk of exploding anytime soon. But some supernovae can still pose a threat from thousands of light-years away. It's a gamma-ray burst, produced by only the most violent explosions in the universe. Instead of a spherical blast, a gamma-ray burst will channel the explosion into 2 highly concentrated beams. More energy is released in a few seconds than the sun will radiate in its entire lifetime.
Whoa, what the fuck? That's pretty cool. It's the second most violent explosion, though, second only to gamer rage. But still pretty impressive
effects of a
stats.
nearby supernova or gamma-ray burst are poorly understood. We do know that the atmosphere would absorb much of the high-energy radiation, but this may also strip the Earth of its protective layer of ozone. If so, harmful levels of ultraviolet radiation from the sun would penetrate down to the surface. Certain chemical reactions may also darken the sky and induce global cooling, a cosmic winter of sorts. This could last for years and would be lethal to many plants and animals. In fact, a gamma ray burst might be responsible for a mass extinction that killed roughly 70% of all marine species nearly 500 million
The
years ago.
late Ordovician
Now, humanity
massacre.
could
What the fuck
easily
is that?
protect itself against ultraviolet sun rays, but living through a mass extinction
Thanks, Risa
would not
Pepe.
be a pleasant experience. While some authors
Tetra
have painted a
elemental.
far bleaker image, with one hemisphere effectively sterilized by intense radiation, these findings have been contested in recent years. The latest research identifies ozone depletion as the primary threat. Nevertheless, a gamma-ray burst
Easy tier 1
sniping
loud
the
pack.
Earth from across the galaxy is extremely improbable. All of them have so far been extragalactic in origin, much too distant to pose a threat.
Fucking
While there
crazy
are
that
a
you can
few
see shit
potential
across the
candidates within
galaxy.
the Milky Way,
And it looks so lame.
none of them
That was
appear
apparently
to be
more
directed
heat than the
at
sun will ever generate, and it just looked like a small zit. Fucking nuts.
Apart from impact events and stellar explosions, the foreseeable future is free of cosmic threats. Other eventualities are either too improbable or won't happen for millions of years.
Thanks to Prime Pork.
Ample time for us to prepare, other calamities permitting.
I really enjoyed it, Jake. Thanks to the gift sub, only made this sub to Charlie. Imagine if humans didn't need to sleep. We could already have the technology required to just stop gamma bursts and supernovas and
Around
blow up asteroids.
74,000 years ago, a
Fuck
large
sleep.
volcano erupted in Southeast Asia. It is the most powerful volcanic eruption in human history.
Thanks to give sub Crumple. Yeah, no, Exerbia.
For up to 2 weeks, it spewed enormous quantities of ash and dust into the atmosphere, enough to block out the sun and potentially cool the planet. A volcanic winter. But there's great uncertainty about the effects of the eruption on both the climate and humanity. It ranges from
Thanks to
severe
tier 1. Hey, thanks to tier 1
mild,
Arcadum.
with the latest research supporting the latter. In either case, this is good news.
I didn't
It
see any
means
of those,
that
Planet Lady.
supervolcanic eruptions
But maybe.
pose little to no threat to human existence.
Damn, thank you, man.
After
Appreciate
all,
the
if
fucking
early humans
generosity.
stood a
Thank you,
chance,
Arcadum.
then so
Thanks for
should
the 10
we.
gift subs, man.
But
Thanks
there
for
is
some
something
Crunchy and
even
Prime
more
Blarney.
destructive than supervolcanic eruptions. It's known
I
as
added
a
you on
flood
Discord, by the way, man.
basalt event.
I'm excited.
The largest one occurred 250 million years ago. An enormous outpouring of molten rock covered a region of Siberia the size of Europe.
Mount St. Helena is gonna
And
kill us all.
It just so happens to coincide
Well, then do
with the
something about it,
deadliest
pussy.
mass
Stop it.
extinction in history. The good news is, flood basalt events are both rare and slow. Instead of a singular event, it's a series of eruptions taking place over thousands or even millions of years. As such, even if one began tomorrow, it might just be slow enough for us to adapt and survive.
Oh shit.
Throughout the centuries, pandemics have exacted a heavy toll on humankind. Among the worst was the Black Death. In less than a decade, it killed between 25 and 60% of the European population.
Holy shit,
The
I didn't
total
know it was
death
that
count
much.
Is unknown.
God
At least
damn.
Tens of millions. The
What was-
Colombian exchange of diseases
what was the cause of
and the
that?
Spanish flu claimed the lives of many millions more. The
Holy
tragedy
shit.
of these pandemics and epidemics notwithstanding, they
Rats
never came
was the
close
Black Death?
to extinction. None of them killed more than a few percent of the global population. For instance, the Spanish flu infected nearly 1/3 of humanity, yet the vast majority of cases did not result in death. A pathogen that not only infects but also kills every single member of a species is difficult to imagine. In fact, there are very few examples of infectious disease driving a species to extinction. With that being said, it's not inconceivable. For instance, pathogens that can pass between multiple species can be far deadlier than those limited to just one.
Yeah, I
The
definitely didn't see that one,
H5N1
Depresso. That doesn't
avian
sound familiar.
influenza, also known as the bird flu, is one such virus. So far, it's transmissible between humans and birds, but it can't sustainably spread among humans. However, laboratory experiments have shown that it may eventually acquire this ability through natural mutations.
Thanks for Prime Silver.
If so, it could easily become the worst pandemic in human history. But even this horrifying proposition does not come close to extinction. In a worst-case scenario, most of humanity would still survive.
Thanks to Prime Jackson. There's one discovered by Russia,
Pandemics
H5N8.
are complicated. It's
I
a
don't know what the
topic
fuck that
that's
is.
more relevant now than ever before and cannot possibly be done justice in a few short minutes. But in the narrow context of human extinction, it seems unlikely for nature to stumble upon that perfect storm.
Thanks to resub, nice balls, bro.
Apart from volcanic eruptions and natural pandemics, the Earth has no inherent means of eradicating the human race.
Still interesting.
No other form of natural calamity is powerful enough to threaten our existence. As such, the most immediate threat to humanity
is
has
humanity
for a long time
itself.
been, and continues to be, humanity. While nature may struggle to devise a world-ending pandemic, it may not have to. Biotechnology is now advanced to a point where we can engineer pathogens in a laboratory. While this can greatly benefit our understanding and treatment of infectious diseases, it's not without risk. Accidental breaches of containment have happened on multiple occasions, and these experiments are not always conducted in the name of science.
Thanks for the gift sub, Eddie. And thanks to the
These engineered microbes are concerning because their destructive potential far exceeds that of their natural
Christ,
counterparts.
how many are there?
They can be deadlier, more transmissible, and less treatable. And the rapid pace of technological progress is constantly lowering the threshold for bioengineering.
His biggest concern was, he said it in so many words, that a small group of dedicated scientists could create an altered biological agent that could wipe out humanity as we know it.
Technically speaking, you can do almost anything with a microbe. The real question is, will you end up with a microbe that functionally will do the things that the concerned person at your hearing said, namely, essentially wipe out everyone from the face of the earth? Again, that's conceivable, although it's inconceivable, but it is, in fact, anything is possible. It would be very, very difficult to do that. Extraordinarily difficult, even in the best of hands, to not only do the engineering to get a microbe that has the characteristics, but be able to spread in a way in which it has virulence, transmissibility, and the ability to go in a sustained, transmissible way.
If technology reaches that point, wouldn't we be able to make a cure just as fast? I don't know, man. What the fuck are you asking? I don't fucking work for the CDC. I have no idea. I would say probably not, though, if it breaks out unexpectedly. Okay. That's enough doomsday scenarios for now, I think. I need to fill up my water. I'm fucking thirsty. Give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. team. There's a prime toadfish. Watch What If. Yeah, I don't think I'd find that. It's a very vague title. What's it about, Depresso? That sounds like a history thing. Also, there's no new court. Well, I mean, there's like one new court cam, but it's only 3 videos. They do not upload much court cam, unfortunately. Thanks to resub Supersonic. Whew. Polybius, that's the arcade game, right? Said to make you go mad. Everyone who played Polybius mysteriously vanished or something. Holy fuck, this is an hour long. Jesus Christ. He's the prime Kahi. I'm sure it's a good video, but I already know most of this story. The long and short of it is that the game was never real. Thanks to the resub. Big back in the 5 gift sub Syaxis. Good to see us, Syaxis. Oh, right. The digital homicide thing. This one I'm actually super interested in seeing the whole story. I made quite a few videos on digital homicide games. This is the wackiest fucking company ever.
Down the rabbit hole.
Yeah, I know Nutty Putty Cave.
Recently, there was a
And the
bundle
guy that
sale
died
on
in it.
Steam called the Digital Homicide Bundle, selling 5 games for $1. It seems like a good deal at first, but all of these games have abysmal user ratings, some dipping below 30%.
Oh, he's that guy. I
One
love
would
that guy.
assume
I didn't know that was his
30%
name.
of people approving the game means that
Yeah,
it still
I know
has
that
some
guy.
value, and that's true, but not in the way that one would assume.
Exposing the
A cursory
fake martial
glance at
arts
player
stuff is really
reviews
good.
Reveals that people are giving a thumbs up not because the games are quality, but because these games give Steam trading cards, which can be sold on the marketplace for credit towards other games. This means that, if bought in the bundle, they technically get a return on investment, even if it's only a couple of cents if you don't count the electricity cost of running the computer. There are a few common problems with each game. The gameplay is rudimentary, there is no artistic unity, and even the menus are uniquely painful to use. Assets are recycled ad nauseum, including a cyclops, a rat, a bare-chested harpy, an actual bear, sundry zombies, skeletons, and numerous others. The enemy AI is also basic.
I've played and
Do they
speed
perform
ran
any
a
other
few of
action, then
these
run
over the
directly at
years.
player in an attempt to fuse their model with the target. Any semblance of balance in these games is also absent, meaning they are almost universally easy even when some gameplay elements are breaking.
Which ones?
At first, it's
Let me
easy
see.
to think
I figured it'd be one of the
name
top
of the
ones.
pack, Digital Homicide, is a catchy way to bundle multiple
Fuck, I
games
played so
together,
many.
but it actually
I don't remember
refers
which
to the
ones I
single
speed ran.
developer of all of these games, Digital Homicide Studios. In fact, the number of games produced by the studio is far greater than 5. According to the official Digital Homicide group page on Steam, there are 18 associated games. Their website, tastefully given the URL digitalhomicide.ninja, offers literally dozens more games under the tab.
Here we go, here's some. I did Gnarltooth, I did Galactic Hitman, I did Dungeons of Crag. Devil's Share is the one that I speedran the most. Yeah, I mean, all their games are beyond fucking horrible. Like, even as like a so bad it's good, they're not even close, they're just fucking awful.
Their website is a strange amalgamation of generic assets, including a deformed-looking fuzzy creature and, oddly enough, a female model in a
Thanks for the gift sub,
footballer's
Pierre.
outfit holding a football over her groin. The blog seems mostly abandoned, with only 6 posts, all within the month of February of 2016. The first 3 are game development advice for aspiring indie developers, while the last 3 are advertisements for
These are
games
Prime
being
Goon.
released under the Digital Homicide brand. Not long ago, the website looked different, with an advertisement for their game Assholes across
Okay.
the page upon entering, and the words
Don't know that
"Games
one.
made with
Pretty
love"
cool.
just to the left. Digital Homicide has a strange relationship with Steam Greenlight.
Thanks for 2
When
gift
one of
subs,
their
Owen.
games inevitably fails, they simply put it back onto Greenlight, hoping to garner enough votes the 2nd or 3rd or 7th time around, sometimes using dummy publishers to get around quality control. So who is Digital Homicide? The company is comprised of 2 people, a pair of brothers named James and Robert Ramin. Very little is known about them, and only the latter has divulged any information about himself. This raises many questions, but there's one that stands out. How are 2 brothers managing to create dozens of games in the span of only a few years? To understand this, one must be familiar with the concept of asset flipping. All Digital Homicide games are created on the same
Yep,
engine.
finished Jujutsu
Unity.
Kaisen.
There are plenty of good and even
Fucking
great
great.
games made on the Unity engine, such as Kerbal Space Program, Ori and the Blind Forest, Superhot, and Hearthstone. However,
Hearthstone's
it is
on
notoriously
Unity?
easy to create rudimentary games with it. Many burgeoning game designers have begun using Unity to try their hand at game development, while others use it to create strange and absurdist experiences and release them for free.
I hear story of friend. This friend is Shamrock. He reverses ground magnets with touch.
Just as often, however, it's abused by independent developers to quickly make a terrible game, slap a
Yeah,
price
they said
tag
Harley,
on it,
and
push
it's
it out
all
the door
it
to turn
all
a profit.
is, it helps.
To increase the odds
There's
of
not
someone
one that helps
buying
more
the
than
game
another.
at face value, these developers often will rely on buying pre-made game assets for cheap, something expedited by the prolificacy of assets made specifically for Unity. This practice has grounds in legitimate game development, where indie developers purchase assets such as 3D models
the
to
Prime.
save both
Protect
time
wild
and
animals.
money, so that other aspects of the game can receive attention. The intention is to build upon these assets and use them as a framework, but sometimes a lazy or cheap developer will buy a myriad of assets and plunk those onto basic coding, then call it complete, a process known as asset flipping. Buying game assets works similarly to buying a font. Rather than purchasing a physical object, the buyer gains unlimited rights to utilize that particular asset, meaning that this process is 100% legal, however shady it may be. By asset flipping, Digital Homicide
Thanks to
Studios
resub
can churn out
Doringus.
games at an unprecedented rate, games that may seem competent on the surface but prove to be vapid and hollow. Despite how egregious this practice is, James and Robert Ramin would have remained an obscure element of Steam's underbelly, were it not for a few bewildering and vitriolic actions against one of the internet's more controversial figures, Jim Sterling,
yeah.
the persona of a game critic named James Stanton. There's a significant subset of
They
content
tried to
creators
sue
on
him.
YouTube who enjoy making videos about terrible games, and Jim Sterling is one of them. Among the many topics he covers in gaming, he has a series called Squirty Plays, a gag based on the popular Let's Play videos. In these, he chooses games that, to him, seem obviously squirted
Thanks to
onto
resub,
Steam
Aaron.
to make some quick
Nice,
cash on
Growlix.
gamers who don't
Haven't
know
heard of
any
that one
better,
yet.
and plays them without researching them beforehand as a first impression.
Yeah, we're always up to for repeat guests on the podcast.
On November 1st of 2014, Sterling chose to feature The Slaughtering Grounds, which Digital Homicide had released onto Steam the night prior under the guise of another studio, Imminent Uprising. Predictably, the game was low quality, but Sterling seemed more confused than disgusted during the 10.5-minute long video as he scrambled about through the pre-purchased assets in an attempt to find ammunition for his poorly stocked weapons.
Hello, what's this? Oh, we need a new gun.
Man, I remember this whole thing.
I got nothing.
Enraged by the negative reception, James and Robert
Thanks to
Ramin
resub
took to
Mango.
YouTube themselves in an attempt to strike back at this slight. They uploaded Jim Sterling's video onto their own channel as part of what they claimed was a new series entitled Reviewing the Reviewer.
Yeah, fuck yeah, classic.
Criticizing Jim Sterling and the video. The first slide of text reads, and I quote, "Hello, this is Jim Sterling and I am a fucking idiot. Don't believe me? Well, just watch this piece of shit review I've made." The text continues to lambast Jim Sterling throughout the rest of the video, liberally insulting his intelligence and the quality of his content, calling it useless shit and other vulgar pejoratives. They also blame
Thanks for the
Sterling
gift
for
sub,
not
dingus.
providing an adequate review. Jim Sterling, possibly recognizing an opportunity to draw in new viewers as well as to archive the video, re-uploaded the Ramin Brothers' re-upload, but instead replaced the original audio with unscripted reactions to the text. Here, he retorts that the Squirty Plays series isn't a review series, but rather about first impressions, though he dismisses most other points as the actions of a crazy developer.
I'm Jim fucking Sterling and I deliver accurate reviews. Not a review!
Is that where that comes from?
Bug of Delandmine's work, and you can
I don't remember if this is the origin of that.
Useless shit reviews and
In a fit of recursion that would make Christopher Nolan blush, the Ramin brothers uploaded a response to Sterling's response, though this time there was no video.
Thanks to Tier 1
Instead,
Bryce.
they only used the audio from Sterling's response and overlaid white text on a black background, again riddled with poor grammar. In this slideshow of text, they claim that by purchasing pre-made assets, they are assisting with the production of further games and, thus, the cycle of game development. This misunderstanding of economics is forgivable, but their other claim is much bolder. In a strange confusion of fair use law, they ask, how is it okay to commit 60 frames of copyright infringement a second for 40 minutes and then get paid for it, referring to the use of game footage? They then accuse Jim Sterling of contributing to the practice of, quote, unfair reviews, and thus affecting the livelihood of many people with no risk or cost to yourself. This video was followed with something all YouTube content creators dread, a takedown notice on
Yeah,
Squirty Plays video
I remember
by the Ramin
that.
Brothers. Takedown requests on YouTube are almost unanimously respected by the administration, and anybody can issue a takedown request on any video for any reason. When a takedown goes into effect, the video is removed from viewing by the general audience for 4 weeks, with the onus on the requester to prove that some element of the video is indeed illegal. Often, certain companies with a vested interest in keeping a certain video offline will issue a takedown request that they can't follow up to reduce viewership of it and to punish the content creator by cutting into their revenue.
This is really like a
Homicide,
not
however,
nostalgic,
backed up its
but
takedown request to the
a trip
media,
down memory
albeit
lane.
with more poor grammar, stating that, quote, there are countless negative review videos posted, including multiple
Sequel
Sterling
BRD.
videos, and only one in particular with a DMCA filed on it. The reason is we have a legitimate claim, we can prove a violation of our copyright, fair use is not blanket immunity, and damages. They went on to say that, we believe the unbiased perspective of a court will agree there has been a violation of our copyright, and for this reason we will be pursuing an attorney and proceeding with our complaint. Despite these confident claims, it seems that no further action was taken, and the video returned to Sterling's channel 4 weeks later.
4 weeks?
This scenario may sound familiar to some gamers.
What?
This is because something extremely similar happened almost exactly a year ago to another content creator, who goes by Total Biscuit, when he created a review for the now infamous indie game Day 1 Gary's Incident. Jim Sterling, however, was in a slightly different position. Rather than receiving advertising revenue on any of his videos, he receives all of his money from a site named Patreon, where people may donate money to content creators on a monthly basis to support
Yeah,
them.
damn.
This means, beyond the need to continue supplying content to viewers, there is no direct financial
Rest in
need to keep
peace.
his videos online, and, in fact, it's likely that the controversy was generating further income for him. So, rather than fighting the
I don't
takedown
have
of the
any
video,
like
he
competitive
began
decks
making
anymore,
further
Carpy.
videos, not
It takes
only on
so
the general
long to
topic
grind the
of
cards, and I
media
haven't put the
silencing
time in
indie
recently.
developers, but about the specific business practices of the Ramin brothers themselves, all while the
But yeah, I'd
original
love to.
Squirty
I
Plays
still love
video
the
sat
game.
with a
Still love
takedown
watching the
message
tournaments.
plastered on it. He quickly outed them as not imminent uprising, but instead the Digital Homicide Development Studio, accused them of asset flipping rather than true game development, then used that as a springboard to talk about the practice in general. In a surprising move, Robert Ramin decided that the actions taken by Digital Homicide Studios was not enough, and he challenged Jim Sterling to what he called a free-form debate to set the record straight once and for all.
Whoa!
In early July of 2015, this meeting indeed did occur over Skype and was recorded.
I don't remember this at all. Wait, what?
The perplexing discussion lasted almost an hour and 40 minutes with no mediator.
Yeah, it's a great video,
It was
Eddie.
in this recording that the audience to this 8-month argument got to hear the
Thanks to
voice
Prime
of
Evergreen.
Robert Ramin for the first time. Here, he claims to be a 35-year-old man with 3 children, and that Digital Homicide has proven to be a successful business venture.
I was expecting to not hear the voice of an adult, so this makes me feel a little bit better about things.
Oh yeah, I have 3 kids. I'm 35. I'm definitely an adult.
The discussion in its entirety is a surreal
Thanks,
experience.
Resub Rex.
It begins somewhat cordially, where both parties acknowledge that they are participating in a one-sided conversation and are reluctantly thankful that they can now speak to one another. At about 2.5 minutes, however, things start to take a strange turn, and Robert Ramin's true intentions begin to manifest. He begins talking over Jim Sterling, disallowing him from responding to the accusations leveled at him. Ramin's voice also begins to crack in what sounds like restrained anger.
Let's talk specifically about your nonsense. Just go ahead and start all the way back at the beginning and go ahead and ramble off all your accusations and stuff.
He tells Sterling to point out problems with Digital Homicide, and Ramin will pick them apart one by one.
The games fucking suck. That's like the biggest problem.
Turns the conversation in an attempt to
It's literally buying assets and slapping them randomly.
Arguments into further
It's indefensible.
the conversation.
Which is why
It's your job.
I did the same.
It is your job. You telling me that when you were playing that game, you couldn't see the ammo counter 2 inches below the crosshair? I mean, come on. We're going right back to what we were saying about you saying I'm an incompetent developer. As a game reviewer, you should be a very quality game player.
Well, that's the way he's way off. I don't think any game reviewers are good at games.
And sometimes ad hominem attacking Sterling more and more.
The sheer geographical chaos that was your menu system.
That's what just goes to show why you're a bad person, man. You
a bad person?
Yes, you're terrible. You are terrible.
What becomes abundantly clear midway through the conversation is Robert Ramin's stance on reviewers.
Thanks,
He
Resub
seems
League.
to believe that reviewers have a personal responsibility to the developers, and that negative issues should be taken to forums rather than reviews.
You have no financial investment in what you do, yet you affect tons of developers' lives.
Thanks, Resub Kaze.
Financially affect them. That is why one day you're gonna have enough subscribers. You're gonna make enough money on your Patreon thing, and somebody's gonna get tired of your shit and they're gonna sue you. So I'm not saying we are. I'm saying somebody's gonna have the money to do it, and they're gonna win.
And they did it!
Oh, is that what we've devolved into? Is it?
This last point is a sore subject for many gamers around Jim Sterling's age due to the game market crash of 1983. Side note, the game market crash of 1983
Wait, why is this a sore spot?
$3.2 billion to only $100 million in 2 years, which is only 3.1% of where it once was. It is largely blamed on the oversaturation of the market with games and a lack of reliable reviews for gamers to determine the quality of products. Only the market success of the Nintendo Entertainment System was able to bring the industry back. It's also clear from the interview that Sterling's coverage did not positively impact sales, and Ramin makes a point to mention it. Throughout the
Yeah, but it
video,
could
Ramin
have if you had a
also
good
claimed
game
that
and it was a good
Sterling was
review.
leveling his community directly at Digital Homicide Studios as a harassment weapon. Jim Sterling maintained a composed attitude through the review and even allowed himself a laugh at some of Ramin's statements. After this outburst, Digital Homicide went silent, and for 8 months they continued
Thanks to the
to
Prime
release
Lizard.
asset-flipped
I also
games
played
on
this
Steam
one as
greenlight
well.
through dummy publishers.
Played pretty much every
occasionally
Digital
getting a
Homicide
spotlight on
stinker.
YouTube channels as examples of terrible games. As of today, Digital Homicide has claimed credit for each of them. But after these 8 months, something happened that is difficult to believe and has made the Ramin brothers synonymous with delusion to odd onlookers. On March 16, 2016, Digital Homicide Studios formally sued Jim Sterling through the Arizona District Court for over $10 million.
Yeah,
accusing him
fuck
of assault,
yeah.
libel, and slander. Without a hint of irony, they claimed in a now deleted post that, quote, we find the usage of the terms worst game of 2014 contender and absolute failure to describe the entirety of our product while not actually evaluating it in its entirety unfair and unreasonable use of our copyright material. Among the libel accusations, they defend their use of dummy publishers on Steam Greenlight by likening them to pseudonyms, referencing Jim Sterling as a specific example. They also, oddly, cite Sterling's usage of the phrase the Ramin brothers as an attack. They make the bewildering claim that Sterling is attempting to liken them to mafiosos in an attempt to diminish their brand.
Yes, that's the one. That's what he was. Yes, that's probably what it was.
Be inserted into each of Jim's videos and on the front of his YouTube page for the next 5 years. Both sides began preparing for legal conflict. Sterling became much quieter about Digital Homicide Studios, while the Ramin brothers attempted to drum up support for their cause by speaking with publications, a somewhat questionable legal tactic. Soon after, Sterling moved for the case to be dismissed, and the court granted it. Though today it seems that the Ramin brothers have an opportunity to still take this case to court, it's uncertain if they have the funds to do so. They've set up a GoFundMe page, a place where people can donate to a particular cause or person, but have only managed to raise $425.
But I'm sure it'll get there.
Other people's money for legal costs. As it stands, it seems that the dust is beginning to settle. As for the future of Digital Homicide Studios, it's difficult to say. Now that they have so many assets bought, it would be easy to continue churning out cheap games, but with their name tarnished by this out-of-control Streisand effect, it may not even be worth the effort. For now, they seem to be in limbo, and there are many people who hope that that is where they will stay.
If I remember correctly, and I'm going off book here because it's been a while. If I remember correctly, Digital Homicide got banned from ever making games again. Like, it extended beyond Digital Homicide. Those two were not allowed to develop games again. I could be wrong because it's been a while, but I do remember Digital Homicide got fucked. And it extended beyond Digital Homicide because they used so many other, like, puppet companies that they just, like, a blanket, Steam made it so they could never publish. I could be wrong. I'm going off memory. Should we do the finale? Because I might as well. I don't know how much there is left, but whatever.
On August 8th, 2016, I uploaded my first video on Digital Homicide Studios, an independent game developer who had become known for their dubious business practices. They first entered a wider public consciousness after game critic and video producer Jim Sterling exposed their pattern of buying pre-made assets and using basic Unity code to churn out games, a process Jim Sterling named asset flipping. Despite their litany of poor games and re-releases, which consisted largely of existing games with slightly altered visuals, they were able to avoid Steam's quality control by hiding behind multiple different company names.
Thanks to resub, Jordy. It really is crazy that people buy this shit.
The negative exposure Jim Sterling
to be fair, I mean, I was one of the people buying these things, but it was only to shit on it.
James and Robert Ramin began openly attacking Sterling through videos, which he invited.
So there, it goes on and on like this. So they do the whole thing. There we are.
This eventually culminated in a $10,761,000 lawsuit, which was faltering at the time my video was released. I expressed a hope that this would lead to an end of the Ramin brothers' bizarre behavior, but instead, it only intensified. For some time, James and Robert Ramin had been embattled not only with Jim Sterling, but with negative commenters and Steam forum posters, especially after Digital Homicide Studios had been featured by Jim. They would typically either respond vitriolically or, more commonly, by deleting or locking the thread in question. In response, a Steam group was created called Digital Homicides, Poop Games, which dedicated themselves to identifying poor games.
Cool name!
Their description reads in part, quote, "Have you ever been banned or censored by a homicidal developer?
Digital Homicide Poop Games, one of my favorite Steam groups.
Assets? If so, Digital Homicides is the group for you. Digital
Thanks
Homicides is a
Brandon and
dedicated
Nick.
consumer advocacy group and censorship safe haven." Unquote. Beyond this group, online gaming publications and YouTubers had begun covering the actions of Digital Homicide Studios. By this point, Digital Homicide had been experiencing backlash for well over a year. Fed up with the prevalence of detractors and emboldened by his
Yes! I forgot about this.
James Remine filed a new lawsuit against 100 individual Steam users on September 12th, 2016 for a total of approximately $18 million. This new lawsuit began even before the one against Jim Sterling had concluded, and it also lacked any sort of...
Lawyers are scummy, man. They'll just take that money and just convince you that it'll work. It's great.
Users, pulling from Steam forums,
I don't mind if they
Reddit
take money from
threads,
someone
and
like
Tumblr
this.
Posts, compiling them into a single lengthy document to present before the court, accusing them of numerous slights such as stalking and harassment. The document spanned 123 pages. James requested that the court subpoena Valve for the personal information of these users. The presiding judge conceded this to James and submitted the subpoena, but Valve did not take to this kindly.
Nice
Rather than
resub,
acquiescing, Valve contested the order, which would require further action from James. But Valve's response would go beyond the court. They
Congratulations,
also removed
Sniper.
all of Digital Homicide's games from their storefront less than a week after the subpoena, announcing unequivocally in a statement to TechRaptor that this was in response to the lawsuit against their customers on Steam. They even went so far as to announce this in the recent news section of some of
Is it
Digital
tier
Homicide's
1
games for those who owned them. Mysteriously, around this
Australium?
time, those people who had bought
Who's
Digital
it, tier 1?
Homicide's games also found that the entire Digital Homicide catalog had been added to their Steam games library. After this, James requested a dismissal of his suit against the 100 Steam users in an effort to recover his court fees, which was inevitably granted. TechRaptor requested a few words from James
Coward.
online, and what they
Fight
received
it.
was
He
perhaps
should have
more
kept
than
going.
they were expecting. James's replies seemed to lack any comprehension of the criticism
Thanks for
leveled
Prime,
against
Elma.
him and were written in somewhat questionable English. He stated that, quote, "It is important thing to note, Digital Homicide didn't file a dismissal or a case. The company had pretty much nothing to do with the case other than some evidence, which was why we were surprised by the result," unquote. This statement is technically correct, as James was suing as an individual and not as the company Digital Homicide Studios. He also suggested himself as a martyr, saying that, "We may have been painted in a negative customer light by gaming media. Truthfully, we've been fighting for lower prices and a more open market, which to me is the most important."
Oh, he was a hero all along,
He also attacked
James!
Valve for their lack of moderation, likening the situation to, quote, "a mall charging you rent for a shop and mall security staying at the donut shop all day while you get mobbed and looted." Against other developers leaving critical reviews, he stated, quote, "This would be like the next shop over in the mall coming next door and posting signs on my business with false information on them. How is that logically allowable?"
What are you
Perhaps
fucking
of greater interest
What is-
was his statement about the
What are you
fate of
going
his
on
company.
about?
Quote, "As far as Digital Homicide, it's destroyed.
Woo!
It's been stomped into the ground from 1,000 directions and use is discontinued. I'm going back into the workforce and watching what's really going on." Of his reaction to negative comments, he said, "We weren't some evil censoring dudes. If someone didn't like the game, they could leave a bad review and refund. No hard feelings here at all. The real problem was recurring returning attackers for, in some cases, 20 months.
What is this statement? I was even rebuilding Forsaken and the single player was about a third finished. So you don't see the problem with the fact that you sold a game that was only a third finished? What do you mean? Like, even in your own fucking, like, martyr statement, you, like, openly state that your games were just genuinely not done.
Unquote. But even as Digital Homicide Studios was dissolved and the subpoena was dropped, James Remine would redouble his efforts into his last remaining lawsuit.
I really do wonder what they're up to.
Despite these setbacks, the suit against Jim Sterling was still trundling on.
Thanks to Prime.
Of note was an egregious
Grade.
mathematical error where James incorrectly added his numbers so that his written total was $800,000 less than the actual sum. When presented to a judge, the case was found to be of woefully inadequate construction, but instead of dismissing it entirely, the judge granted James Remine the opportunity to amend the wording so that it would align with legal standards. Taking some of the recommendations of the judge, James indeed changed certain elements of the document,
Nice, good work,
but he also
James.
added one change of his own. Instead of $10.5 million, he was now asking for $12,550,000.
My man, going in!
The lawsuit was partially dismissed again on January 13th of 2017 for one reason in particular. James Remine was suing as an individual for damages to a company. This left James with two options. He could either sue as Digital Homicide Studios or amend the lawsuit to show the damages to his person rather than the company. The former option, however, came with an important caveat. A company must be represented in court by a state-approved lawyer, but for reasons then unknown, James would not sue as Digital Homicide Studios, and so he set about amending the lawsuit a second time. He returned soon after with the documents, but if Jim Sterling is to be believed, this amended writing was even more nonsensical than the first two iterations.
But my lawyer informed me that the level of distress referenced is on par with stealing somebody's child and pretending the child had been killed. That's the level.
What's more, the dollar amount being demanded
James,
from
big man,
to $15,326,000. Beyond the money, numerous
Fuck
other things have
yeah.
been added
He's
during the
going in.
lifetime of the suit, including poorly founded allegations of civil conspiracy. After this third document was submitted, James Remine was finally forced to speak to
Yeah, of
Jim
course I can,
Sterling's
Whiskey,
lawyer.
but,
What exactly
probably
transpired
won't,
is
maybe.
uncertain, but whatever was said to James, it finally convinced him to drop the lawsuit once and for all, but not before James would attempt to commit fraud by amending an agreement without alerting Jim Sterling. This attempt was caught before it was submitted. Jim declined to countersue, and the case was dismissed with prejudice so that it could not be reinitiated later.
Should have
With this,
absolutely
the game development
countersued.
of Digital Homicide
Oh, that would have been
Studios
so
had come
poetic.
to a final halt, and James
Just fucking
Remine's
crowdfund
game
the
industry
legal
efforts
fees.
were squelched. But while James was busy with the lawsuit, his brother had been at work. Over the course of the lawsuits, Digital Homicide's critics were watching the company carefully. In November of 2016, while the lawsuit against Jim Sterling was receiving its first rewrite, a few particular changes had been made to their website, digitalhomicide.ninja, and were spotted quickly. Video taken of the site by YouTube user Crestfallen Philosopher shows the changes as of November 5th, 2016. The opening page had transformed into large advertisements for giveaways on Steam and itch.io, as well as games for sale on G2A.com.
But what does it all
Side
mean?
note, G2A.com is a digital game reseller that has been criticized for its arguably unethical business practices. Thieves will often use
Does it
stolen
still
credit
exist?
cards to buy games and list them on G2A before the card's original owner recognizes the theft and reverses the transaction. People will also buy keys
It still
cheaply
exists?
from poorer regions, then sell them for more on G2A.
I remember everyone
Scrolling
fucking
down
hated
the
this
page,
website.
This person
Holy
discovered
shit,
the name
I had
for
no
an
idea.
apparently new company, Loot Toot Games. The links provided here directed people to this new company's Facebook page, offering free game giveaways and sharing gameplay footage. On this page's sidebar, a large number of Digital Homicide's games were listed, offering free Steam keys for them. To go along with these web pages, a YouTube channel was created where dozens of game trailers were uploaded, accompanied by links to G2A.com. There was also gameplay from Digital Homicide games and videos labeled Loot Toot Quick Plays, where a small amount of original gameplay footage was featured for games being advertised. In one instance, for a video of the game Skydrift, the player seems to give up partway through the race, purposefully crashing into walls in a bout of frustration.
Okay. Pretty cool video though.
In February, around the time the lawsuit against Jim Sterling was ending, Loot Toot would also create a Twitter account, which somehow managed to quickly acquire over 100,000 followers.
What?
This Twitter account began to post links to the trailers on their YouTube channel, games on G2A.com and Kingwin.net, and the giveaways on the Digital Homicide
They bought the
website.
followers,
At the
yeah,
same time,
botted.
the Digital Homicide Twitter account also began mass posting these links. During this time, there was a drought of YouTube content until February 11th, when a short video was posted of a clip from Predator 2, apparently in support of Digital Homicide Studios.
You see, there's no stopping what can't be stopped. No killing what can't be killed.
On April 1st,
Gosh, so they
Facebook
started
account
memeing?
began to post
Nice.
links to
That's the way to do
loottoot.net
it.
instead of digitalhomicide.ninja. Soon after, the Loot Toot Twitter began to do so as well, and the Digital Homicide URL was changed to redirect to loottoot.net. It was also at this time that the YouTube channel was purged of all of its game trailers, dropping the total views on their videos by almost 600,000. But it wasn't until a month later that some clarifying statements about the lawsuit and Loot Toot Games were published.
Not in my crapper.
On May 7th, 2017,
cool game. Fuck
update the
yeah.
Steam page for their game Not in My Crapper under the name Loot Toot Gameworks, but after a few reports to Valve, it was swiftly removed again. This event was covered by some of the YouTubers tracking Digital Homicide, and there was a stir over the possibility that the Remind brothers were going active again. More onlookers were made aware of the connection between Digital Homicide and Loot Toot Games, and they began to spread this awareness. Again, interest grew. Though this time it was far smaller, it was enough to rile some to action. On May 20th, 2 people left 1-star reviews for Loot Toot Games on Facebook. While most other negative reviews had gone without retort so far, these 2 triggered a response. The first review partially reads, "Guys, seriously, can you stop with this nonsense? Yes, people have managed to do this before and will manage to continue to asset flip and get away with it, but once you've been caught doing it, there's no way you'll get away with it." Loot Toot attempted to brush this off by replying, "No idea what you're referring to." However,
couldn't even use the right "your" in your fucking official fucking statement. Jesus Christ.
Practices of Digital Homicide Studios, and this elicited a much stronger response. Over a few longer replies, details about Digital Homicide, Loot Toot Games, and the court cases were revealed. Loot Toot Games wasn't created or managed by James, but rather by Robert Remine alone. About Digital Homicide, he claims that, financially speaking, he lost, quote, "more than you'll make in your lifetime," before he emphatically defended the practices of his now.
I want to read this. No, you just say this is another front for Digital Homicide, like someone's discovered some amazing secret. When Digital Homicide.ninja redirects to loottoot.net, so there's never been any mystery. Why did you put it? Why the fuck would you separate these sentences? It reads like shit. Then there's the whole thing about Digital Homicide being banned from Steam, so you making games isn't an option, like I'd want to after losing more than you'll make in your lifetime. That pretty much sums up whatever video you watched is full of complete horse shit, which isn't surprising. On a side note, what is it about you guys that you surf for negative shit to watch and then go vomit on someone who doesn't know you? Loot Toot is me, Robert. It was I, Robert, the whole time behind the mask. Yes, of course. It's not some big evil anonymous corporation. When you stop by and vomit, you are doing it to a person, and as much as you people say how awful I am, I wouldn't do something as lame as that.
Defunct game studio. He also revealed more about the lawsuits that James had attempted to perform.
It's not out
He
yet,
said,
feedback.
Quote, "Did you know the case wasn't thrown out? It was voluntarily dismissed by my brother because attorneys threatened to involve me in the case, and I told him, even though I agreed with him, I couldn't put my family through that financial stress, so he dropped the case."
Jesus,
If
he's
you
just
want to be
spilling
angry at
everything.
Someone for fleecing people of their hard-earned cash, talk to the used car salesman that runs Steam. Also, it is too late. I reinvested my earnings, so I literally lost around $500,000 in 2+ solid years of my life. when
No
my
fucking
games
way
were
you ever
from
made that
Steam,
from
so
those
it isn't
shit-ass
an option
games.
anymore, which is why you see me handing out free keys trying to generate some ad revenue to supplement my now defunct income. 5 months later,
0%
the
chance
YouTube,
you made
Twitter, and
$500,000
Facebook
in the
accounts are
entirety
still
of the 2
posting an
years they
endless
pumped
stream
that
of
shit.
links, while the viewership on the YouTube page has stagnated to hundreds instead of thousands of views per month. Perplexingly, the Loot Toot Twitter page has over 200,000 followers, as does Digital Homicide, yet their posts rarely receive more than 1 like or retweet, suggesting the use of false accounts to bloat their follower counts. The Facebook page is similar, but to a less extreme degree, with approximately 30,000 likes and follows, with some posts clearly being promoted, while others remain mostly barren. With attention on them waning and their finances decimated, it seems that the Remind brothers are again falling into obscurity, and hopefully, this time, that is where they will stay.
That is very interesting. Very interesting indeed. Digital Homicide resurfaces. What? I've already watched so much fucking shit. Oh, let me see. I want to look up Loot Toot myself. Digital Homicide Uncensored. Not very active. They did post this again, though. How to get a cash grab on Steam directly. Well, at least he's embracing it. Thanks to Prime Juicy Panda and the resub Liquid and Sarge.
Let me tell you a few things about myself. I'm Jim Sterling. I like the colour of money and the taste of dick.
Games that are playable and provide plenty of content already worth investing some cash in, that are already of a high enough quality to provide their audience the confidence that this will be...
Damn, Robert's going through it, man. Holy shit. Allegedly, this guy's got like a family and shit, but for what, 5 years, 6 years? No, longer than 7 years, Jim Sterling has been in his head more than his family. Man, he has never, at any point, stopped thinking about Jim. Fuck, what an existence. That's gotta be fucking torturous. Like, even as recent as 2020. Alright, let's do Digital Homicide. Do they still have their website? No. Digital Homicide is back. What? What is this? Oh, back as in like talking about their shit. Not making things again. Okay. Yeah, I speedran the fuck out of this game though. I think I had the world record for a day. I pretty much played their whole fucking catalog. There was really no developer that was pumping out shitty games as often as they were during my phase of only playing shitty games. You keep saying odd number rule. Why do you keep saying that? I mean, it's 22 minutes. It's already late. I mean, alright, I'll let it ride for a minute and see if it brings me in. I do like Vsauce. I don't know this one.
Hey, Vsauce. Michael here. Why, though? Why are any of us here? What's the purpose? What does it all mean? Well, sometimes, if we listen closely enough, when we ask, why?
It's a great intro.
Answer. And it's another question. Why? Why what? Our journey begins here.
This is like the most Vsauce video I've ever fucking seen in my life.
Checking the rule book, but you won't find anything in there that says a dog can't play.
Here's recent tool.
Ain't no rule said the dog can't play basketball. Is that true? Is there really no rule against a dog playing middle school basketball? Vsauce Magic 8-Ball. Is there really no rule against a dog playing basketball? The answer is yes. Or is it?
Am I just watching an ad?
We have begun. The actor who played Air Bud, Buddy the dog, passed away in 1998 at the age of 9. Now take a look at this.
Thanks, man. Appreciate the 10.
Let's talk
Oh, the
about
video's a joke.
On June 28, 1914, Franz Ferdinand, the heir to the throne of Austria-Hungary, and his wife Sophie were assassinated in Sarajevo while riding in a car. The car's license plate was AIII.
What do you mean it's not a joke?
118. They were killed by Gavrilo Princip, who said during his trial that he wanted the unification of all Yugoslavs, free from Austria.
Thanks to the
The
bits,
event
Wheeler.
sparked a series of escalations in Europe, the July Crisis, which ultimately caused World War I, a war that ended on
Isn't he just going...
November 11th.
He's just going to take a bunch of numbers and relate it to something unrelated.
Pretty odd, huh?
Right? Like, isn't that the whole
Spooky
joke?
coincidence, if you will. But look,
Like
odd
how
things
flat
happen
earthers
all
will
the
take like a
time.
bunch of... Or not flat
Oddness
earthers,
is all around us,
Illuminati. They'll see
especially
a
in
triangle
the
on a
form
billboard and
of
think it's the
odd
Illuminati talking to them.
numbers. The grip they have on our reality is revealed when we release our grip. Notice anything strange? Under the influence of gravity, things move in an odd way. If something starts moving because of gravity, after, say, 1 second, it will have traveled some distance. Now, interestingly, during the next second, the distance it will travel will be 3 times as far as it moved during the first second. During the third second, it will travel 5 times as far, then 7 times, then 9 times, 11, 13, 15. Now,
Thanks,
we
Resub
use
Mediocre.
seconds, but it doesn't matter what time interval you use. You will always find this pattern, the odd number
Thanks,
rule,
Resub Wiener.
hiding right there within the very phenomenon that keeps us on Earth are the odd numbers. More like God numbers, right? Is the odd number rule the face of the universe looking back at us? Well, here is something that Galileo wrote. Philosophy is written in this grand book, I mean the universe,
Is
which
it-
stands
what?
continuously open to our gaze.
I don't know if there's an even
But it
number
cannot be
rule. I
understood
don't even really
unless
get
one
this.
first learns to comprehend the language in which it is written. It is written in the language of mathematics, and its characters are triangles,
No, let it ride for a
circles,
minute.
and other geometric figures, without which it is humanly impossible to understand a single word of it. Without these, one is wandering about in a dark labyrinth. Before this pattern in the grand book of the universe was read and appreciated, people wondered why things fell. Maybe stuff just has a desire to be in its own proper place, right? Rocks with the earth, fire with the air. That makes sense, right? It was fun to imagine causes and write our own stories. But underneath our desire for explanations, a story was already being
The
told.
cubed
One
Earth?
that is
That would be
written
wild.
In the language of mathematics, measure, and relation. Now, many of these stories are being told all around us all the time, one on top of each other.
What does it have to do with
But if we can look
odd
past
numbers,
those
though, Michael?
disturbances, each isolated event is narrating a quiet, simple story, not of why the universe is, but of what the universe is. Galileo recognized what this pattern spelled. Mathematically, it spells, hello, I am speeding up at a constant rate.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
All this time, for millennia, we had been wondering about the causes of gravity, its cosmic purpose, why it existed. But now,
Like, you
here
can
was
pick
someone
odd
saying,
numbers on anything,
yeah,
though.
cool. But like, what does it do? It makes things fall. Great. Well, what does that mean? What does it mean to fall? Fall how? Now, the human mind alone couldn't answer that, but the universe was telling us. We just had to speak its language and read it. This is, I am gaining velocity at a constant rate, spelled with odd numbers. How?
But you could also spell it the same way, too, if you took a different time interval if you wanted to. You could make it all even numbers if you changed what you measured. Instead of every second, measure every half second, you know?
Can be.
Right? Wouldn't that be how this law works? Doesn't necessarily have to be odd.
That can't happen. Now, when it's possible, when you compare everything up that you have, it is said that the number of things you have is even. If you can't do that,
Why not?
then the number of things you have is odd. Now, what this means is that the number of objects in an even group is equal to 2 times n, where n is just the number of whole pairs that you have. So n is any whole number. N could be, for example, 50, giving us the even number of 100, which is
It was
also the
always
number of
odd
legs
regardless of time
centipedes
interval?
have. Or is it?
If it's at a constant rate, how would it always be odd? You could just
Having
change
100
where you
legs
just take
is
your
right
measurements.
there in the name. But it's only approximate. Centipedes have been observed to have anywhere from 30 to 345 legs. Now, 100 falls pretty nicely in that range. But every pair of legs on a centipede is attached to a body segment, which means that in order to have 100 legs, a centipede would need to have 50 body segments. But not a single species of centipede has an even number of body segments. 50 segments is nowhere to be found in the Library of Centipede Genomes. So, while centipedes, on average, have a number of legs quite close to 100, they never naturally have exactly 100. Point is,
These are bits goes cat.
is the mathematical way to spell even. If I add just one more thing, the amount I have is no longer even, it's odd. If I add yet another thing, I've added another pair, and it's gone up by one, and the number is even again. This means that
This just seems like more with our data
plus
collection.
just one more will always be odd. Now that we know how to mathematically spell odd and even, we can move on to moving. If you and me hugged, well, that would be wonderful. We would both get so much out of it. But if during the hug you suddenly ran away from me while yelling, "I'm leaving you at a velocity of 2 meters per second," well, I would be devastated. But I would know that deep down you still cared for me because you told me your velocity. And if I know your velocity, I can know just how far away you are from me at all times. All I have to do is take your velocity and multiply it by the number of seconds that have elapsed since you left. Now take a look at what a graph of your velocity would look like. Here we have velocity in meters away from me per second, and we have time in seconds since the
Yeah, pretty much, Mickey.
Now, if your velocity is 2 meters per second and that persists, then here's a graph of your velocity. But look at this. After a number of seconds have elapsed, like after 1 second, the distance you are away is just the rate times the time elapsed, 2 times 1. Well, that also happens to be the area of the rectangle bounded by a line coming up from the time, your velocity graph, and our axes. Well, that's pretty convenient.
I don't get it. I don't understand what this is even saying.
2 times 2, 4 meters away from me, which is also the area of this shape we've created. After 3 seconds, you are 3 times 2, 1, 2,
This
3,
is
4,
just
5,
very
6
basic
meters
stuff.
away.
What
It's
I don't
always
understand what
there.
this has to tie
Well, that's
back
pretty
into.
Convenient. But let's change up the story. What if we hugged and it was great? I mean, just almost not even a hug, like something new is being invented here. But then, during that, you suddenly leave. You run away from me. And while you run, you yell, "I am leaving you at an ever-changing velocity." Well, I would say, you know what? That is a lot less helpful. Now, let's say that this changing velocity you have, that I don't know, happens to be an acceleration of 2 meters.
What is this video even, like,
What does that mean?
talking about? I don't understand what it's building up to. Like,
by 2 meters per second.
what he just did is
for
pretty
every
basic
second
stuff.
that
What does
you
it all
hug.
tie
Look
into?
like
I don't
this
get
on
it.
a graph. You begin hugging me with no velocity, and then 1 second later, your velocity is 2 meters per second larger. So 2
Here's the
larger
prime
than
pal.
0 is 2. That's your velocity after 1 second. After 2 seconds, your velocity is 2 larger still, so 4. And then 6. Your velocity graph would look something like this. But now here's a question. If you're moving like this, is the distance you are away from me at any given time still just the area of the shape bounded? It's harder to see that because you don't maintain any single velocity for any amount of time. Your velocity is always changing, so we don't have nice rectangles. But we can see that it
Here's a
is
prime
true
backward.
by putting ourselves in my shoes. Abandoned, alone. I don't even know your motion. I don't even know how you're accelerating. It's very scary. But I can decide to take matters into my own hands and measure your velocity as often as I like. Let's say that I measure it just once.
It's been 11 minutes and I don't understand where this is trying to go. It's just literal
Now the question I
velocity,
wanna answer
basic
is
stuff.
how far away you are after 3 seconds. All right, so I have this measurement. I know that you were traveling at 4 meters per second. Well, I mean, look, if you're going 4 meters per second for 1 second, then that's a rectangle like
Thanks
this.
to resub stuff, and this
It's
has
got
to be
an
some
area
kind of joke.
4. But you're not 4 meters away, are you? You're a lot further than that, because you weren't traveling 4 meters per second for this entire second. You were at all times actually traveling a bit faster. And
Thanks to the 5 gift subs, Billiam.
all the distance you covered
Appreciate
before
it,
my
man.
measurement, which is not 0. Okay, so clearly I need to measure your velocity more frequently. So let's say that I measure your velocity twice during the 3 seconds I'm curious about. Let's say I measure it after 1 second and then after 2 seconds. Well, now I can imagine rectangles here. This one is 2 by 1, so it has an area of 2. This one is 4 by 1, so it has an area of 4. 2 plus 4 is 6, but you're a lot more than 6 meters away as well, because you weren't traveling 2 meters per second this entire time. You were actually speeding up, covering more and more distance. I'm totally forgetting all the distance you covered over here. Basically, this method will always leave me.
This really feels like a giant waste of time. I don't understand what it's even building up to. Did I just fall for some kind of like meta time wasting video or something? Did Michael get me?
Short. Shaping of Colorado that began with lines drawn by the Compromise of 1850. 1850. We have arrived. Article 18, Section 5, Paragraph 0 of the Washington Interscholastic Activities Association 1996 to 97
Jesus Christ, what a giant fucking
the
waste
set
of time.
Rules Air Bud would have been subject to at the time and place of the movie states that in order to participate in an interscholastic athletic activity, like basketball, a student must be a, quote, regular member of the
Rough.
school, defined
Christ.
as someone enrolled
It really was just a giant fucking joke.
more.
Not a very fun one. It was just an actual fucking waste of time. Thanks to the resub Hingeman and the gift sub Dal. And the resub Blatant. Oh. It wasn't a joke, you just 2D brained. The whole thing was about how it ties back to Air Bud dying. That was the whole setup and punchline. Thanks to the tier 1 Irish Cream and gift sub Jam. Oh, I'm not sure, Craig. We've done a lot. A couple decent rabbit holes tonight. XQC has more patience than Charlie. I can't believe it. That whole video was just a setup for like a fucking Air Bud joke. What do you mean? That has nothing to do with patience. There's a video that was going nowhere and teaching nothing. Thanks to tier 1 Bassie. It's not a joke. Then explain it. What was it? It was literally a basic lesson on like the most fundamental calculus stuff and then tying it back to Air Bud at the end. Like what do you mean? Wasn't that supposed to be the joke? To tie it back to Air Bud? Thanks to Prime Sponge. Why does it have to teach something? 99% of the shit we watch is a joke or random ass YouTube video? What do you mean? The whole point... What the fuck do you mean? I prefer things that aren't teaching me math, but this was recommended as, like, a fucking mind-blowing math thing. Like, what do you mean? Christ! Obviously, learning math isn't a prerequisite to a video we like to watch, but this was recommended under the guise that it would be some mind-blowing crazy thing. I already seen all of Meat Canyon shit. I watch them as they're uploaded. You skip the mind-blowing part. I highly doubt it, and I'm not going back in. I think that's just like a Rickroll thing where you try and get someone as many times as possible. But you did. Oh, you know what? Fuck it. Yeah, fuck it. I'm not doing anything else. We'll finish it.
Frequently, I check your velocity.
This is pretty mind-blowing.
Take a look at this.
Thanks for some hot dog, man.
Yeah. Oh, wow. As you can see, the more
too late. We're back in it.
Tired
of hearing all the whining.
My calculation gets to being based off of
now we suffer together. Thanks to Prime Game.
But also, the more frequently I
check your
velocity, the closer the combined area of all of my rectangles gets to simply being equal to the actual area bounded by your velocity curve. Which means that the area under your velocity curve, even when your curve is like this, is still totally the distance you are away from me. Now let's take this knowledge and apply it to the odd number rule. Before people knew how things fell, there were some pretty good guesses. For example, if the reason
too late, Rip, we're already in it.
They have within them a desire to be in their own proper place. In this example, the table. Well, then maybe the closer this object gets to the table, the more excited it is to be there and the faster it goes. In which case, its velocity would change over time like this, getting steeper and steeper and steeper. But Galileo didn't think that. He believed that when objects fell, their velocities increased at a constant rate. So graphed like this, their velocity would just follow a straight line. Let's draw a straight line. Beautiful. Now, let's divide this graph up into strips of equal time. Perfect. All right, now, as we know, the areas of the shapes we have bounded here are the distances traveled during their respective time intervals. So what's the area of our first shape here, a little triangle? Well, we don't know what it is.
Subverse is the Kickstarter game, right? With like all the titties and shit. It's like the Mass Effect porn game.
That's fine. It doesn't
I'll play
matter.
Subverse. I can't stream it, but I'll play it.
1. So in the first second or the first time interval, our object traveled a distance of 1 unit of space. Perfect. Now, how far did our object travel during the second time interval? Well, that distance will be equal to that area. Well, what is this area? Well, one thing we can do to make this easier is to divide the shape like this. Now we have two shapes, a triangle.
I don't know if I will, Rip, but I will definitely play it.
Has the exact same area as our initial triangle. That's because they are congruent triangles. They both have the same base length, and because this velocity line has a constant slope, it rises the same amount per time elapsed all the time. So their heights are the same, and they're both right triangles. Their areas
You're gonna
are
play Monster Hunter Rise tomorrow? I might play it tomorrow. We'll see. I don't know if I'm doing something in the afternoon, but if I'm not, I will.
The area of that triangle plus the area of this rectangle. What is the area of this rectangle? Well, one thing we can do is divide
I've seen that. It's fucking crazy yours.
With a diagonal like this. And look what we've created. This triangle has the exact same area as our initial triangle. It has the same height, it has the same base, they're both right angles. And look, the same goes for this one. It's a right triangle.
You can't
its base is the
answer
same
that,
as this
Blaze.
base. Its height is the same as this one's height. Gosh, this is just the area of the initial triangle, but twice. So we have two of them, and we have two of them one time. Okay, perfect.
What are the
now
odds?
Let's move on to finding the area of that shape.
Harrison
Once again,
Briggs.
I can divide this shape like that, And now I have a triangle, which as we know has the same area as our initial triangle right here. So we have that.
I already moist metered Jujutsu Kaisen.
And then we also have.
I was so excited by it that I actually did it before it ended.
Rectangles, which as we know we can divide in half like this, giving us now
Sleep
4
well, Q.
triangles equal in area to the initial one. So what we've done is we've taken the initial area and we have doubled it, well, once and then twice, so 2 times. Now, as we continue doing this, we find that we're always adding 1 more of our original areas, and then we're always doubling that original area 1 more time. Here we've doubled it 1, 2, 3 times, doubled 3 times. Well, look at this pattern. Right here, we can think of 1 as being equal to 2 times 0 plus 1.
I'm not changing it. There's too much whining, so we're finishing it.
And they're just going up by 1, 0,
But
1,
this
2,
isn't
3.
anything
This is all
new,
of the general
but
form
we're here.
2n plus 1. That is how you mathematically spell odd. So the odd number rule is not some kind of magical coincidence. It's just what happens when an object's velocity increases at a constant rate. The answer was right there in front of us all along, written in the mathematical language of the universe. The universe also contains Colorado, one of its best rectangles.
Thanks for the 5 again, Blaze.
Or is it?
Thanks to Tier 1
Let's
Narwhals.
find out after a quick word from our sponsor, us. Hi, I'm Michael Stevens. Are you a person? Well, then get out of here. Go poop or something. I only want to talk to your brain. Okay, so brains. Here's my message to you. Treat yourself. Touch more than just my voice. Become a supporter of the Vsauce Curiosity Box, the subscription.
Damn, that art is nuts.
It comes to your door every 3 months, full of stuff that we have made
Jesus
and things
Christ.
that we love. I'm talking books.
That looks
shirts,
cool.
Viral physics.
Oh, it's actually an
puzzles,
ad.
projects,
I thought it was
you
just a
name
joke
Its
again.
mission is
No,
to be
that's real.
good
That's an ad.
brains. So we give a portion of all proceeds from it directly to Alzheimer's research, and
Oh, that's
it makes
nice.
our
That's
new
really sweet.
Inquisitive Fellowship possible. A program that literally just gives money and equipment and assistance to educational YouTubers so they can worry less about monetization and the algorithm and more about just making the kind of content they want to make and that this world needs. This year's inaugural fellows are fantastic. 12-Tone, Jordan Herod, Up and Atom, and Jabril. You should definitely subscribe to them.
That may be it,
Getting
Whiskey.
yourself right. Join the Curiosity Box today. Welcome back. Now, Colorado
That was
looks
nice.
like a
It
rectangle,
seemed nice.
a shape with 4 sides that all meet at the same angle. But Colorado doesn't have 4 sides. It has 697, making it not a rectangle, but instead a hexahectaenneaconticaheptagon. And this was all by mistake. The United States Congress initially defined Colorado as a geospherical rectangle, the space bounded by 2 lines of latitude and 2 lines of longitude. In the 19th century, surveyors set out
He's
to
the Prime Club
demarcate
Penguin
its
veteran.
shape to actually mark it on the ground, and they did a phenomenal job with the tools that they had. But mistakes were made. Some were large enough that you can spot them on many common maps of the state. In 1925, the US Supreme Court ruled that the borders as surveyed were the correct ones and would legally stand as the official recognized edges of the state, not the originally intended theoretically pure geospherical rectangle. Thus, ending the shaping of Colorado that began with lines drawn by the compromise of
Harrison
1850.
Briggs is a is he a pickup artist?
50.
I do love pickup artists.
Article 18, Section 5, Paragraph 0 of the Washington Interscholastic Activities Association 1996-97 Constitution, the set of rules Air Bud would have been subject to at the time and place of the movie, states that in order to participate in an
Thanks for your
interscholastic
sub, Organic.
athletic activity, like basketball, a student must be a, quote, regular member of the school, defined as someone enrolled half-time or more. The section does refer to RCW 28A225010, a list of approved exceptions, but not one of these was considered in the case of Air Bud. Had they been, it would have been discovered quite quickly
Appreciate
that
the bits,
Airbud
Warlord.
the
Thank you,
dog
man.
qualified under absolutely none of them. There is no rule that specifically states a dog cannot play basketball, but there are and were rules that said that this dog, Airbud, should not have been allowed to play basketball. And as always, thanks for watching.
Alright, so I'm glad we went in after I immediately sniffed out that it was supposed to be a joke, but chat, we got back in there. So that was good. That was good. We did it. That was a good one. I don't blame Michael. I think I probably would have enjoyed that had chat not constantly fucking strong-armed and whined and moaned until I went back into the video after recognizing it as a joke and then wanting to do something else. Oh, it wasn't a joke. The whole thing is just the most basic lesson on fucking velocity. All just to pad time to set up the Airbud thing, which was set up in the beginning. What do you mean? He's a tier 1 Chomsky. And the 5 gives subs Darth Vapor. Thanks to the gift sub Whiskey. What time is it? It's already 2 a.m. Let me take a piss real quick. I'll be right back. team. Thanks, Resub Tindo. I'm sorry to hear about that. But congrats on the graduation coming up. Thanks, Resub Hash Brown. We could hear the piss. You're welcome. It's pretty late. I don't know if I want to watch a full Nexpo video. No, I don't know if I've seen that one. Thanks to resub Future Goose and Prime Maze and resub Weller. And the Prime suck. Did everyone get recommended that fucking Anvil video? Christ. Thanks to 2 gift subs, Hash Brown. We already watched Lamino's DB Cooper video. Yeah, I think I actually am just gonna go to bed. I got tired. Alright, thanks everyone for tuning in. Everyone who donated, big thanks. New subs, welcome aboard. Sub means a lot. Thanks for subbing. Appreciate the generosity. Who's streaming right now? No, I'm not watching 10 minutes. I'm going to bed. Thanks for gift sub Laser and resub Joe Mama. I never remember what order we've gone to in raids. I know I did Dankin most recently, so we'll do Scoots tonight. Thanks again, everyone. Really appreciate the generosity. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your evening, and I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for the gift sub Darth Vapor. Take it easy, everyone. Thanks again. See ya.